just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar, and let's get straight into it because I am excited. That is right. Right now, I am drawing the winner of the first month's Bloke Club's prize, which is $2,000 cash. That's right. Guys, make sure to join www.bloke.club. Every month we give away prizes, and I'm just going to do it again. That's right. Next month's prize is $2,000 cash again. And then on the fourth month, we're giving away a Mazda BT50 thanks to Luke Camilleri. Now actually go to LDC_01. Give him a follow because he not only has he provided the Mazda BT50 to give away to one lucky winner, he does giveaways on his Instagram all the time. He's the best in the business. If you need a car, speak to him. Trust me, he took care of me. On the weekend, actually, had a flat tyre. I couldn't change it because there was cars parked next to me and everything. Called the premium package, took care of me, and that was all thanks to Luke. He took care of me. It was easy. My car is in the shop in Mazda right now, and I wouldn't have had that premium package if it wasn't for the great Luke Camilleri. So head over to LDC_1. All right, let's draw this prize. It's over there. I'll be 2 seconds. Up again. It's spinning. It's spinning. Harrison Kelly.
Yeah.
Harrison Kelly.
Harrison Kelly. Remember the name.
Yeah. Harrison Kelly. Could be anything with that 2K. There we go.
Double threat.
There we go.
Host, button pusher.
Hey, mate. Started from the bottom, mate. No, with it. There we go. Harrison Kelly, you have won $2,000. $2,000. Join the Bloke Club. If you want a chance next time, it's completely free. There are no strings attached. You just join, completely free. Every single month we give away prizes. And also, we've got discounts. For example, 30% off Musashi, 40% off DMP shirts, 20% off Grumpy Coffee, 15% off Footy Bro trainers. And we're going to continue to grow that out for discounts for people that join the Bloke Club. It's totally free. All right, the Roo, how you been, bruz?
I'm good, mate. I've got a little shout out I want to give. In the Jersey Fleet, they've had a Fijian side in for the last few years, the Silk Tails. They haven't won a single game, right? Last week, they beat the Dragons 23-22, their first win ever. Ooh. And they backed it up with their second win this weekend.
Oh, stop
24-22 over Newcastle. How good?
How good. Congratulations to the boys. What a win, Timmy.
Yeah, Ruse had an early shout out. I'm going to call bullshit early on something. And that's, Campy, your excuse of there being too many cars around to change a tyre. You're a pretty boy from the Gold Coast. I don't reckon you know how to change a tyre.
Mate, I know how to change a tyre, all right?
Too many cars around. That's the weakest excuse I've ever heard, mate.
Okay. You want to know what happened then? Would you like to know the story? Because I can walk you through it. I can walk you through it. All right, so I'm driving on the highway, some dickhead tradie leaves a brick on the highway, boom, punctured tyre. I pull over into the BP. I've got radio, got to go straight away. Get in the car, go to the radio station, do my radio show, get back to BP. About to go out, change a tyre. You're parked in a BP. There's other parks next to it. You can't change a tyre if you're squeezed in and you've got people coming in and out. So I was like, shit, I've got to get to Packer Up Boys. So I went to Packer Up Boys, came back, and I was like, all right, this is taking too long. I'll call the people out. They came out, changed the tyre. I drove it on the highway on the 80 kilometres, so I was driving really slow. Got it to Mazda. That's the end of the story.
Mate, so I got a message from Matty Johns last night, and he told me that you were 2 hours early to radio.
Turn it up. Mate, Hammy, how you going, brother?
Very well. Couple of things. Go Silk Tails, first and foremost.
Oh, stop it. There you go. I'm a day one fan.
Let's go. And I also had to change a tyre on the weekend.
Saw that?
At a wedding in Barrett. Now, when I say change the tyre, I held an umbrella and filmed my friend doing it in the pouring rain at midnight. But, yeah, how about that? Unbelievable
Stuff. What a weekend. Yep. Everything's happening. It's all happening. Alrighty. Let's just get straight into it. Oh, don't forget, hit that like and subscribe button. Leave us a comment on YouTube and Spotify. As you've noticed, guys, I've been going through and trying to respond to all the comments. Make sure that we're going to try this week as well to pick a comment for Beak's Bag, give you a $50 Bloke gift voucher. Leave a comment, like the video, subscribe. It's really, really helping us, guys, a lot. So thank you so much for that. Takes you 2 seconds. Let's get straight into it. Face the Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sports.
Just before I get into our results, I just want to do a quick shout out for a legend on the feed this weekend.
Yes,
Now, there's an account which is called NRL multi-man.
Ooh.
On paper, that sounds pretty good.
You can't name yourself that if you don't have a bit about you.
That's right. So how's he start to his weekend? So Thursday night, he has Liam Martin anytime. Friday, he has Tino in the 6 o'clock game. And then he has Corey Pakes anytime in the 8 o'clock game. Multi those together, $205.80.
Stop it.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Seven punters copied NRL multi-man in as well. But if he keeps that up, dare say we'll be hearing plenty more about NRL multi-man in the weeks to come.
Wow. I tell you what, he lived up to his name.
Not bad, eh?
Oh, not bad at
That's
all.
what it says on the tin.
Absolutely.
NRL multi-man.
Can I jump in for a moment and just show a bit of respect to our brother? He is killing it on the Matty John show, by the way.
Oh, of course he is.
Absolutely fucking flying.
It's not a surprise to us, boys. We know what he's all about. We know what he's all about. We love to see it.
Thank you. I'll give that $50 after the show. Thank you. All right, let's get into our Face to Music results show for this week. So a few upsets this week. It was tough.
It was
not
tough.
easy on Face to Music. All right, first game, 28. Souths 28 defeat Panthers 18. It was only Matty who took any points away from this game. He had his boys plus 11.5.
Doesn't deserve it. Doesn't deserve it, really.
Really unlucky to Denon and Rue, who both chased the value, $1.29. Panthers said, feeling for you, boys. Tough beat, eh? But it was better reading for everyone in the next game. Chooks 12, defeated by the Titans 30. Now, we're all pretty hot on the Titans here in this game. Points bonanza, Rue and Matty had the Titans plus 4.5. The rest of us, $2.49 at time of submitting our bets, took the Titans head-to-head. So we're back on track. We love to see that.
Thanks for coming.
Next game, Rue and Matty, you both had the Dolphins plus 14.5. The rest of us, no points at all. We had the Broncos. We had them 13 plus. So we miss out. We miss out because it was only an 8-point win. Next game, another big upset. Dragons 14 defeat the Storm 8. Matty, he was the only one who gave the Dragons a chance. Had them plus 7.5. So Matty hasn't missed here in the first 4 games. He picked up
What
points.
did the rest of us have?
In that game, Storm minus 7.5 for you and I. Storm under 12. Storm 13 plus. Yeah, tough one.
Ouch.
That's an upset.
Yep.
Who would have thought that Matty would win it? Like, tipping-wise, terrible. But when there's a bit of a punt involved, he's a master.
He's a punter.
He was for the first couple of games.
Oh, okay.
All right, next game. Cowboys 30 defeat Raiders 20. A good old-fashioned Face to Music carve up here. Everyone was on the Raiders in some way, shape or form. It was like the Raiders 1 to 12, Raiders 13 plus. But obviously they got upset, so no points in that game. The next game, everyone took the Doggies plus 11.5. Sharks 6 defeated by Doggies 20. Rue, you were on the Sharkies, though. You had them 1 to 12. You're the only person who missed out on points here.
There was so much value for the Doggies. They're paying like $3, weren't they? Head-to-head?
Yeah. Yep.
Great value head-to-head.
Yep. They were good, weren't they?
Oh, mate, we'll get into
They're
it.
into $12 to win the comp now.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Very exciting to talk about them.
All right, Manly 26 defeat the Eels 12. Room for most of us to enjoy a win here, despite taking each other on, which I like. This is good. So myself, Denon and Rue had the Eels plus 16.5. Matty had Manly 13 plus. So we all win there. Hard times for Timmy, though, who had Manly minus 16.5. So a little bit left out there. Last game was another good old-fashioned Face of Music bloodbath. No points for Timmy, Matty, or myself, who either had the Tigers head-to-head or at the line, minus 2.5. No points for Rue, who had the Tigers 13 plus. And no points for Denon, who had the Warriors 13 plus. So that one made some
bullshit.
tough reading.
I thought we were about to be on a high there after that big Titans tip early, and then it
Yeah.
just plateaued. Very
Sadly,
quickly,
no.
didn't it?
Sick of this.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it getting the same. Some dickhead that friggin' tipped incorrectly to me, and I still friggin' got it wrong. Kills me every time.
Yeah, I know what it says here, mate. So round 4, Matty, exceptional round, $11.09 you picked up. Myself, Timmy and Denon all picked up $5.29. Rue, you picked up $4.70. So for season 2025, Matty, $39.60. Myself, $30.21. Guru, $26.62. Timmy, $25.88. Denon, $25.48.
Far out.
So that's where we're sitting.
Also, just going forward, just a slight tweak. We'll definitely keep doing this because it's fun, it's enjoyable. But what we're going to do as well is before we give our like a tip in regards to the odds and that, we'll give our actual tip of like no odds of any pressure. It's purely that our analysis of who we believe head-to-head will win the match. So we'll go the head-to-head tip, and then we'll do the fun stuff.
You'll find a bet.
We'll find a bet.
Yep.
That's just going forward. So just so that people don't get confused of like, okay, let's say I went, I don't know, a team that was paying like Titans, they had really good value on the weekend. If they were both paying equally, which one would I really go? I still would have gone the Titans, but that's just an example of it. For example, here's a good one. the Bulldogs versus Sharkies.
Yeah.
If the Bulldogs weren't paying that much, I don't know if I would have I would have been a much harder decision to go the Bulldogs or the Sharkies if I was just giving my tip, because that was a hard one. But the value was just too good not to take when against the Sharkies.
Yeah. Well, you love your value. Panthers $1.27. Head to head.
Plenty of value there. Slow and steady wins the race, mate. Slow and steady wins the race. All right, give us a follow on the feed. Make sure to follow Hammy.
Yes.
Make sure to stay tuned for Face the Music at the end of the show as well. Get our tips in. All righty, let's get into the hungriest player. The hungriest player. The hungriest player this week. It is Jacob Preston. That is right. Menulog's hungriest player. Use code Preston for free delivery. Minimum spend is $30. That's PRESTON. Jacob Preston, I got outvoted again. Although I thought Preston was absolutely incredible, I actually had Gutho as my hungriest player. I thought his defence and his ability to marshal the troops on his defensive line, that all comes from the fullback. He's the one that's pulling everyone in the right direction. I thought Dragons, that's the best defence I've seen them have since literally 2010. However, Jacob Preston, absolutely outstanding. I think where he was on this trajectory, even when they were struggling, he was their player of the year in his first year. Then he had a few injuries and in and out of first grade. Sometimes he would even be coming off the bench, but he's back in the starting side and back to doing what he does best. And what I admire the most about Preston's game, or what I enjoy the most, is just how well-rounded it is. You know, very rarely do you find a guy that is an attacking weapon, but also one of the best defensive edge-back rowers in the competition. And Preston is that. He is both. He is a double threat. And then also his ball playing is his triple threat. His ball playing is also really good. So Preston, for me, absolutely outstanding. And I tell you what, we're going to get to it, so we'll save the praise for the doggies. But if you've got a fully fit Preston and a fully fit Kickout on the edges, on their day, can take it to any back row combination.
Now, we know the Dally M system is bulletproof. Clint Gupson picked up 2 votes on the weekend. Jacob Preston with a big 4.
Oh, okay.
Twice as good by my calculation.
Okay. Got me.
Jacob Preston was tremendous. I assume he's got Laurie Daly's phone number. If he doesn't, I think he's going to need it.
Mate, honestly, I reckon that you've got so much depth in the back row, it's a curse. Because it's like your back rows that you could choose have such different weapons, like Olakau'atu, barnstorming back rower. Then you've got a guy like Martin, who's all the intangibles. Then you've got Crichton, who last year was player of the series. And then you've got guys like Keon that can also play in the middle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, each one offers something unique. But I agree with you, mate. If he's not in I'd be surprised if Preston's not in the squad, because not only is he a gun player, I do believe he represents what Origin's all about.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of when Madge brought in Cam McInnes last year. It's sort of it set the tone for the series, in my opinion. So even if he's not on the side, I would definitely be bringing him into the squad for some experience. Swap sides in that game too.
Yeah,
tremendous.
But I think wasn't he initially on that side when he won Player of the Year for the Doggies? I could be wrong with that.
Started on the right, I believe.
Okay. So he did start.
Oh, a couple of years ago.
When he won Player,
he's played both throughout the years, which just shows how talented he is.
Yeah, I think he might have got moved. I could be wrong, but I think he might have got moved at some stage over the last couple of years, and he did a lot of his damage on the other side. I could be wrong, though.
I'm pretty sure that impressive season he had at the Bears that got him a first-grade contract was on the left, though.
Okay. Yeah. Timmy?
Yeah, well, shout out to a good mate of mine, Scotty Woodward. He does the talent ID at the Doggies, came from the Storm, and he was behind the Harry Grant swap to the Tigers there for a period, and a lot of good stuff down at the Storm. Scotty spotted Jacob Preston a couple of years ago at the Roosters when he was sort of playing at the Bears and doing all that great stuff, and just wrapped him from day dot, and just his evolution's been outstanding. And the same thing came to mind for me, Kempy. He's just so multifaceted, such a well-rounded player. Runs this great line. He's also started developing quite a nice offload on him as well at the line. Great defender. And I've said it a couple of times, but he really does remind me of an early days in a younger Josh Jackson, when Josh Jackson was a Blues edge player and just this tough as nails, hard running back rower. A coach's dream. He's reliable. He's, as you said, he's going to be in the New South Wales. I think he's already been in New South Wales wider conversations, but this year, and he probably won't get the praise to a lot of the general public of a Fafita or an Olakau'atu, because he's not this big, monstrous, barnstorming back rower, but he does everything you ask of him. So, yeah, tremendous for him on the weekend. You sweet over there, mate?
Yeah, mate. fucking chairs.
The chairs is winning on points at the moment.
Mate, we actually probably need to get a couple of new chairs. Shit! Fuck! Just get me in, son. Apologies, mate. I've just totally ruined your
That's all
flight.
right,
Hammy,
You might need to change one of the tyres on that chair.
Oh,
No, Preston, what a great player.
sorry, I got to make a call to Luke Camilleri, LDC_01. Can you change fucking chair wheels?
Premium package, mate, won't be a problem. Won't be a problem. Mate, he's a good old-fashioned dog, as you mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah.
Like he's just like hard as nails kind of operator. Super impressive, obviously, on the weekend. He's had a bit of a knack for finding the try line this year as well, which I like. Around Jacob Preston, but yeah, super impressive. Hell of a mullet as well, so extra points for that as well.
And he's stuck with it too.
Yep.
He's stuck with it too. I'll just get his stats up on the weekend. You've got to remember, this was like essentially the clash of the round. So it's a big game. They're missing key players. One try assist, 13 runs, 114 metres, 44 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, a line break assist, 2 offloads. But this is the one I like. 31 tackles, 0 misses on the edge. Like, I can't stress, it's impressive enough when you see a player in the middle of the ruck not miss a tackle. Like, that's impressive. But the spacing beside you is way smaller. To not miss a tackle on the edge when you've got, centres, halves, wingers, people being dropped off on you, like, it is a way harder task than not missing tackles in the middle. It's still hard in the middle, but it's hard on the edge.
And his opposite edge, Britton Nickera of all people.
So not bad. Not bad. So it's just a bloody good knock from Preston. And, mate, I just can't wait to see what he develops into. Only 23 years old still. 23.
It's also 14 tries in 42 games, so he's going at 1 every 3 games. Wow. Pretty incredible.
And to be fair, like last year, he was still good, but he wasn't at his best with all the injuries he was struggling with. So outstanding performance by Jacob Preston. He is our hungriest player. Use code Preston for free delivery. Minimum spend is $30. A massive thank you, as always, to Menulog. Guys, if you're going to order food to your house, make sure to download the Menulog app. They've supported the show for years now. Like, all the stuff that we do, all this content that we pump out, we wouldn't be able to do it with our partners. That's just facts. That's honestly just facts. So get around them. Alrighty, it's time for another one of our partners, the Kayo Can't Miss moment. And I tell you what, if you love sport, you got to get on Kayo because they got all the sport. You can't miss it. This weekend, there are absolutely some huge clashes coming up this weekend. You've got the Raiders versus Sharkies, Panthers versus Cowboys, the Rabbitohs versus Roosters, Eels versus Dragons, Titans, Dolphins, Broncos, Tigers, Sea Eagles, Storm, huge clash, Doggies, Knights. There are so many games. You don't want to miss it, guys. You absolutely don't want to miss it. Let's get straight into the Kayo Can't Miss moment, though. And I watched this yesterday on Kayo. Halaseema's tried down the edge. Now, we spoke about some of these young forwards and, how special they were and how physically strong they were and, just that next generation of warrior that sometimes gets poached by other clubs and brought across. And I think we saw it at full flight on the weekend with Halaseema's try. Like, we're talking about a forward that can play in the middle that's running like a winger on the edge. Like, physically, that is rare in itself. The balance that he showed, the ability to, the game is on the line, they need a big play, and the 19-year-old basically runs as good as any winger on the edge and scores, a 75-metre try, 70-metre try. This is special talent, guys. It doesn't come along very often that you find a forward that's as athletic and as explosive as a winger. Absolutely incredible try from Halaseema.
On top of that, he's still got 2 years left of jersey flag.
Mate. And I did this a couple of weeks ago with the trial. What's special about Halaseema is so sometimes you see these just, genetic freaks come through and they're physically just better than everyone else. But it was only a couple of weeks ago in the trials, about 5 weeks ago, where he either got hit in the family jewels or he got a burner. I'm not sure which one. And the Melbourne Storm identified it immediately. And most forwards in that situation, they worry about their shoulder or they're injured, so they go down and ask for the trainer. He gets identified, gets isolated, continues to make tackle after tackle whilst he's injured. And that mental toughness, you don't usually get that at 19 years old, especially with a player that coming through the grades would have just been physically better than anyone else. So he wouldn't have had to build up that mental toughness. But he's got that dog in him naturally. That does not come often when you got a guy that's as physically imposing as him, but is as mentally as tough as Halaseema is as well.
So what I think the most impressive thing about...
Holy shit.
Sorry, God.
You're going to die.
Halaseema fever.
Stay with us, Roos. Stay with us.
White knuckling it. I think one thing for me that I took from Vegas, mate, is that these two guys were named on the bench and have been the last few weeks, him and Dimmy. And talking to some of the Warriors players, and we made a bit of content. I decided not to post it because I thought, they're both young guys. I don't want to I said, who's the one to watch out of these two? And, mate, the squad was split down the middle.
Well, just those two
that's
boys.
That's how good Dimmy is as well. He just hasn't had those breakout moments yet. But
and what about Laban as well?
Exactly, yeah. Because he played a little bit more first grade, I didn't even put him in that conversation. But these two
and then
are so talented. The list goes on and on and on. But what Lecker did in that game was that was insane. It'll sound hyperbolic, but how many forwards in the history of the game could have done that realistically?
That's his first NRL try too.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had some special talent. And yes, I'm sure there are forwards we could look to that have made breaks down the sideline. It's still, I tell you what, it's a very small amount. And also, if we were, the amount of forwards that could do it, they probably went on and had pretty good careers.
And on top of that, how many of those forwards, as soon as he got that ball, I felt confident he was scoring.
So good.
There's not many guys that are like that. I remember when Sonny Bill played his first game against Parramatta in 2004 and he looked incredible. But what he did on that run,
crazy.
I haven't really seen it before.
It's funny because a couple of weeks ago, when I gave did that little snippet on him in the trial against the Melbourne Storm, a Warriors fan messaged me and he said, mate, he's as explosive as TOTW. And I was like, why are you comparing him to a winger? That's a bit of a weird comparison, like a forward getting compared to a winger. Well, whoever the fan is that messaged me that, you've nailed it because that was incredible. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I had a double take there when he first started streaking way down the side. I was like, bloody big bad Ed Cossey's put on some size and speed. Taking off down there. They went, oh my God, that's Halasima. I tell you what, the Tigers covering defence there, just watch them going, oh, you poor bastards, have to try and stop this bloke. As you said, you both summed up quite well, but what bloke who can play front row forward can do that at that speed with that mobility,
at 19,
he's frighteningly good.
As long as he stays injury free and he's mentally applying himself, his career can be whatever he wants it to be. It really, really can. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a little bit of a sore point for me because probably lost the game for him, but it was, it was incredible to watch. It was tough for me to watch, but yeah, the way that he turned around, Buller first, and then poor old Jack Bird just completely turned him back inside out. He looks like he's got a hell of a lot of potential, a lot of confidence as well. Went the early celebration. Stacey Jones nearly threw his pen into the Campbelltown Leagues Club there. But he looks like a hell of a player. So I'm sure we're going to see many more highlights of that from him. But special stuff. A little bit emotional for me. But it was a hell of a
just to see the full package of speed, strength, and footwork. You know what I mean? It was everything. It wasn't just like he gassed people to the corner. He gassed outside backs, stepped them, bumped them, celebrated early. Did he do the ones?
Yeah.
Which I love to see. It was
a big same game multi.
I tell you what, Warriors players big.
It's very quiet over there.
Big fans.
Yeah, they are.
They don't like a lot of talk. They want quiet. Don't celebrate.
Like tennis players.
Look, Halasima, he is our Kayo Can't Miss moment. And just a reminder, you can watch every game of every round in the NRL Premiership live with no ads breaks during play on Kayo Sports. The exclusive games this weekend include Panthers versus the Cowboys. That's Friday, 6 p.m. The reigning premiers will be hoping to get their season back on track against the Cowboys. Eels versus Dragons, Saturday, 3 p.m. Titans v Dolphins, Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Queensland Derby, you don't want to miss it. Dolphins desperate for a win. Titans looking pretty bloody good. Broncos v West Tigers.
We win that.
Saturday, 7:35 p.m. And the Doggies versus the Knights, Sunday, 6:15 p.m. Don't miss all the action and you can get on board today. Head over to KO. You can't miss it if you love sport. Alrighty. It is time for the team of the week. That is right, the Grumpy Team of the Week, brought to you by Grumpy Coffee. Head over to grumpycoffee.com.au, grab your Grumpy Coffee. Alrighty, the team of the week is, at number 1, Clint Gutherson. At number 2, Ravalawa. 3, Sherry. 4, Shibasaki. And shout out, grew the goatee as a sign of respect for Shibasaki Day. I just felt like the power in their defence is all being held in the goatee, and so I thought I'd grow the goatee out of a sign of respect.
If he keeps playing well, will you keep it?
I'm considering having the goatee until we lose.
I don't think it's a consider thing. I
can't. I got to friggin' do a Tim Zoo content tomorrow where it's it's all nice. I can't be rolling around with a goatee interviewing Tim Zoo.
I think you pull it off better than most.
It's a natural thing. But anyway, this goatee has been grown in dedication to the GOAT, Shibasaki.
Very respectful.
Very respectful. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Coming from yourself, that means a lot. At 5, Hopewadi. At 6, Cody Walker. 7, Clifford. At 8, King. 9, Egan. 10, May. 11, Preston. 12, Sewer. 13, McInnes. 60 tackles, only 2 misses. Wow. At 14, Campbell from the Titans, incredible at 7. 15, Keon. 16, Hayes from the Bulldogs. And 17, Hala Seema. Alrighty, let's get into it, shall we? Rabbitohs v. the Panthers. Rabbitohs v. the Panthers. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to set a clock here because I've been bad at keeping times, and then the games at the end don't get as much time. So I'm going to try to give every single game as close to the right time as possible. Alrighty, South Sydney Rabbitohs versus Penrith Panthers. We spoke about this on Packer Up Boys. I think the two biggest surprises from this game for me was at times the Rabbitohs were winning the middle. The forward pack was dominating the Panthers forward pack. Now, granted, when you go and look at some of those stats, the Panthers forwards they actually ran for more meters and everything like that. But it was just the fact that they were winning these big moments in the ruck. You do not see that against the Penrith Panthers often. And the other thing I felt, the biggest takeaway for me from this game was, I reckon it was probably the first time that Ivan and maybe the coaching staff were like, we really could have used Luai and Fisher-Harris today. And look, I get it that each year you could make that argument, but I felt like especially Luai is a guy that, people go, our forwards, got dominated or whatever, and that's the problem. But I think the reason the forwards got dominated is because the amount of times coming out of their own end, the halves were trying to make these big plays, and Dane Laurie was, throwing these little tip-ons, and I was just like, it's so uncharacteristic. You just put the Panthers forwards under so much pressure, and I felt like if Luai is usually there, he knows the system inside and out. He knows how to build pressure, get through your sets, get to your kick, and in my personal opinion, it was really the first time where I was sit back and went, okay, they haven't replaced Luai as quickly as they've usually replaced other players that in the offseason. And that's to be expected. Luai has been a part of this system since before even first grade. But I felt like they really did miss Luai yesterday, and we'll get more into that. In regards to the Rabbitohs, I thought it was just a wily veteran in Cody Walker isolating a number 7 that's essentially in his first or second first grade game, or maybe, his first few first grade games. He sent Keon at him all day long. And it was Walker's best game of the season by far, in my opinion. Absolutely outstanding. And I thought Mamazelos was also incredible. Root?
Completely agree on Cody Walker. It's not very often you're up against the Penrith Panthers and they give you a little crack in the armour like that. And when they do, most teams aren't able to execute it. Thankfully, Cody Walker, one of the most experienced ball players in the game, absolutely nailed it. Gave Taylor a very tough time. For South Sydney, obviously, like Latrell's out, Cam Murray's out. Mate, when Campbell Graham got ruled out of this one, I thought, their edges aren't going to be able to hold up here. No way. I thought, obviously the first half, they were great. The second half, I thought South Sydney were pretty average, but they also just did enough to hang in the contest.
Yeah.
Like if you're not playing well and you concede 18 points to Penrith and a half, I can sort of wear that when you're missing half your side.
Mate, absolutely. Take the win.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with South Sydney. I didn't think they were a chance to win this game.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Timmy, what do you think, mate?
Incredible game, and the Bunnies were just outstanding. Like 28-0 at half-time against Penrith, even with the outs. Like you said, the Bunnies had key outs too, so it's like, all right, we can't just lean into that and make excuses for Penrith. They were completing at like 94%, the Bunnies, well into the first half, and it wasn't just playing conservative footy and just playing high percentage through the middle. Like they were moving the ball from side to side, so like it was the perfect first half from them. And from the Penrith Panthers perspective, when they went down to this early lead, you sort of went there and go, all right, no Cleary, no Luai. How do they respond to this? They'd lost 2 on the trot. What's going to happen here? And what Penrith always do, regardless of who they've got in and out of their side, they stick to what they know. And that is that high percentage power game through the middle, and then they just back themselves in to get the job done, and they never panic. And in this game, they did. They panicked. And there were some outlandish balls and just played some wild catch-up footy.
The complete opposite of what they usually play.
Yeah, and there's catch-up footy where you go, all right, they were down 28-0 or whatever it might have been. But it's never flustered Penrith coming from behind. They just stick to exactly what they've always done, and more often than not it works for them. But they looked lost trying to chase points. That being said, the Bunnies put them in that position where their first up contact was so good in this. They were giving the Panthers nothing. Their line speed was unreal. So credit went due to the Bunnies who forced this kind of footy out of Penrith and that panic.
Absolutely. And I think that look, I understand if you're 28-0 down, there's 10 minutes to go. Let's say 20 minutes to go. And you're like, listen, it's going to be mathematically impossible unless we just find a way to score points. But I felt like they were panicking after 12-0 down. Like, I thought it was the panic from Penrith came really early, where I think it might have been Dane Laurie. It would have been in the first 10 minutes where he was doing little tap-ons like that out of his own half, and you're just going, what? Like, that's so unlike Penrith. Like, so unlike Penrith. And so, like, I want to be really clear in my critique of Penrith. Be really, really clear. I believe by the end of the year, they'll be fine. They're going to be fine. They'll be able to work this all together. They'll be able to either bring Cole on his journey where they'll build him up to where they need him to be, or obviously Nathan Cleary will play a lot of footy games. I will say, however, in the last 3 years, maybe 4 years, they've relied on Luai to get them through these situations. And I know that the Penrith fans have appreciated that. I really do. Penrith fans have always appreciated Luai. But I think the wider audience, because you've got guys like Cleary and Edwards and Yeo that have these big moments in the big games, sometimes they aren't aware that Luai's actually, the wins that he was scraping together during the season is what got them in the top 4 to be able to have those moments. And there is an argument to be made, if Luai isn't a part of that squad over the last 3 or 4 years, they missed the top 4 at least once or twice. Maybe they wouldn't have, but there is an argument made that he could have. And this is what the Panthers are dealing with right now, is going, we have fallen back so often on Luai and the halves being paired with a rookie, and their recruitment has been decimated. I want to make it really clear. I'm empathising with the Panthers. They couldn't. What more could they do? Katoa got taken, O'Sullivan, Cogger, you name it. It's been taken. Now Luai. So you're looking at like 4 or 5 starting halves. Burton has been taken. There you go. So I'm saying, like, this is just the problem. They're suffering from success, pretty much.
Yeah, and as you said, mate, it has been Jerome Luai over the last years that steered the ship. And, they're going to get to Origin in 6 weeks' time, where normally they're 8-2. They're 1-3 now.
It's tough.
They're going to have Nathan Cleary, Dill Edwards, Isaiah Yeo, even more guys going into a State of Origin camp. It's, you're going to have Jack Cole and probably Schneider during that period. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go.
And I will say, so I saw quite a few comments going, oh, come on, boys, this is every year. It's actually not. This is the worst start to the season that they've had, points differential-wise and loss-wise, since they started this.
Well, they've looked clunky to start seasons. Yeah. They haven't been conceding 30 points.
No.
And 3 losses in a row, first time since 2019 before this all began. But that's the other thing. The injuries are getting worse and worse. But honestly, from Vegas, even their edge defence has looked poor with Cleary there, with Edwards there, with more players on deck. So it's not like it just started on the weekend. Like they've been, clunky in attack and defensively quite frail from what we've seen in many years all season.
Yeah. So I think I won't speak for you, but I'm assuming we all agree that they'll get it together. Or thoughts?
Yeah, I think they'll get it together. I don't think they're going to win the comp this year, though.
Okay.
I feel kind of confident they're not going to win the comp this year.
I think they'll get together, yeah. And, I don't think they'll be panic mode yet. Cleary will come back this week. I think we'll get him into line. I still think they can win the comp, but they're relying on Nathan Cleary staying fit and playing the majority of games and being fit going into finals, because we've seen, obviously, without Luai, if Cleary does go down again, they're not just going to get by and win all these games. So Cleary has to stay fit for him.
Can I ask you, if we get to finals, let's say they're 5th or 6th, no team's won it from outside the top.
I was about to say,
years, can they do it?
The concerning thing for Penrith haters, I'm not saying you guys are, but just people that are like writing them off, is they're the one team that would buck the trend of, yep, we finished 8th, but we just went on this crazy run. Like, I would believe it. Now, just to clarify what you're saying, though, Roo, because people are going to say, oh, you're saying they're still premiership contenders, but you don't have them as...
Yeah, no, I don't think they will win the comp. I've said it for a year. Like, I'm not saying they can't. I just don't think they will this year. I think that, I said that in the preseason too. I just think it will catch up to them this year. I think Jerome Luai and Fish are going to be incredibly big losses. And, even more so with this record now, I think it is going to prove difficult for them to finish in the top 4. I think as well, what this does for the rest of the comp is all of a sudden they look human.
Yeah, they look
for the first time in half a decade.
Like when Mike Tyson started to, people started to have good wins against him. He lost that. I'm not saying Penrith are at that stage yet, but if they keep losing, they may lose a little bit of that aura.
Like, imagine the Cowboys 3 weeks ago looking down the barrel of this game going, fuck, this is the worst thing that could happen to us. Like, I'm not saying the Cowboys are pulling upset, but I think the Cowboys would be looking at this very differently now.
And the other thing, like you mentioned, losing all those boys to Origin middle of the year. In the past, they've always been so comfortable ladder-wise where they've gone, all right, Tyler ran for 300 metres in Origin, we'll rest him. Nath had a big game, we'll rest him backing up, and they can give him these spells. If they continue to drop a few games, they're not going to have that luxury of resting players. And you look in recent years as well, they've always, or not always, last couple of years, mass rested round 26 or 27, whatever it might be, to give blokes a spell to keep them fresh for finals. Like, they might be scrapping for top 4 or a home final or whatever that might be now. So, and again, it's the Panthers. They could win the next month into the trot. Wouldn't surprise anyone, and we're not concerned. But as it stands, that's the way it's looking, where they won't have these nice luxuries.
Yeah. Knowing the Panthers, they will win the next month.
I know.
Yeah,
look, get those boys back. Yeah,
I'm really confident. They'll be able to bring it back together. I'm really confident they'll be I reckon by around 15, 16, I reckon they'll just go. As long as they keep themselves in touch with the top 4, with like 8 or so weeks to go, they can just make that push. So I think they'll get it together, and I think we can all agree that they're suffering from success. This isn't. It's not a situation where you're judging them going, oh, they've made all these poor decisions. They're more of a situation of they're just dealing with what they can because they've been so successful, and there's a salary cap. Hammy, I'd love to get your thoughts, mate.
Yes, no, I'm with you. I think if they can get themselves into the finals, they've got enough experience and talent, provided they're fit, to they could win 4 weeks in a row and win the whole thing. They are definitely missing Luai. That was a point I was going to make. You've covered off on it pretty well, but years gone by when Cleary's gone, there's been someone there to just take over the show. They're a little bit more inexperienced in that department as well this year. I do feel a bit for Tolau. He played on the weekend. Probably didn't have his best game, went off injured. I had a look at him I was there at Leichhardt in the trial against Manly.
So good.
He is a hell of a player. He's going to be really good. So
and that was against a lot of first graders too. So it wasn't just like he was playing New South Wales.
Manly were basically playing their first grade side. He's a great player. So if and when he gets more cracks, he'll be a lot better. But look, it is their worst start to the season in quite a while. Their next 3 games, I think, are pretty winnable. They've got the Cowboys, the Dolphins, and the Roosters. They could very easily be 4-3. Come round 7 or whatever, and all of a sudden they're back on track. But I'm probably with Roo. I don't have them. I probably don't. If I had to choose one team to win the comp, it probably wouldn't be them. But that said, if they get to September, they've just got enough runs on the board at the point of the season to wouldn't shock me if they got very close.
Yeah, I think the other thing in their defence over the last 3 weeks, like Brian Toto scores that try against the Roosters. All of a sudden, it's 2 losses in a row. They were in the game against the Melbourne Storm, and if Leota gets given that try the other night against South Sydney, they were sort of running downhill all of a sudden. They've lost 3 in a row. They're defending poorly 100%, but I think what Ivan said 3 weeks ago, that this team never knows when they're beaten, I think that's very evident over the last few weeks.
No, I think they'll get it together. Because the thing is like, aside from this performance, all the other ones, they've either won or been in the game. So obviously they won the Sharkies game. Yes, the Roosters got out to a bit of a lead, but they dragged that back in. And so they haven't played terribly. They've just been really patchy. They haven't just had the 80-minute performance. So I just got these stats here. So just so people, in regards to, the narrative of they always start seasons slow, I think that's getting conflated with they look clunky at the start of the season rather than So 2021, they had 4 wins in a row to start the season. 2022, they had 4 wins in a row. 2023, and this is when you could start to see, the fatigue and the, rep honours and, longer preseasons, all that kind of stuff kicking in. So 2023, they had 1 win, 2 losses and a bye. So that's last year.
They lost the World Club Challenge
too. This year. And they lost the World Cup Challenge as well, but just going off the round NRL stuff. So they had 1 win, 2 losses and a bye 2023. And 2024, they had 1 win, and this year they had 1 win and 3 losses. So it's essentially their worst start to a year.
Yep.
But I think they'll get it together. I really do. I just think that we're seeing a team that's won fucking 4 premierships in a row. It's just taken them and on top of that, even with their, let's say you went back to another season and said, they had 1 win and 3 losses. Their points differential is way worse than it was last year. So last year they still were, I think, either just above positive points difference or just underneath. Put it this way, they weren't conceding 30 points or 29 points a game, which is what they're averaging at the moment. I think they'll get it together though. I think that it'll take a little bit of time. Yes, they're clunky. And I also think we have to leave them room for trust the Panther system that the halves we're seeing and the rookies that we're seeing in the team now, they're so good at developing them that in round 16, they won't be the same person. They'll be such a better rugby league player by the time they get to like round 15, 16. But it is a tough start for the Panthers. Now, in regards to performances, it's a bit of a weird one because if you look at some of the stats, like some blokes had some huge knocks, but then it was just their completion rate, especially in the first half. They just gave themselves no chance to build any pressure. Absolutely no chance to build any pressure. I think they ended at the end of the game, let's get up here, with a 69% completion rate. And that's including the second half, which was actually a bit better. So imagine what the first half would have been. And like, if you're going to go up against a red-hot Rabbitohs side and complete at like 69%, like they're gonna make you pay. It's not. I think a lot of people don't like the Rabbitohs. Yes, we had that but down year last year, but the Rabbitohs are one of the better attacking sides in the competition when they're on. Just had that down year last year. So, in regards to players, the funny thing is as I said, when you look at some of these stats, like they're friggin' played really well. But it was just like, for example, Liam Martin, he made 3 errors. Leota made some uncharacteristic errors. Unfortunately, Dane Laurie had a really, really poor game. I will say, with Laurie, these are the games, in my opinion, that keep him out of being a regular first grader. He just needs to get rid of these games that he has maybe once a month or once every 6 weeks. Every now and then he'll just have a game where he might not be concentrating or the errors are there. He just needs to find a way to just get this game out of his system because me personally, I think it's what stops him from always getting the 14 jersey or always being a guarantee that he's a call-up to play fullback. Because unfortunately on the weekend it just did not work for him.
I thought one little find for them on the weekend was the Milky Bar kid at left centre, Tom Jenkins. I thought he was really good. Attack was good, defended well. I think he could be a mainstay in this team, I think.
Well, he might put pressure on a guy like Dane Laurie, who is the backup fullback. I mean, because Jenkins played fullback last.
He's not a fullback though. I think it was pretty evident when he played there. I found that he hasn't played.
I thought he was all right at fullback. I know his positioning wasn't great, but I feel like they can work. Well, put it this way: who do you reckon played better, Dane Laurie at Rabbitohs at fullback, or Jenkins against the Storm?
Oh, sure, but it's Dane Laurie's worst game he's played by far and away. He's got a lot more runs on the board. Like Jenkins literally isn't a fullback. And I understand.
I think it'll put pressure on. I really do. I
think they'd rather Blaze there next before Jenkins, but we'll see. I think in the centres anyway, he is a guy that'll probably hold on to that spot.
So they'll keep Alamotti on the wing in case McLean won't get put back in?
Well, Brian To'o's injured now, so there's a good chance that Casey will come back in or Blaze could maybe come out there. I just reckon they'll keep Jenkins in there somewhere.
Yeah. No, I agree. They'll keep him in somewhere. I just think that, I don't know, I wouldn't write him off being an option for fullback just yet. I think that the Panthers' ability to develop players, and if Dane Laurie keeps having an issue where, because he did go through a period at the Tigers where he had a lot of errors in him.
Yeah.
And so
he was in and out there as well.
Yes, I don't want Laurie to go through that patch, but he does have it in him. And I look at Panthers in the way they've gone about with Blaze, and I just think that they don't want to hinder his development by throwing him in too early. But I see what you're saying. I'm not going to pretend he's not an out-and-out centre. He's an out-and-out centre.
For you guys, finals, week 1, who's partnering Nath Cleary in the halves, do we think?
I think they're really trying to get Cole to be that man. I think you've got to give Cole at least, I don't know how long, but enough time to kind of put his best foot forward. But I agree, it's a good question to ask because I do believe there's a bit of pressure. And
I think it's the question to ask this year with them.
Yeah. Because he hasn't really hit he's had moments and he's had, I think, the second half against the Melbourne Storm, I thought he was quite good. I felt like it took him a while to step into the game against the Storm, but it's not like he's hit the ground running yet. He's got plenty of time, though. It's only a few games. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I think Jack Cole, I thought he was excellent last week when Cleary went down. Not as impressive in this game. I just think it's going to take time for them to work out this balance and the partnership between him and Nathan Cleary. And again, I thought Cole had some really good moments stepping up and being the more dominant half in the game when Cleary's been absent. They just need to work out what this looks like when Cleary comes back. And, mate, it might even be just allowing Cole a bit more freedom just to take a bit of attacking pressure off Nathan Cleary, because everything is going through him at the moment, especially with, Dylan Edwards injured as well, just to ease a little bit of the pressure on him, because in recent years, he's had that foil of Luai where he could always hit and go to. He's had Dylan Edwards, who he'll be back in a few weeks, that's fine, but I like Cole. I think, Blaze Talangi, he's the ultra-talented, high upside, 5'8". If he can get his defence in order, I'm not convinced he can immediately or in terms of this year, long-term, sure. But, yeah, I think it's Jack Cole for now, boys, but there's a heap of pressure on because he certainly hasn't done a heap to cement that spot.
I will say with Blaze, I think that the Panther are probably looking at him going, look, he's the next 10 years. Let's not throw him in the deep end because we may ruin a guy that could be Cleary's partner for at least 5-6 years.
I'd love to see Blaze get a run at fullback. For what it's worth, I'm happy with Dane Laurie for the moment at fullback because I think he's a gun as well. I just think Blaze's issue is his defence, right? So in the front line, I just don't know that he's ready to be a regular NRL player.
He has the communication for fullback?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to know that without talking to someone at the club or a player because you can't hear that watching the TV, can you?
I'm with you though. Dane Laurie should be the fullback next week. I just worry that he has. You look at his career. And he does have these, these long streaks of bloody good footy, and then sometimes he has a bit of a, 4 to 5 weeks. He wasn't even the Tigers starting side when he left. I know he came in at 6 right at the end. I think he'll bounce back, but he just needs to get this out of his game because just too many errors on the weekend.
I'm still back. He can't be far away. A week or two, or
only a couple of weeks.
I thought he was.
I think with Dill, I think they've got to give him as many weeks as possible. Don't rush him back. I feel like Dill, especially this back end of the last season, or even middle to end, and then this season, he's never allowed himself to get back to 100%. And I don't think Dill has played as good as he did at the start of last season. I thought the start of last season he was just fucking best fullback in the comp, killing it. I feel like around or after Origin, he looked a bit fatigued. Not fatigued, but he just looked a bit banged up. So I hope they give him enough time to kind of fully recover from whatever injury.
It's going to take a strong word to keep him out.
I know.
Side, though.
He was
Deal.
on Matty Johns last week, and he said he was going to miss this week, but back the following.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Okay. Now onto the Rabbitohs. We've already gone over time. That's awesome. Fuck me. Okay, onto the Rabbitohs. Look, it's just insane. Wayne Bennett's magic. This roster isn't that much different to last year. The only difference is obviously Humphries. And he's been solid, but it's not like Humphries is setting the world alight. I know he had the field goal and all that stuff, but he's just been getting through his kicks and tackling, really, when you watch him play. But it is phenomenal, the difference that you see with Wayne Bennett at a club. There's no way that they're playing like this last year. And this is essentially the same roster. And they're also missing some key players. In this game, I thought it was Mamazella's probably best game in first grade. I feel like we've talked about it quite a bit with Mamazelis, where we don't know whether he is or he isn't a full-time first grade 9 because we just haven't seen enough yet, and we hadn't really seen that game where it clicked for us and went, well, at least for me, where it clicked for me and went, yep, he can be an NRL 9 and I'm happy to give him 60, 70 minutes a game. And this is the first game where I was like, no, I think he can be. I think he can be an NRL 9, at least under Wayne Bennett's tutelage if they keep playing like this. I thought he was outstanding.
Yeah, I agree. I was really concerned coming into this season about him and just how they'd managed his development. And to be honest, probably one of my big concerns was that I knew how good Jamie Humphries was going to be. And I thought he'd end up in the 9 role because I thought they'd give Dodd first shot. I think that's helped him, but Mamazelis has just taken that opportunity with both hands. You mentioned how they were last year. The end of round 3 last year, they lost to the Roosters 48 points to 6. Latrell Mitchell was still playing in that side. Cody Walker was playing in that side. I think there's an fair argument they're in a worse spot this year. And at this point last year, they were 1-3. Now they're 3-1.
It's crazy. It is just Wayne Bennett magic. The fact they're 3-1.
Yeah. When you put Wayne, is it that crazy?
I know, but
he's a freak.
In rugby league though, usually when you say, oh yeah, Wayne's a coach is going to arrive, he's going to sort everything. It's come on, that's not how rugby league works. It's too good to be true. But with Wayne, he just does it.
It's amazing with their injuries that they've had.
It is, yeah.
If they stayed
for
fully
sure.
fit,
I
remember early in the preseason, we were all so high on the bunnies. I was sitting there going, potentially win a comp, top 4. And then there was concerns around Campbell Graham early in the season. Latrell Mitchell went down, Cam Murray went down. Each went, oh God, the wheels are falling off straight away. And then we're sort of sitting there going, are they even going to be top 8? once the injuries hit, it has turned into another Wayne miracle.
It has, and mate, even like 2 weeks ago, like I didn't have Hubner in my best 17 to start the season. When he got suspended, I went, oh fuck, like that's going to hurt them massively. Like, they just keep putting a side together. They get Hubner back in this week. Campbell Graham, how long is he out for? Like a month or so, is it? Round 7. Like, mate, if they can get to round 7 and Latrell's playing by that point, and
I think Latrell's back this week.
He's back this week against the Roosters. Like,
all right, boys, what do you do? What do you do? Come on. What do you do with Trell? I want to hear it.
Jai Gray's leading the Dally M.
Trell to hooker.
Speak to me. Come on, boys.
if I was picking the team this week, I would have Latrell at fullback. I'd have Jai Gray at 14 is how I would do it.
Do you, Meek?
Big question for Monday morning. I'm 100% like Latrell Mitchell fullback moving forward. Like he can win you a comp there. But hasn't played this season. It was a hamstring issue, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Campbell Graham's out. Do you just play him at centre for a week or two to get that match fitness back? I would short term.
I think there's method to your madness there. I like it as well. And we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago. And Joel Kane had the theory as well. You know, you just let him take all the hard work at fullback away from him and just let him go to fullback when you get into the red zone down that end. Stick him at centre, and for the time being, you probably can accommodate him and Gray. But I reckon it's a no-brainer based on the fact that Campbell Graham's out. Stick him at centre, make it easy for him to kind of come back into the side. I'd be looking at that.
I'm really torn. I'm so torn because in a world where there wouldn't be headlines, I'd put him at centre. Just the headlines would be so hectic. However, I think you've got the perfect excuse to put him at centre and see how it goes. And you just say to him, you just go, Trell, mate, it's the second time we've done your hammy, second or third. Just ease you back in good ball, you become fullback. Like in any good ball, you go to fullback, Jai goes to the edge. And it just gives you an excuse to say to the media, he hasn't played in, whatever months, 3 or 4 months. I'm trying to get his fitness back up. That's the only reason he's there. Once he's fit, he'll most likely be back there. I just reckon you've got an excuse to try and see how it goes.
I think it's a short-term no-brainer, and you just go like, even to Latrell, mate, fullback's your spot. For sure. But as you said, hammy issues. Get yourself back, get your match finished up. Jai Gray's been outstanding. And then in the meantime, internally, if I'm Wayne Bennett, I'm sitting there going, all right, 2 weeks, like Latrell, you'll be there back. But if Jai Gray kills it and goes bang, bang, then we have a headache. But
also, then you can, if just say Jai Gray kills it, Latrell is playing well as well, and they're winning footy matches, you can say to Trell, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to play fullback or do you want to win footy matches right now? Because we're going really well. Let's not upset
let's win a comp.
I don't know. Rude thoughts, mate.
Mate, if I get where you're both coming from. If I was Wayne, I'd go to Latrell this week and say, hey, you can play centre, you can roam, you can do whatever you want, or you can play fullback.
That's a good...
If he responds and goes, I'm the fucking fullback, it's your jersey.
Okay.
I'd just let him go.
Okay. I don't mind that tactic as well.
I get where you guys are coming from. It makes sense. But I think he is just such an elite and special talent that if he says, no, I'm the guy, let him be the guy.
I guess I'm with you in regards to like he's such an elite and special talent, but you're automatically essentially losing about 150 metres per match. When you could, the reason why I don't mind him becoming fullback in attacking football is you keep all his line break and try assists because that's what he's there for, is line break and try assists. And then you get all the hard work out of their end with Jai Gray of 200 plus metres a game.
You get some Ks into the hammy in the meantime as well, and you ease him back in. He doesn't need to go back in and have all that ground coverage at fullback. Like the workload at centre will be so much less for him. It shores him up enormously defensively as well. And as you said, the best work he does is his ball playing, in the opposition red zone, in their 20 and that attacking opportunity. He can still do that and sweep and play both sides of the field in bits and pieces. Not the whole time, but they can have shapes and they can have plays set up for Latrell to be chiming in there. So I think short term you do it, but under no disillusions, in 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, Latrell's back to fullback for you.
If you're the Roosters this week, are you more scared of seeing Jai Gray and Trell out there versus Trell and Tass? What would you at least like to come up against?
That's a fair point. It's a tough one. Jeez, it's a tough one. I don't mind your shout of asking Trell because he might go, you know what? Like if you said to Trell, listen, the decision's yours. I'd like to play at centre and ease you back into things and then eventually we get you fullback most likely. I don't mind the idea of letting him make the decision because he might say, you know what? Yep, whatever's team first.
Mate, returning from injury with a hamstring, there's every chance he will say, yeah, okay, I get it. But if he's backing himself and ready to go, mate, there's not many more fullbacks I'd rather in the one jersey.
Oh, mate, him at full, and he looks fit. He looks so fit. He looks as fit as he's looked since the Roosters, in my opinion.
I think as well, like what you're saying is, if he's playing Saturday, he can move into fullback in attacking zone as well. Mate, I just think Latrell's one of those guys, when you put your arm around him, he'll back it up for you.
Yeah.
I think he's just got that mindset of, I need to be the guy.
Yeah.
The other thing is, like, this is Wayne Bennett we're talking about.
Yeah,
If
he'll know
Wayne
what
Bennett
to
says
do.
to me, mate, I think for the best thing for the team for the next 2 weeks is you centre. It's Latrell. I think Latrell responds to Wayne Bennett and goes, all right, mate, like, let's do it.
We'll see. We'll see. The rubber will meet the road, no doubt. Just want a quick shout out. Liam LeBlanc, I thought he was great. Tavita Tatala, first time starting in forever. 27 minutes, 131 metres. Outstanding. Yep. Outstanding.
Mate,
player.
Liam LeBlanc, he was awesome in this.
He's so
his
good.
First up, like his line speed and just the hit and stick on him. I've never watched the Bunnies and seen him play off the bench and gone, like, really stood out. He was excellent in this game.
He's been very good in reserve grade for a while now.
Yep.
Talented kid, yeah.
And just a quick shout out, Ravalawa. Bloody good game, and shows you what he can do. Like he has always had all the potential in the world. He just silently, I don't know, down to the Dragons. He's played quite a lot of games. I know defensively he can have his issues or whatever, but running the ball back, he is a problem.
After last week's game, I sat there and went, oh, geez, like, he's got a lot to do if he wants to play much first grade again.
Yep.
Wayne stuck by him this week. The defensive job that he did on Brian Toto had one-on-ones with him, numerous occasions that Toto finishes 9 times out of 10. Ravalawa just got his read right, got his timing right, hit, stuck. He did a tremendous job on. He also came up with a play, it might have been on Laurie, where he shot out and had a read late in the game and knocked the ball loose, basically, cemented the win for them. I thought Ravalawa was outstanding.
And then you go, wait a second, Ravalawa with all that talent and Wayne Bennett, like the ceiling is like through the roof. Already spoke about it. Keon, absolutely outstanding. I mean, to be honest, across the board. Unfortunately, though, we've got to move on to the next game, guys. I thought Jackie Whiten was really good across the board. Was there really that many bad players for the Rabbitohs?
There wasn't any.
There really wasn't. Outstanding performance. But yeah, we have to move on to the next game.
Bunny Roosters Friday night. Good.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Okay, on to the next game. The Titans defeat the Roosters 30-12. Now, it sounds harsh. The score is a little bit deceiving because the game was like in the balance until maybe the last 10 minutes or so. But I didn't want to say that because I feel like it takes away from what the Titans did. But it was quite a close game. 30-12 suggests that they would towed up. It was a relatively close game. For me, this was a Campbell show. The game was in the balance. It looked like the Roosters had all the momentum. They're on their line. And I put a snippet up on Instagram just breaking the play down. And like all weekend, especially this year, I feel like we've seen a real increase in halfbacks being isolated by big back rowers. Like just nothing you can do about it. Get on that, when they're on the try line, if you just run that hard line on a halfback, it doesn't matter how hard they try to tackle, you're going to score a try. And what I loved about Campbell is he just went, oh, okay, so I'm being spotted up. Sweet, I'll just go for the intercept instead. I won't even bother trying to tackle Angus Crichton on the line. I'll just go for the intercept. At the worst, I knock the ball down. We go to tackle again. That's fine because I know if I try and tackle Crichton one-on-one, he's going to score. And if you actually watch closely, he gets a space, so he gets up about 8 metres. He stays square, and maybe he meant it or maybe he didn't. I don't know. But literally, a millisecond after you see Angus Crichton head outwards with like an out ball, Campbell turns his body in for the intercept. Now, maybe it was just a coincidence, but I personally believe he identified the fact that if Crichton is on an out ball, so head in rather than an unders line, that means that Teddy's definitely not getting the ball. So I don't need to slide off. It's definitely going to Angus, turn my body in, get the intercept, score a try. Sets up the try. Scores a try.
Scores, yep.
Then they go back. He converts as well. They go back. They get down the Roosters down to their end. He, out of nowhere, gets a repeat set. Like, literally by himself, rubbers in, tackles Sandon Smith. They get a repeat set. They literally score. I think he also tapped the ball back in, and they literally score the next set, and they win the game. Like, it was 10 minutes of absolute brilliance from Campbell that won the Titans the game. And look, I see the vision. It's starting to come together for the Titans. We've been heartbroken before, so I'm not going to get too excited. But it's there. It's there. What do you reckon, Roo?
Yeah, I thought the Roosters were probably the better side for 50, 55. I thought there was a win just waiting for them to grab it, but they didn't, and the Titans just hung in there. And that Jaden Campbell moment, that obviously turned the game. I love the first try, mate. You spoke about it all coming together for the Titans. I love Jaden Campbell ran, and then AJ Brimson, he wasn't trying to be a halfback, a 5'8" fullback. He was just being AJ Brimson. I can see space, just give me the football and I'll just take him on. I think that's how they've got to play their footy. If one half runs, the other one has to follow. I thought that really summed up the Gold Coast Titans there in that moment. That's what we need to see more of from them. Tino missed a couple of tackles, but just his presence. And I love the way that they're using about 14 interchanges a week to get him on and off the field, which I love because he's the forward pack.
Absolutely. You got to work your way around getting him on the field, but also not gassing him out too much. Timmy, thoughts, mate?
It was just so enjoyable to see the Titans back this run up, boys. And we'll say it week in, week out, and we want to see them string wins together, and not even necessarily wins, just good, consistent performances. And defensively, they've conceded 3 tries in 2 weeks now. They've conceded 10 line breaks in the 2 weeks, which is fine. That's a pretty good result. But it just again tells me just they're scrambling so much better now. If they are conceding a line break, there's players coming from everywhere, and there's effort areas to get there and shut these players down and shut these line breaks down. I'm so happy to see it, and I said it before, I don't really care about their attack because I know how many attacking weapons there are in this team, and if they get their defence right, points aren't going to be an issue. We saw what they did here. They showed a bit of grit, and they hung in despite, not necessarily being the better team for the first 50-odd minutes. But they hung in it, and the points just went bang, bang, bang. It was 3 tries about 10, 15 minutes. And they will do that time and time again if they can stay in contest. But I'm just so happy to see their defence living up to it, boys.
You got to feel sorry for them this week too. We spent all pre-season talking about the halves. The one thing that was sorted was the fullback spot. Now he's out for X amount of months.
As in Kinney or De Groot?
Yeah. I
actually got a little note here. Don't get me wrong, Kinney's the number one main man there. But De Groot's got a bit of ball playing about him that I feel like Kinney probably doesn't have. Kinney is still my number one man. But I don't know. I didn't mind De Groot's ball playing. He looks almost like a bit of a 5'8" back there. And
he's handy. He can play.
Yeah, and I just think that if you've got enough strike with Brimo and Campbell, is that extra bit of ball playing going to help him at all? It's a different style of rugby league that Kinney plays. But I'm with you. You wish Kinney was playing the whole season, but I just wonder whether that ball playing might give him a different point of attack.
Isn't it crazy though? We talk about all of a sudden they've got too many halves. You've now got Keeney gone, Carter Gordon gone, Kieran Foran gone, and the Titans sitting there going, well, thank fuck we signed 6
Yeah, absolutely. Hammy, what do you think, mate?
No, I'm liking the Titans. I think, we all thought going into this game that the market suggested that the Roosters were very warm favourites, but we like what we saw from the Titans the week before. They backed it up again, which is something that they have famously not done week to week in the past. They look really good this week. I'm really enjoying the Campbell-Brimson halves combo. There was a lot of chat when they were all fully fit at the start of the year, probably 4, and if they were all fit, he probably would still be there. But I'm glad that we've had an opportunity to have a look at Campbell at 7. It's a little bit different, a little bit unorthodox, but suits the way that they're playing at the moment. So they were very impressive. He was excellent. And, another good win for the Titans.
And I've got to put my hand up. I was very much against having Brimo and Campbell in the halves. I thought for sure you've got to have 4 in there. And at the moment, I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. It looks like it's working. Got to put my hand up when I'm wrong.
Yeah, and you know what? Yes, you're putting your hand up when it's wrong. It is going to have points in this season where it's going to look like a train wreck. They're not going to be able to kick themselves out of games. There is going to be games where they're going to have their pants pulled down because of this, but I just think they have to lean into it, the situation they find themselves in. My first thought when Keeney went down was, okay, is this your chance to put Brimson to fullback and maybe bring in a Tom Weaver? But I like that they've just stuck to the plan.
Yeah. I think with that as well, it's if you're going to lean into it, lean into it. Don't go, oh shit, we got one injury. All of a sudden we're a conservative team again. And that's why, there's been talk about DCE potentially to the Titans. And I'm just you're almost admitting that this new style of footy that you've tried to go after is not the right. Now, don't get me wrong. Are they a better side with DC in it? Of course they are. But he's a typical halfback. He's a bloody good typical halfback. And I think that, as I said, you'd almost be admitting that you're just doing this because of the fact that you've got all these fullbacks you're trying to fit into the side.
Yeah, and DC, once again, is a short-term solve.
Yeah.
You're still going to be in the same boat in 2 years' time.
And I think putting DC into the side, do they become a premiership threat? I still wouldn't, in saying that he is pretty incredible, that fullback is good on paper. But yeah, anyway, that's just a side note. But yeah, in regards to performance, we'll just talk quickly about the Roosters. Look, in the first half, I thought they had a lot of really good short ball playing around the ruck, forward to forward, Teddy to forwards, and I thought they were picking the Titans apart. Like, they were constantly scrambling, constantly on the back foot. But, like, I feel like this stat is wrong, but 57% completion rate. Like, what? What? That is like, it's just, I can't remember the last time you got to the end of a game. Now, don't get me wrong, I've seen halves of footy where it's had that, but I almost feel like that's got to be incorrect, like 57% completion rate, because I can't remember the last time I saw that at the end of a game.
Mate, I agree with you. They were on top for the majority of that game. They just weren't able to execute it. I do wonder, Chad Townsend at halfback. You had Savala, who's been coming off the bench the last few weeks. He went back to New South Wales Cup. He had 2 try assists, 1 line break assist. Good win over a good Raiders side. He's 5'8", Jake Elliott. 2 try assists, 2 line break assists, 1 line break himself. Do you consider moving Sandon Smith and maybe just letting him run the team? He's done it before. He's been okay at it. And then you bring in one of these young guys. I mean, I just... Chad's very experienced, but I'm just not convinced it's quite coming through at the moment. I just wonder if they've got all that much to lose. I'd love to see them throw a Jake Elliott in there. I know he hasn't played first grade yet, but big body, 5'8", good ball runner. It's something that I would seriously consider.
Yeah, I see what the only problem is, like, Sandon Smith had 5 errors on the weekend. It'd be a bit of a rough
I just
message.
think Sandon's trying things though.
Yeah.
I just feel like if I'm playing against the Roosters, I don't think Chad's on my sheet at the moment. With all due respect to him, he's been a very good player for a long time, but I just think they could maybe offer a little bit more with. And if Chad brought a long kicking game that not many in the game do, okay, I can get it, but I don't know what at the moment if he's bringing enough to this side.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I wouldn't be leaning into Sand on 7. I don't know enough about the grade coming through, Roo, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know about Sand on getting him around the park, and I think like they're creating enough, the Roosters. Like they had the 6 line breaks, they were just about all in the first half where they did their damage. They're not capitalising on any of it, and their last pass so often is just not getting to the right man, not hitting the bloke going into the gap, and then not getting it right. If they're going to persist with Townsend and Sandon, I would almost be leaning into just them 2 in traditional half at 5'8" roles. I'd be getting Townsend just as playing as the 7, playing very central, being the first receiver, doing a lot of the kicking, particularly the short kicking game. Sandon looks so good in attack to me. I just feel like they're looking clunky in attack, the Roosters, and I would be letting Sandon play both sides of the field as that second receiver, as a ball-running 5'8". I think he's got such an electric running game. He's got a good passing game. He had a nice try assist for Nwanga Nitawazi, and I'd just be trying that if they are going to stick with Townsend and Smith. Just Townsend through the middle, and then Sandon just swings off him both sides, and Teddy does the same.
All right, we'll go through the Titans' performances, and then we'll just go through individually in regards to the Roosters' performances. But who stood out for you, mate, in the Titans side, Hammy?
Well, I think both those halves are really good. As I touched on before, I think, Tino, look, there was a couple of defensive kind of moments, but I still think ball in hand, when they've got him back out there, they look a hell of a lot more dangerous. Another try for him as well, late in the game, from Tino as well. So, they just look a completely different side with him back on the field. Obviously, he missed the big, the bulk of last year, but he's looked like a real handful in the last couple of games. He's probably, alongside the halves, the one that stood out for me on the weekend.
I mean, Tino, just like we speak about every week, like when does he ever play a bloody bad game?
Yeah,
seriously.
exactly.
He's just, and look what he's already doing. He had an ACL injury. Like he's fucking 3 games back from an ACL, and he's playing like this. It's just truly, the Gold Coast are blessed to have him at the club. Like, you just imagine this side without him. Like, he is the heart and soul of that club. Like, truly, he's an amazing player.
I'd say he's not on the level of those two, obviously, but both Thermal's a good footballer.
I was literally just about to say, I thought their edge defence was really good with the 2 back rowers, especially with how much the Roosters were moving the ball around. So Cleese, Haas, 33 tackles, only 1 miss. Bo Fermor, 29 tackles, only 1 miss. So you're looking at about 60 tackles between them on the edges, 2 misses. Like, what do we always talk about with the Titans? Defence. And when you see stuff like that, you're like, yes, you can build off that. Like, and it's also, that's probably the reason why Fafita's coming off the bench. is because, he's not going to probably do that in defence where he's going to make 33 tackles and miss one. Well, you can even look when he did come on Fafita, he had 22 tackles, 3 misses, which is not bad at all. It's not bad at all. And I actually thought Fafita looked much more energetic than he did look in weeks past. But, maybe... Yeah, I just think it's good for the Titans that they're leaning into defence with some of their selections, and it seems to be paying off. It seems to be paying off.
Yeah, well, I love, even you mentioned like Fafita coming on, I love that they're getting him, and they've done a little bit, but just running that sweep shape that we've spoken so often about on this podcast over the last sort of 12 to 18 months. But the try assist he had for, I think it was Phil Sammy, who scored it on the wing. But just where the back row's sweeping out the back of the play, and we talk about it often with Viliami Kikau, Olakau'atu started doing it at Manly this year. It takes a special play to do it because you've got to get your timing right, and you've obviously got to have the hands for that tip on, which for a big bustling back row, it's a hard thing to do, but it's just so effective and it just changes up the edge attack as well, like from a probably non-typical shape that we see with like just standard block runners with the back row actually going out the back. And the way they did it on the weekend was perfect. And then the defenders jam on him because they go, all right, I'm not going to let Fafita get ahead of steam at me because he'll destroy me. And you tip on try, and if they are a bit passive, the big back row just puts on the arm and goes, all right, and they take them on themselves. So, love it.
Yeah. No, it's if you can just get those big boys one-on-one on the edges, they're essentially impossible to stop. Look, I thought Sam Verrill's 2 try assists, he easily could have had 3 try assists. There was an early pass he threw to Tino that was, I think it was just above his shoulder that if he had a caught, he would have fell over the line. I've always been a big believer in Sam Verrills. Like, I know he has had quite a few injuries. He's in and out of first grade, but I've always rated him. Like he's just a good, solid 9 that can provide good service and get through his work. If he can just stay on the field for them, it eases a lot of headaches because if he goes down, they probably have to put Randall there, and I think he's made the full transition into being more of a forward rather than a 9. So I thought Verrill's really good, and Brimo, just the 2 tries, like just vital tries, and that's what you need your 6 to do. Is like, is he doing all the line breaks himself, or, does he have 180 metres? No, he doesn't. But is he putting points on the board? Yes, he is.
It'd be interesting if you went back in time to see, like, how different it would have been if the Roosters just kept Sam Verrills instead of having Brandon Smith at 9.
It would always...
You free up 500K at a start, but...
It always was strange to me. Yeah. Like, I just never... I get that he was a little bit injury prone, but I never understood the Chiefs signing. I just didn't... It was just unnecessary. I didn't feel like they needed that.
In a red-hot Rooster side, and again, hindsight's a great thing, isn't it? But Verrills could have been like the Mitch Kenny. What Mitch Kenny does for Penrith, just not on a huge wicket, but great defender, smart footballer. Again, injuries has been the problem with him a little bit, but it could have served the exact same purpose among a pretty star-studded Rooster side.
Yep. And just save you so much money in the cap. I thought Philip Sammy in attack once again. 18 runs, 173 metres, 64 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, an offload. He's so underrated, Philip Sammy, for me. He genuinely, if you said the top 10, 15 wingers, like a lot of people would forget to put him in there. And that's I'm not being disrespectful to Sammy. It's more along the lines of he's at a smaller club that, has guys like Tino and Campbell and Brimo in it, but very rarely it is like, okay, every now and then he might have a bit of a few errors here or there, but he's usually one of the better outside backs on the field, Philip Sammy, for me.
I love him.
Yeah.
He's a gun, and as I said, I like the look of Jalen Groot, sort of seen him feature in pre-season trials the last couple of years, and he's had his good moments. The one thing is, if he is their sort of number one moving forward long term, you talk about yardage coming out of his own end. Honestly, I think he ran for, 90-odd metres, 80 metres on the weekend. Keanu Kinney's like a 250 plus, he's a freak. So, Sammy, Tony Francis, whoever it's going to be there for feeder. Even if when Khan Pereira comes back from injury, Khan Pereira not a big meter eater either. So these Kelly, Sammy, Fafita, they're going to have to really up their yardage game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to find interesting of what Desi does, because there were times coming out of their end where De Groot was like the main ball player. He was like getting out, dropping people under, and I just wonder. I'm just interested to see what happens there. The one, and it's not even a knock on Kinney. Kinney is phenomenal. But sometimes when you've got a bloke that takes 30 runs a game, that ball playing just gets lost in the noise because it's just run. And when you're trying to lay structures around fields, it's really hard to do it. I mean, we saw it with Teddy when he was He doesn't do it anymore. But a couple of years ago, where he was just taking a million runs, it was like the Roosters could lay no structure because he was just bouncing everywhere. And so I think that like if there's one silver lining about having a De Groot there is that he is a ball playing kind of fullback. Now that doesn't I still would have Kinney there, but I'm just really intrigued to see how Desi gets the best out of him at fullback there because it's a great point to me. Like he's clearly not a meter eater fullback. Like he's not going to go out there and bloody, give you 1,000,000 meters a game kind of thing. Anyone else, boys, with the Titans before we hit the Roosters?
That's pretty much all, I think. Yep.
Okay, Roosters. I think some positives is Nwanga Nitawase continues to be just a specimen, a bloody good player. And like, it's going to sound a bit dramatic, I think, but I think that like he's actually off contract. Is it this year or next year? I think there's going to be a lot of clubs lining up for his signature. And I think that the Roosters are going to have to throw a fair bit at him to keep him, especially if they struggle this whole year because, yes, I'm sure he's incredibly grateful coming from the Wallabies to the Roosters. And, yes, I'm sure there are some really good plans in place. But I think there are going to be clubs throwing big coin at Nwanga Nitawase because I think he can be one of the better outside backs in the comp.
November 1, he can chat.
Yep.
Can he win Rookie of the Year?
I think he could, couldn't he? He was only like 2-3 games last year, wasn't he?
Played one.
Played one.
Yeah.
I'd imagine so.
I reckon he's going to give it a good nudge.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. In a team that's been quite poor, he's been outstanding.
Yeah. As you said, mate, November 1, I think there'll be a lot of clubs come from. I think, from what I've gathered, I think he loves the Roosters.
Yep.
I think it'll... And, mate, I don't know, I think centre he's great at. I want
to see him wing.
I want to see him on the wing.
Get him on the wing.
Mate, Billy Smith is just lingering around this squad the last few weeks. If I was... I think Daniel Tupou is safe, but if I was Dom Young, I wouldn't want to get an injury or anything anytime soon because that could turn very quickly, I think.
Look, I want to make it extremely clear. This is pure speculation. The definition of speculation is I have no evidence to back this up. I think that Dom Young watched this space. I'm getting the feeling he doesn't look comfortable there. I don't know. It just seems, I don't know, something seems off. And again, I got no evidence to back that up, but I wonder whether if someone does come in with a big offer for Dom Young, would he consider it? I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if they brought Billy Smith in the centre, put him to the wing, and they were a better football side. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Because they signed him on reportedly a pretty big wicket, the Roosters. Could you see where he's off contract, please? Am I going crazy, boys? Is that a crazy take?
No, I can sort of see it. I thought Dom Young, was it last week? He had a good game. The week before that, he was very average, and I thought, okay, they might make a change here. But yeah, Billy Smith's doing very well in New South Wales Cup too. Touch wood, he just stays fit. But if he does, I can see this change coming. Because
Dom Young reportedly on a big wicket, and I think the Roosters were sitting there going, if you're on a big wicket, you need to be essentially one of our best outside backs every single week. And I just reckon there might be a lot of clubs that would be keen on Dom Young. And do the Roosters go... Now, I know that goes against all plans because clearly their plan is for him to replace Tupou. But I feel like Tupou is still playing fucking pretty good footy. Timmy, am I crazy? Speak to me.
Hold up. He's locked in till 27.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how long has Daniel Tupou got left?
I know that's the plan. That's the plan. I don't know. Does it look like a pairing like Dom Young and the Roosters that's like flourishing? We've seen how much they will move off someone when it doesn't work as well as they would have hoped. Okay, has the Dom Young move worked as well as you'd hoped in the Roosters?
I wouldn't call it a failure, but I don't think it's been a raging success.
What do you reckon?
A pass mark? I think he's been decent enough.
I think there's been some sort of flashes of brilliance there, but probably not. It's probably maybe consistent as I would have hoped.
I mean, I think his attack's been really strong. I think his yardage has been pretty good and improved. Defensively, there's been a few moments, but I also feel like they knew that when they signed him. Like at the Knights, defensively he was quite poor as well. Much better in there.
Has he played as good at all as he did at the Knights?
I think he's been similar. I think he's been great in attack, a great finisher. Defensively, he's been fragile at moments. So
I personally,
I think what they've signed, they've got. I don't think there's anything too different.
See, I think that he hasn't hit the heights that he did at the Knights. I think that he hasn't gotten back to that form, and that may be more of where the Roosters are at right now. Like there are a few players that probably aren't playing to their potential. I don't know. I just think that there's probably pressure on Nwanga, no, it's Billy Smith being brought in, and Nwanga Nitawase moving to potentially to a wing, and then maybe Dom Young will be under pressure to keep his spot. And then I just look at it and I go, I felt like he probably played better footy at the Knights, and then I go, there are 1,000 clubs that would want Dom Young to be there. And then I think the Roosters might look at it and go, okay, we're paying this guy a lot of money. He's in reserve grade right now. If that ends up happening, this is a lot of what ifs or whatever. I'm not saying this is just pure speculation as to the future, because basically Dom Young was signed as a replacement of Tupou. That's the way I see it. He's similar build, supposed to be the big winger for the next 5-6 years of the Roosters, but I just don't know. And I'm not blaming Dom Young and I'm not blaming the Roosters. It just seems like it hasn't gelled as well as I think the Roosters would have hoped. And there have been Cheese didn't gel as well as they would have hoped. So there has been history of that not gelling as well. But anyway, that's an aside.
Just having a look through the grades too, like his younger brother, or maybe his older brother actually, Alex Young was playing their reserve grade side. I don't think he's around anymore either. I've just had a look through New South Wales Cup. Even had a look at the Glebe Dirty Reds where he was playing a little bit last year. Guess who their halfback is?
I don't know, mate.
Give you a clue. It rhymes with Dean Schrabe.
Dean Vare.
Dean Vare, halfback. How good's that?
Wow. Far out.
Nofaluma still playing there too?
No, he's not actually.
Anyway, that's just my ponderings for the day, guys. I've got no evidence at all to back it up. Just an interesting thing. Okay. In regards to performances, look, I thought up front, White was good again. That's a real positive for the Roosters, is that White continues to go from strength to strength in the front row. Radley is out with a fractured cheekbone, I think. Getting quite a bit worried for Radley, just the amount of head knocks that unfortunately that he's copping. And look, all the specialists at the Roosters would be looking at him, constantly. But it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch, if I'm being honest. And that's just me being a fan of Radley as a person and as a rugby league player. But geez, it happens more than I would like.
It's getting a bit uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was almost part of me that when I saw he had a fractured cheekbone, I was like, oh, thank God.
At least I'll
just
rest
give
him
him a couple of weeks. And you know what? To the Roosters' credit, I think they've probably been the best club as far as, the way they've handled Luke Keary, Boyd Cordner. They've made a lot of big calls around this stuff over the years and rested guys when they've needed to. So I think you've just got to trust the professionals there that it's not at that point yet. But as a viewer, it's
tough. And I think we're all big fans of Radley here. And I agree with you, mate. The Roosters have made some really tough calls on legends at the club and been quite good at it. So you have to give them credit there. All right, boys, what's the problem with the Roosters?
I mean, I think they look very clunky in attack. They created a few opportunities, couldn't ice any of them in this one. I look at, they missed Connor Watson so much on the weekend. Even, Zach Docker-Clay's come in and running game's been quite good. His defence has been getting through a lot of work. He's just serviced as a number 9. I don't think he's probably quite there. I thought it just slowed them down and, impacted them being clunky in attack at times. You look at that. I get Connor Watson back this week. The halves are struggling to gel together as well. I think you mentioned Nafahu White there. I think he's been outstanding. And I think we look at this glaring issue that we keep talking about, but Terrell May leaving, what was Trent Robinson looking at there? I think Nafahu White, despite the poor start of the season for them, he's been terrific. And, Robbo, by the fact that he's been playing big minutes, he's been destructive, he's been good in attack, he's busting tackles, got a great offload. But yeah, I just think it's probably in the spine, mate. And yeah.
Because you actually look at a lot of these stats, outside of the completion rate, they won nearly all of them, other than the scoreboard.
The game was there to be won.
And
they're not icing opportunities. And at the end of the day, that largely comes back to your spine. And just said, boys, it's that final pass. It's just not finding the right man.
Yeah, the problem, I guess, for the Roosters is a lot of people, the Titans, were really impressed with them, but, to start this, it's not like they're dealing with a top 4 side. And look, I get it. They beat the Penrith Panthers a few weeks ago. I get that. But it's in saying that most of the games they've played this year have not been that impressive. And it's a little bit alarming.
Yeah, and, they played the South Sydney Rabbitohs this week. If Latrell's back, I'm tipping South to win that. They then played the Broncos into the Panthers, and then even the Dragons after that Anzac Day. The Dragons were hanging games. That Penrith game could get further and further away very quickly.
So they had more runs They ran for more metres, had less post-contact metres, had 6 line breaks to 4, had 43 tackle breaks to 26. They had a higher average set, higher kick return metres, faster play the balls, more offloads, 14 to 8, more total passes. I think the big one is that you could probably look at is probably kicking metres. They lost that, which is a real concern because, it's not like Campbell and Brimo are known for big boots. And it's actually a testament to bloody good on Campbell, the fact that he can kick for 523 metres. And I just think that, really, really disappointing loss for the Roosters because it was there to be won. They absolutely put themselves in a position to win that game and just got outplayed the last 10 minutes.
I thought when Jaden Campbell took the intercept, what worried me the most about the Roosters, they were on top that entire game. That went against them. And I felt they just went like origami after that. Whereas watching your game last night, I thought there was probably 2 or 3 occasions where I thought both the Tigers and the Warriors had lost that game. There was moments where I thought, okay, that this will be where they'll pack it in, and neither team did.
Yeah.
The Roosters, though, that intercept went down. And, mate, if you look at the reverse shot, you see the Roosters in the background. They just look completely dejected because I think they knew, fuck, we've dominated 60 minutes here and now we're running uphill again. And I just don't think they were able to regroup after that.
Yeah. I got to say, I think I need quite a bit more from Spencer Leniu. He's essentially their marquee front rower right now. I know Lindsay Collins is their main front rower, but you'd probably say he's their marquee front rower now, wouldn't you? Spencer Leniu?
Yeah.
As in he's supposed to be.
Supposed to be. Naff White's the guy at the moment, though.
He's in 42 minutes, 8 runs, 69 metres, no tackle breaks, 22 tackles, 4 misses, and an error.
I just play him off the bench, mate. You can play him the same minutes off the bench. Unfortunately, there is a reason why Ivan Cleary, the whole time he had Spencer Leniu there, they'd lose like Fisher Harris or Leota or occasionally both of them, and you'd sit there because in Supercoach you're going, all right, he's got to start, he's got to get more minutes, he's cheap, we'll buy him, exactly. And he would Ivan Cleary did everything he could not to let Spencer Leniu start. That's not a knock on Spencer Leniu. Is an impact player off the bench coming on with some tiring forwards. He's so explosive.
He's probably the best in the comp.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. And we saw the Blues do it so successfully with him last year as well, how good he was off the bench for us. So just like you've got Lindsay Collins, who's obviously coming back from injury or illness, whatever it was, but start Collins, start Naff White, bring Leniu off the bench, and then they can get in this grind for the first 20. And even if they are losing a bit through the middle and losing that momentum battle, you bring Leniu on from there and he can change a game like we've seen him do for the last 4 or 5 years. So just bring him off the bench.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Robbo benefit of the doubt that he did it because Collins was coming back this week. If he doesn't do it this week, if he keeps Collins on the bench and starts Leniu, then I'll be critical of it.
I hate to be too critical, but even still, you've got to be doing more than that if you're Spencer Leniu. We're talking about an origin player.
No, for sure. Yeah. But it's funny, you look back at, when you have a look at their grand finals or the grand finals over the last few years, like when the Melbourne Storm won last 2020, their best bench player was Brandon Smith coming off the bench in Impact. Roosters got him, didn't use him that way. They've got Spencer Leniu not using him that way. It's hard to sort of put together.
So, tough time for Roosters at the moment. Tough times. And I'm not convinced that at the moment that it's I just fail to see, even when Sam Walker and, Cheese come back, will they be able to pick, they're basically hoping that Sam Walker and Brandon Smith come back and they just hit the ground running. They are just ready to go. And Tino's done that, but very rarely do you come back from an ACL and that you're back to where you were, straight away.
Tino also essentially had 12 months to come back from that. Sam Walker and Smith haven't.
So, look, there are some the positives are Nwanga Nitawase, outstanding. White, also outstanding. Robert Toya, 21 tackles, no misses. So there definitely are some positives for Robbo to look at and go, as a coach, I'm getting the best out of these 3 guys. It gets weighed down with these other guys that, you aren't hitting their potential right now. So it's it's definitely a mixed bag. I
thought Nat Butcher was good too, mate.
Mate, he's always
I'd
at
be
least
popping
solid.
him at 13 and just leave him there.
Just let him go. Let him just tackle his backside off, get through a mountain of work. Because he very rarely...
Yeah. He'd be I just have him and Angus Crichton as my starting edges. I like him on edge. I've always liked him on edge more than you have. I think he runs a great line in attack. He's a good defender. We know he can play big minutes. Proven. They'd be my edges, and then I'd be putting
I thought
Wong
Wong was
in the
pretty
middle.
decent on the weekend.
Yeah, I didn't mind Wong on the edge. I think if Yeah, if Radley was available, it probably changes that conversation for me a little bit. With Radley out, I would just put Butcher at 13.
Radley fully fit, he's my 13. Just telling him just to don't worry about shotting anyone, just make your tackles and do your great ball play.
I think regardless of where we want him though, Butcher has to be into the side.
I think so, yeah. I've always been a big fan of Butcher. Yeah. He always works his backside off. Alrighty, on to the next game. Before we get into it, Grumpy Coffee, head to grumpycoffee.com.au. Grab your Grumpy Coffee. We got whole beans, we got pods, we got ground, we got it all. It's a beautiful coffee. We got Everyday Grumpy and Very Grumpy. And make sure to follow Grumpy Coffee on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Grumpy Drinks, sorry. We got some really, really cool, fun content coming up. Brisbane Broncos defeat the Dolphins 20-12. Really, really good win for the Broncos because they actually, outside of the game against the Roosters, I actually don't think they've played their best footy. But if you ever need an example of how important defence is, they've defended their way to at least 2 wins in a row. They got dominated by the Cowboys field position-wise first half last week. They still won the game. They get dominated by Dolphins first half again. Their goal line defence is outstanding. And the GOAT Shibasaki, respect, it's all respect, baby. It's all respect. Going the GOATie for the GOAT Shibasaki. He was outstanding. And I've got to give credit to Madge. He's done it in Origin and now he's doing it at Clubland, making these really controversial calls with players. He's nailing them. He's absolutely nailing him. Shibasaki, I think we all would have had Mariner in the side before Shibasaki. Mm-hmm. But so far, so good. So he's gone defence first, which I love to hear because in the press conference, he basically alluded to he looks at defence and attack and they've got to be good at both. And that's the reason why he's made some of the selections. Mate, great win for the Brisbane Broncos.
Yeah, Shibasaki, you don't want to be over the top and say it's one of the better coaching things he's done. But, mate, I remember watching him play reserve grade for Souths a couple of years ago, just going, fuck. I remember when he came through, he had potential, you could see it. But I remember watching him reserve grade, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago going, oh, geez, I don't know if he can handle this level at this point. I heard Madge say the other day that Shibasaki arrived up there, sort of told Madge what he wanted to do, what he wanted to achieve. Madge sort of went, yeah, I'll back you. And it's paying huge dividends now. Geez, he was good the other night.
Mate, he was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and Madge had to sit there about 10 days ago and make a decision, okay, Stags is available. What am I going to do here? And I just love that he's backed him in. And then he's come out with that sort of performance. It sends a message to the whole squad. And
I love the fact that, I just love the guts of Michael Maguire. He lives by the sword, dies by the sword. He's going to make the big calls. He's going to stick by them. And he's going to have a method to his madness too. How often do we sit here and, I sit here and I always say, if you've got a selection dilemma, pick the best defender. If I was a coach, that's what I would be doing every single time. Selection dilemma, pick the best defender. Dean Mariner is one of the best young outside backs, coming through. And Shibasaki, he could barely get a run at clubs that were decimated by injury.
And that's where as well, I think a lot of people would have sat there and gone, you don't have a selection dilemma. You're making one up in your head. Pick Mariner.
Yeah, it's so true. And same with Jazeski on the other edge.
Every NRL coach is under pressure to make the right selections. But if you're the Brisbane Broncos coach, you've just come from being the New South Wales coach, you're under this is a big punt to take. Well, in my opinion anyway, obviously not for Madge. I think he felt pretty confident with it, but it's taken bravery and the players responded to it, which is good. So that's good coaching.
Piakura and Mariner are getting overlooked to starting side. I'm telling you right now, 90% of coaches wouldn't have the guts to make that call because they got to worry about losing them. They got to worry about the headlines. So many things could go wrong. But he's been gutsy, and I respect it. Honestly, it's so good to see, and I've got to put my hand up. I would have gone Mariner and Piakura. I'm wrong there. They've been outstanding so far. Well, I thought Jazeski had a bit of a quiet game, bit of a down game, but outside of that, he's been great. Really good win. I feel sorry for the Dolphins because I thought they played pretty well. I thought it was probably one of their best performances so far this year, and I know that's small. It's not much to hold your hat on as a Dolphins fan. I think it was there was a period there where their completion rate was quite poor and they were just making these key errors at wrong times. And what I like about the Broncos is they're just playing high completion, keep yourself in the game. Eventually they'll find the points, and that's what they did. Timmy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, well, you touched on it. It's just the goal line defence of the Broncos. It's just so rock solid, and it's going back to that sort of 2023 when they'd play a lot of football and they'd throw the ball around and they'd make errors and they'd go, that's all right, we'll defend our line, you're not breaking us. And we're starting to see the signs of that again after, obviously, it went pear-shaped last season. And off the back, we know they're going to win battles through the middle. We know they've got the go forward. We know they've got the flash and attack. But all right, can you defend your errors? And yes, they can right now. Like, they look rock solid.
Yeah. Got a shout out to Reece Walsh. I thought he was so much better. Like, there was actually, and I got my notes here, there were, in the first half, Walsh from last week and the weeks before, he would have made 2 errors because you could literally see him about to pass the ball and then he held it, and usually that would have got knocked down. He would have passed it out. And guess what happens? He held the ball, and I think they scored like a couple of sets after that. And all of a sudden, he ends the game with, because I think that he was kind of getting into the rhythm of like, if I don't have 3 try assists, I've had a bad game. But he ends the game with the try assists, 87 metres, that's fine, doesn't matter. 4 tackle breaks, 9 tackles, only 1 miss, and 1 error. Like, I'll cop that. That's fine. You had a try assist is fine. Like, you don't need to have 4 or 5 try assists a game. I think that his work behind his defensive work has improved out of sight. Like, the amount of times that he is sweeping along the back and he's the right place at the right time. And so I really love to see the fact that he just played really conservative, kept his head on. I thought he was like, did he set the world alight? No, I don't think he set the world alight, but he played a good, solid game of rugby league.
I think what you said there, like, sometimes Reece gets trapped in the idea that he's ought to have 3 or 4 try assists. And so what, if you read social media comments, he does have to do that for people to give him a compliment. I think Reece just needs to shut all that out and just take him what Madge says. Just focus on that, and that's it.
100%. If Madge is happy with you, mate, that's all that matters. Everything else is nonsense. It is all nonsense. And the only stat you need to worry about is the W at the end of the game. That's it. That's it. Don't worry about people going, oh, you're not the same as you were in 2023 or whatever. It's all irrelevant. It's all noise. If Madge is happy with you, and your teammates are, that's all you need to do. Hammy, who stood up for you, mate, in the Broncos?
I thought they were. Look, I just think the thing that stands out for me with the Broncos at the moment is the defence. You touched on it a minute ago. 3 of the games they've played this season, they've conceded 2-3 tries max. That's it. If they do that to most teams, they're going to beat them because they've got a lot of points in them. And they've definitely looked a lot more solid, with the exception of that game against the Raiders, since Madge has come on board. So, look, they were really, really impressive. Mate, in terms of players that stood out, I think, good to see a few less errors from Reece Walsh there. Shibasaki killing it at the moment. I feel a bit for Mariner because he's a hell of a player.
Yeah,
but
gone.
Initially when he made that call, I wondered whether it was like, look, maybe on paper Mariner's a more talented player. Is it like trying to light a bit of a fire under him? But it's going to be actually quite hard for him to weasel his way back into the team now because Shibasaki's just gone so well. Look, he was pretty good. Look, mate, they were all really impressive. Payne Haas, as always, very impressive. Once again. I don't know, that they were all just very solid, I thought.
Without carrying on or whatever, like, had Payne Haas not had the 3 weeks before this game, I reckon he gets huge raps again.
Yeah.
How was he when Averillo had that runaway try at the end of the game? Payne Haas was the one chasing. He'd just played 67 minutes. The game was done, and Haas was like flat stick trying to just cut him off from going under the post for an extra 2 points. Like, that says it all, right?
Oh, mate. Like, that's why he's great. That's why he's greatness personified. Like, you got a front rower, already done all that, trying to chase, and the game's over. Like, 2 points don't even matter, and he's still chasing. So good to see. Look, I thought Reynolds' kicking game was friggin' unbelievable. Like, seriously, just managed the game so well when he needed to. And the fact that him and Hunt combined for over 1,000 kicking metres. So you had 733 kicking metres by Reynolds and 243, so just under 1,000 kicking metres for those two. Jeez, it's just, they were under the pump, and they actually had less possession, lost a lot of key stats, and they still won. And they've actually, I've got my notes here, it's actually been multiple games where they've lost key stats and still won. It's bloody good to see from a Broncos perspective. In regards to other players that played well, for the Broncos, and then we'll get on to the Dolphins.
Albert Hopewade did his ACL.
Oh,
shit.
That sucks. Far out. Whenever you just that injury, just whenever you hear it, you just know how long the comeback is.
He's had such a rough run as well.
Because he had some injuries a few years ago, didn't he?
He's done his ACL at least once or twice, hasn't he? Jeez.
So in regards to performances, I actually thought this was Jordan Rickey's best game of his year. I thought he really, because I think Ricky's defence has usually been pretty good. Like, he prides himself on his kick chase, and usually it's defense is his strong part of his game, but I've always wanted him to really like up his attack. I thought on the weekend it was the first time he, it's almost like he realised he's a big, incredible athlete. Because he ended up having 17 runs, 148 metres, 51 post contact, 5 tackle breaks, a line break, and he made 33 tackles with no errors. Like, that's what Jordan Ricky can do. Like, that's his potential. And so I hope that this is now the standard that he's set himself going forward. Because I do feel sometimes he can almost lean on the fact that he's got good kick chase and good defence, and he's almost like, that's just what I offer to the team, instead of offering the attack as well. And I thought it was his best game of the year. Sure.
Blake Moser re-signed the other day.
Not that I've heard.
Not that you heard? Okay.
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Bloody hell.
I thought he might have the other day.
Really?
Was that just rumours around?
I haven't seen it, but he might have. He could have slipped me notice. Corey Paix, another try. Paddy Carrigan, just going about his work. Interesting to see Michael Maguire. He's like flipping. Sometimes Paddy will play longer minutes. Sometimes Haas will play longer minutes. So it's interesting to see how he's juggling their fatigue over the season by just almost alternating big minutes between them.
And you've got to balance it somehow.
Yeah.
I think you have got to protect Payne Haas from himself to some extent.
If they, which they will, get some blowout margins this year, the Broncos, maybe you can't take both of them off and give them massively reduced minutes, but at least one of them on those blowout games that will probably eventuate, I'm ripping them off and just saying, mate, put your feet up, relax.
Yeah, any chance I can get to rest Payne, Haas and Carrigan is what I'm doing, because the team is literally built around them. It's literally built around them.
And you know that they're going to go to Origin and play 60.
Yeah.
So you got to take care of them.
I'm loving Kobe Hetherington's clean. He didn't actually play as many minutes as usual, but just some of his clean-up work through the middle. He's just defensively, his tackle technique.
Yeah.
It's bloody outstanding. Just a good, solid performance for the Broncos. And it's very... Ironically, it's very different to the reputation they've built for themselves, which is this like highlight reel. And don't get me wrong, they still have the highlight reels, but they remind me a lot of the Bulldogs defensively, where they just build their game off gritty defence now. And what's going to be exciting is as Madge, so it's actually interesting. Serraldo said in his press conference, he said, like, the last year was all just about defence. Whereas this preseason, we've had an opportunity to work a lot more on our attack, and that's what you're seeing now with the Bulldogs. And that's what excites me with the Broncos is this season, I'm sure Michael Maguire is purely about making this the best defensive side possible. What is he going to do once he gets that attack sorted? It's going to be really interesting. But yeah, really, really good performance from the Broncos, exactly what they needed. Going to be interesting to see what they do with Cobbo, and it looks like Staggs is the one that's going to ink a long-term, well, not a longish-term deal. I don't know how they fit them all on the cap, I'm being honest. And I'd hate to lose Cobbo because I feel like under Michael Maguire, he'll get consistent footy out of him. So it's going to be a tough one. What do you reckon they'll land with it?
I've got no idea where they're going to land with it, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be a lot of clubs keen on them, but I'm not sure how that's going to land, mate.
Nice try from Staggs on return there.
Oh, so good. So powerful.
He looked ready to roll, so that was good. Yeah, there's no way they can keep both of them, though.
No, I don't think
they
so.
Can extend one, the other one's gone. Just on Blake Moser, while the news is yet to be confirmed by the club, News Corp are reporting that Blake Moser has agreed to terms this week with the club on a deal that will keep him at Red Hill until the end of 2027.
Ooh, love to hear it. I did find in the first half that Ben Hunt specifically, he was getting a little bit impatient. They went into the halftime and they came out and played much more patient footy, because there was times where Benny Hunt was trying to spread it coming out of his own end, which is, that's what he does. Like, he's an attacking player. But I like that you saw on the fly them come off the field, get feedback from Michael Maguire, come back on and implement the game plan a bit more conservative. Okay, on to the Dolphins, boys. As I said, I feel a bit sorry for the Dolphins because I thought this was one of their better matches. I really did. But unfortunately, I feel like they would have beaten, I'm not going to say most teams, but a few of the bottom tier teams, I feel like this Dolphins side would have beaten them. But unfortunately, the amount of errors, the errors they make in key moments of the match, it just cost them, especially in this one. Definitely a big win that has got away from him, in my opinion. Root?
I think they need to make some changes, personally.
Yes, I agree.
I think that Hamiso needs to move to centre, and I think they need to either play... My first thought was, and obviously if Trey Fuller was available, he'd be straight in there for me, but I think Kurt Donohoe, getting him into the side, He trained at fullback during the preseason. I'd be happy to see how he goes. I think it was you, Timmy, made a good point to me the other night about maybe just moving Jake Averillo straight back to fullback. I'm not against that, but I think that, mate, I would have in game there probably switched Hamiso and Jake Averillo because it was just evident Averillo couldn't do a job against Shibasaki in that game. I just don't think Averillo's ready to defend in the front line still.
That their edge defence is just like pretty brittle.
And that's where if you get Herbie to lock down one side, you get Hamiso on the other side, and you give Hamiso a license to roam around and whatnot, I think it's a change they kind of have to make. They can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results in the NRL.
And it's not going to change. Like, this hasn't come out of nowhere that Averillo struggles defensively. Like, this is Shibasaki, Gajewski giving him a bath out there, a few poor defensive reads. It's Nikorima, who in the defensive line, like, even when he makes his tackles on the line, they're just falling over the top of him because he's so small. He's such an easy spot. Like, it's not going to change, and it hasn't come out of nowhere. So I'm with you, Roo. I think they need to shore up their edges defensively, whether that's Donahoe to 5'8" that we've spoken about, whether that's, Hammer to centre, which they're not getting the best footy out of the Hammer at football anyway. So do you just put him centre and let him roam? But I think you're right.
The Hammer one's an interesting one because he started the game and he barely was touching the ball. And then late in the game, he started touching the ball and ended up running for like 160 metres or something like that. So statistically, you look at it, and they spoke to Wolfie at the end, and he said he was really happy with the Hammer, and his, there were other players out there that he was probably, could have helped him out.
I think you could persist with Hammer at fullback, and you can, don't get me wrong. Like, this doesn't need to be an urgent change moving Hammer from fullback, but
he needs to be in games every minute.
Yeah, but if their edge defence was more solid and they had better options there, like even in recent years they'd had Ewan Aitken who they could throw out there who did a really good job defensively, and then you go, all right, we're not quite getting the best out of him in attack, but we don't have too many headaches in this side. But when the edge defence is so, fragile, and they go, we can shore this up with Hammer, it's like works against him in terms of whether he wants to play fullback, which I'm sure he does.
Well, I think what's surprising is Wolfie, he does strike me as a coach that's defence first, but I feel like some of his selections are not defence first. And I think that maybe he needs to go back to the drawing board and go, that's the wrong word, not go back to the drawing board as a coach, but selection-wise, go, okay, I need to just approach this from what is the best defensive side here? What is the best defensive side I can pick? And then kind of go from that position, because they just, like, for example, that try that I think Corey Pack scored, how wide that A marker was on the line, the commentators blamed it on the marker defenders. It wasn't.
It was both, mate, because both markers went the same way, which is
for
criminal.
sure. But if the A defender was where he was supposed to be,
shouldn't have mattered.
He would just be able to at least make. But he was so wide, on his line.
I think it was Safidi, and then the markers I'm pretty sure it's Fini Fuiaki, and they just both went left, and he's just gone, thank you.
Which is and they were in nearly their own 10, so it should have only really been one marker. I think they were in their own 10, so it should be only one marker.
Near enough.
Just stuff like that. That, I don't know, that suggests to me that either they're just lazy decisions in defence, or there isn't enough communication from the back getting blokes where they need to be, because I just couldn't believe what I was witnessing when I said, that just shouldn't happen. That should, Fini Fuaki and Saifidi are both way better players than that.
Ready for your favourite news of the week? Guess who was 18th man for the Redcliffe Dolphins last week?
Who?
Tom Opachik.
The GOAT.
Our man.
God.
Get him in.
Get him in
the defence on the centres. They'd kill it.
Mate, I think it'd make a huge difference. And I know Jake Averillo scored that try at the back end. It was incredible. But, they just need to shore up their edges.
18th man, though.
Yeah, I don't know if he's come back from injury. I don't know. They had a bye last week, so he hasn't played in 2 weeks. But
jeez,
I've got no idea where Tom Opachik's at. I just said for years, he's a handy guy. He can fill a spot. He won't cost you much money. Surely, if they can go out and try and get Ben Hunt, surely they've got enough money to bring Tom Opachik into the top squad. If you want to keep Hamiso at fullback, which I can completely understand you wanting to do, I think you've got to do something there.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Daniel Saifidi is an interesting one, because I thought in attack, outside of, I think, one error that was crucial, he's actually one of their better go-forward forwards. And it's just a really mixed bag, because if you just watch him attack, you're going, mate, Daniel Saifidi's actually been quite consistent, but it's just these key little lapses that are really costing him.
Some of those key errors the other night from for a guy that's a state of origin front row forward and whatnot, Jeez, Wolfie would have been disappointed.
Well, that's the thing, though. In the press conference, he was like, I think he's been one of our best.
Oh, please. No, there was too many moments in that game that he really let them down. Sorry if I sound like an asshole, but, I mean, we've all got eyes.
Look, I just soften the blow a bit. I do think it was a mixed bag in regards to, like, he was good in attack with ball in hand. Like, he did get through quite a lot of decent meterage, but I know what you're saying. Like, that A at marker defence, you can't be doing that. And
if he's a young bloke coming in, I get if he's coming from reserve grade, but like he's a rep. Like they've signed him as a rep front row forward. You got to expect more than that from him.
Yeah, anyone else, boys, in regards to the Dolphins side? I mean, look, I thought Herbie tried his absolute heart out. Like, he could not have given more. 26 runs, 204 metres, 87 post contact, 11 tackle breaks, 2 offloads, 11 tackles, 0 misses. He did make some errors, yes. But he tried his absolute heart out. He absolutely...
For what it's worth, like, there was an improved Dolphins performance that wasn't good, but they said they hung in this game enough. They were outclassed by a better roster. It is what it is. They just concede too many soft tries, whether that's through poor decision-making or, poor individual efforts from players. And I just don't see that changing for them to win games, like, without making some roster changes.
That's where, like, they are so far off, but they are sort of hanging in games.
That's I thought they were decent on the weekend.
Yeah, like they're not as bad as what 0-4 says in my
They lost
opinion.
by 8 on the weekend. Granted, the late Avery Lowe try, which I think the Broncos just switched off or flooded a bit, but still not a massive margin. The Tigers, they led that game for a long time, lost that by 12. Knights put a few on them. They lost by 2 to the Bunnies in round 1, who are now 3 from 4. So they're not that far off.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You can see this getting away from them very quickly, though, if they don't do something this week.
And the problem is that, like, Rabbitohs are probably the only one that's, like, surprised. But the Knights, Tigers, those 2 games, like, they really should have been in them. And definitely the Tigers one they should have won.
And, mate, like, they play the Titans this week on the Gold Coast. It's not going to be an easy one, but then after that, they go Panthers, Melbourne, Raiders. Like, this could turn ugly very quickly if they don't get a win here against the Titans.
Round 10 might be interesting. Eels, Dolphins. Round 10 spoon bowl.
Oh.
Early.
So hopefully...
He's Larry.
Very
Football team's got a pulse and he's up and about.
We've only got the Broncos this week in Penrith, so we're 3-2.
So hopefully they turn it around. The Dolphins players, they're absolute legend blokes. It's a great club. They've done so well to be where they're at right now, especially with they've tried to land some big fixtures. I hope they land DCE. I really, really do. I think it would give them a lot of energy. Hopefully they can turn it around because they've been in the fight. They really have. They just got to find a way to, like, those moments where the game is hanging in the balance. If they could just win that battle, they could potentially win the game. Alrighty, on to the next match. Dragons versus the Melbourne Storm. And I tell you what an incredible win from the Dragons. And look, I still, like, their attack leaves a lot to be decided at the moment. But that defence, the special thing about this victory is attack you can teach. Like, Flanagan, with this playing roster for long enough, I'm sure that he can get them, humming eventually. Whether it's round 8, 9, 10 or 15 or whatever, I'm sure he can. What you can't teach is ticker. That's something that no matter how good of a coach you are, it is galvanising the boys and getting them to absolutely play for the brother beside them. And that was an incredible display of toughness, of grittiness, of hanging in there. An amazing win from the Dragons. An absolutely phenomenal win. They truly the definition of defending your way to victory. The definition of it. An amazing performance from the Dragons. And what I loved even more about it, I couldn't get I thought I couldn't get more excited, but then, because the worry I had coming out of that victory is I hope the Dragons don't think that they can just do that every week, because they can't. And then Flanagan, the first thing he said in the press conference is like, we need to sort out, some other things like attack and that, because we can't do that every single week. And so what I love about that is like you're taking the gritty, tough victory and you get to celebrate it and enjoy that, but also being like, okay, let's build off that rather than rely on that going forward. And if they can build off that rather than rely on it, that they'll put them in a good stead, because that was, on paper we've talked about how there are some shortcomings of their roster, but the one thing we spoke about heading into this year, if they could be a gritty, tough, grindy side, they'll just drag people down and beat them in the dirt. And I think they did that in the weekend. It was an amazing victory, an incredible display of defensive toughness. The Dragons fans should be stoked with that win. What do you reckon, Root?
Yeah, this is the Dragon side I expected to see this year. We didn't quite see them in the first 2 weeks. They had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. And I think if you said to Flano, if you're 0-2, what's the perfect situation for you? Give me a bye. Give me a day that's pissing with rain. That's just going to be the great equaliser and just the team that's willing to hold their hand in the fire the longest to win this game. And it was the Dragons.
And they did against the Storm.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those games like, I think as well, if you had to play the Melbourne Storm that week, coming off a Panthers game the week before, fantastic. And it was just, I think that the reality was the Dragons needed that win more than what the Storm did. I think it meant more to the Dragons, and I think it showed in their resilience, especially in the back half of that game.
Mate, some of that defence was just like, especially like even in the first half, the amount of sets that the Storm had on there, they held them up over the line multiple times. Like, I genuinely... The last time I seen the Dragons defend like that, it might be 2010. Like that was phenomenal. Timmy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, it was awesome to see, wasn't it? There's just like, despite only being one, what they had 2 losses, 1 win. Had the one against the Bunnies, they probably should have won it, but Doggy's a little bit comprehensive there. But they've just got something about them this year, and we saw it on the weekend with how much it meant to them to win this game, and like the passion that Gutho has brought over. You sit there and go, oh, he's been at Parramatta for years and years, and such an integral part of their side. But then just to go to a new club and seemingly just have the same passion to win footy games and for a new club and looking like he'd bleed for that red V. And it's exciting to see. And Dragons fans, after the 2 early losses, must be loving that and the attitude they had there. As you said, execution in attack wasn't great, but the conditions were awful. Yeah. Like it was an absolute bog out there at Cogra. And, mate, it was summed up for me by Dylan Egan. When he came on... and won that penalty off a great run. Like, it was nothing too much happened. It's like they'd won the grand final. Yeah. They were just clearly a locker room guy. Mm-hmm. Everyone got around him. They were so excited. And it's just a sign of, pretty happy club to me, and like something that, as you said, Flano has got these boys up and about and believing. So really happy for them they got this win, because I don't think they deserve to be 0-3 with that bye to start the season. And they sit there and go, now, all right, we've just beaten the premiership favourites.
2 years in a row.
Yeah, why can't we beat anyone?
Yeah. It's such an outstanding win. And just watching them hang in there, because I'll be honest, the amount of times I was like, all right, they'll like first 20 minutes, Flano's got them up and about. They'll crumble here, and the Storm will take over, and they just refuse. And what I love about the Gutho performance is, and it used to frustrate the hell out of me, is that like, Gutho used to get compared to like, your top of the line, like your Tommy Turbos, your Trells, your Teddies, your Edwards. And these intangible things that he offered the Eels as a captain, the amount of people that just didn't see it. And I know the Parramatta Eels fans used to see it. They love Gutho. But the wider audience didn't see it. And the best thing about Gutho for him personally, like selfishly going to the Dragons, is he gets an opportunity to show the value of that. Because sometimes when it's at a club, you're at a single club, you just expect, oh no, this is just how the Eels play. But it's like, no, he's the heart and soul of that side. They don't just play like that out of nowhere. Like, he's the one doing that. He goes to the Dragons. Like, there's no way they win that game. Like, all that goal line defense, that all comes off communication of your fullback. He is the one directing the troops. And I'm so glad that people, I hope, are starting to go, okay, now I get the Gutho love. I get why so many analysts in the game love Gutho as a player. Because, yes, is he the fastest, the strongest, the best ball player? No, he's not. But does he offer an intangible competitor that you need in a side to lead you in moments like that? Yes, he does, and we saw it on the weekend.
Dragons play Parramatta this week.
Oh,
how good.
Wow.
And what Gutho does, it reminds me of a former Dragons number 1 in Darius Boyd, where, as you said, Kempy, not the fastest, not the strongest, all these sort of things. But the fullbacks, there's a few, but probably most important job in the current game, it's just icing your opportunities in your 3v2s. And we spoke about the Roosters before and how they were creating, but they weren't finishing. They weren't capitalising on opportunities they made. Gutho's ability, when he gets this 3-on-2, just to make the right decision and throw the right pass, he does it every time. And there was only one instance on the weekend, but again, the conditions didn't sort of allow for a lot of attacking footy and for these to open up. But just got the one, and he put Val through with that short ball through the line, and he just gets it right so often. And when you're a smart footballer, when you make the right decisions, you don't need to be the biggest and the strongest and the quickest and all of this. And that's what Gutho does so well.
His defence, think about how many try savers you've got in the memory bank whether Gutho was at the Eels or the Dragons. Like Eli Katoa, I had him at first try scorer, so it made me filthy. But like the fact that Gutho was able to help hold him up, like I think he might have held at least 2 players up over the try line just in that game alone. And that's a lot that doesn't get talked about. And it's what made Billy Slater so great as well, is like his talk behind the line is just constant.
Yeah.
And sometimes you look at this like young gun coming through, and when he gets the ball in his hand, you're like, mate, he is unstoppable. But he doesn't get selected in first grade. And oftentimes it's because the talk behind the line just isn't there yet. So like what a win from the Dragons. And what I like about it is like they're getting a bit of DNA about them. You're like, yeah, are they a little bit grubby, dare I say? Yeah. A little bit, but it's rugby league. Like it's a contact game. It's a contact game. Win how you can within the rules of the game. Yep, you might get a few. Like what I found interesting, they had 3 penalties in a row where they were like cranking necks and that. And I was like, holy shit! I haven't seen this since 2008 or 9. But it's rugby league. It's rugby league.
Yeah, and it's rugby league. And if you've signed Shane Flanagan to be a coach, give it a hot tip. That's how you're going to play, and that's how you want to play. If Shane Flanagan's going to be a coach, This Sharkies team was exactly the same. They were absolute grubs.
And he's just trying to unsettle oppositions.
Yep.
Took it to them, and they won the battle. What do you think, Hammy?
They were great, and you're right. They defended their way to a win. So a couple of these, the tackle efficiency for some of these players. So Sully, Couchman, Sloan, and Tui Pilotu all went at 100%. Amazing. Didn't miss a tackle. No ineffective tackles. Nothing. DeBellin 97, Little 94. Dave Clement, credit to him. First game for the Dragons, 95%. So you're right. There's a bit of a DNA kind of building about them. That's how they're going to play. Tough, hard, really defensive-minded first, which a couple of other teams we've spoken about could probably take a bit of a leaf out of their book at the moment. But yeah, really gritty win, really well deserved, and a big upset against the Storm.
48 tackles on their try line. 48 tackles on their try line, and the Melbourne score only 1 try.
Yeah,
so it's like phenomenal. It's phenomenal. What a performance from the Dragons. What a performance. All right, in regards to individually, I will say I didn't mind in their attack. They would like almost similar-ish to the Panthers at times, where they would run across field and drop off. And I actually didn't mind that with Val Holmes and Sully hitting like that unders line and just worrying the defence. Like, yeah, okay, there's a lot of work to do in attack. But again, like, if they can just have that base of defence, it doesn't have to be like that every week. Like, they'll play in the Melbourne Storm. Like, they don't have to defend like that. Like, most teams aren't going to complete as much as the Melbourne Storm did on their line. But in regards to individual performances, like, yeah, you can look at these stats and go, oh, individually, there's not someone that, like, stands out in front of like, compared to some other stats in other games. But I thought players like, I thought Sully was outstanding. I thought Val Holmes was great. I thought Couchman has just been, revelation might be a strong word, but in a team where we're looking at going, I don't know about that forward pack, a young front rower comes in and has been doing what he's doing. I think he's been outstanding, Couchman.
Really becoming part of the furniture, Couchman, isn't he?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love Couchman. I think he's the better of the 2 brothers, but just the other brother, I know he's out with injury, but he's another one for the future that I think is going to be very similar. I loved watching this Dylan Egan come off the bench.
Mate, he was in people's faces.
Got a bit of Liam Martin about him.
Yeah.
I really like the look of him. I just read a stat here on their website. Last year, he played in 1,871 of a possible 1,920 minutes in New South Wales Cup last year, so he missed 49 minutes across the entire season. Third most tackles at 96% efficiency.
Jeez.
Wow.
He's a footballer. And a Gerringong kid, come through the system. I love when you get a lunatic with red hair too. I think it makes a difference. I love him.
Red on red. Yeah, mate, I'm with you. And you did see, he does seem like a bit of a locker room player because the boys around him, geez, they responded to him.
As Tim said, when he got that penalty, that was like in the NFL where they do a fucking organised dance for winning one play. Like, they all just got around him. And that's what you want to see.
My boy, Little, with the match winner. Diving over. That was the match winner, right? Him diving over the try line?
I think so, yeah.
With your shot.
Yep.
Just coming on, like every single game he has came on this year, he's impacted the game. I would again, I know it's going to sound like I'm asking too much. I'd like him to come on a bit earlier and have more minutes, but geez, he does a job when he comes
28
on.
minutes.
I know, it kills me.
He nearly dived over again later as well.
I know, and I just think that I feel like, we constantly talk about their attack. I feel like any time he comes on, we go, Their attack's good.
People will get upset by this, but fuck it. Damien Cook is the better hooker. The better hooker right now is Jacob Little. And I'm not saying start him. I think that'd be silly. I think you start Damien Cook, but I cannot believe they wait until the 50th minute to get Jacob Little out there. I think they've got to get him out there earlier.
And look, in Flano's defence, he probably sitting there going, boys, he came on and he won us the game. So, why he's whinging? Like, if I had brought him on earlier, maybe he doesn't win us the game.
Yeah.
So, there's that. And, like, maybe that's the whole reason why he does keep him fresh, so that he does come on and just tear people apart. So, there is that.
If you brought him on earlier, though, you wouldn't have your back against the wall because I think you would have won him round one.
Ooh, wow, okay. Guru goes whack.
Bit of fire in the belly today, Roo.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't it seem obvious? I
agree.
I can't believe, like, he was their best player last year. He was the second half of last season. He was the best hooker behind Harry Grant. He was incredible. And I can't believe they're using him for just 30 minutes or so. It just seems bizarre to me. I can't work it out.
Sewer. I thought Sewer was really, really good on the weekend. Back to his good form last year. We started the year. Really interesting career he's had because, burst onto the scene and there's all the articles about like the next Sonny Bill and this, that, he's going to be whatever. Eventually gets himself into the Origin side and then, has a couple of injuries and just some dip in form. But like for most of the season last year, he was one of their best players. Didn't he win their Player of the Year last year, actually? He may have won their Player of the Year. He did dip a little bit after Origin. I think he lost a bit of confidence there, but he was still solid. But he started the year well, especially in this game. He was phenomenal for the Dragons.
Yeah, you talk about when they turned Val and Sully under. I love when they turn him under.
Oh,
Just let him go against the grain.
He's so aggressive. Whenever he runs and defence, he's super aggressive. So him and Leilua, they're not necessarily the biggest names when you look at back rowers, but I reckon most teams, when they come up against them, go, this is going to be a bit of a tough one.
I think Luciano is only building into the season as well.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot more from him this year. I like the look of him. Started a little bit slow,
big.
but he's big and so talented.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I thought Sully was great again. I really did. 9 tackles, 0 misses. And he just looked really dangerous against Howarth.
I think it's probably fair to say he's not 100% yet. Too.
So
that rib injury.
If he can, if he's not 100% yet, bloody hell, when he does hit it. So phenomenal win by the Dragons and a lot to build on, a lot to like. And as I said, you can look at attacking structures and attacking plays and all that stuff. That is teachable. What isn't teachable is performances like that. Any coach would be proud of that. Incredible stuff.
How good's next Saturday going to be? Gutho versus Para, Lomax versus Dragon.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, now onto the Melbourne Storm. I got to say, Jerome Hughes is officially the main man at the Melbourne Storm. I think that for a year or two, and I know people go, well, hang on a sec, he won the Dally M last year. Of course he is. But I still think a lot of us, because of Munster's career, looked at him and said, Munster might be the main man. It was a question last year. I think after now seeing what we saw last year from Hughes and also seeing how poor their attack was on the goal line without Jerome Hughes, honestly, he's actually available to talk to other clubs November 1st, I think, this year. He's going to basically ask whatever he wants because I personally believe he's become the main man at the Melbourne Storm. Munster is still a gun number 6, but I think it's become pretty clear he needs a platform to kind of work off. Hughes does lay that. And obviously, Harry Grant, we know he's the best 9 in the competition. However, they need Hughes in this side to really make a push for it. Because you look at last year, Munster had a quiet year because of his injuries, so understandable. But they made a grand final with Munster being quiet. I don't think they make a grand final if Hughes is quiet. And so I think it was a real evidence. And yeah, it's one game. I get it. But I think it was a real evidence of how much they've begun to rely on Hughes to get them points on the weekend.
Yeah, and I think it is fair to say there'll be people out there saying it was one game and also, very bad conditions in this game as well. But I don't think this is something we're saying off the back of just this game.
No, I mean,
we've had a heap of evidence for a long time. The conditions weren't great, I get it, but I think it's...
They win that game if Hughes plays.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they score at least 12 points with Hughes on the field there. With that field position, there's no way you're stopping Hughes from scoring points, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And so I'm not basing it just off one game. I think it's more just like nailing the coffin because I was always up in the air last year. When you saw how dominant Hughes was, or even for a couple of years, I was always of the mind, and maybe because I'm a Queenslander, I just but Munster's still the main guy there. He's won premierships. Look what he's done at rep footy. But I think it's the final game where I go, okay, yep, Munster still has a lot to offer this club, but I think Hughes is... Put it this way. The last contract negotiations, I would assume Munster got paid the most. This round of negotiations, I think Hughes has to be paid the most, in my opinion. Timmy, what are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I mean, Jerome Hughes is definitely the main man, but it's like Cam Munster is a very traditional 5'8", big, strong, ball-running 5'8", loves that off-cuff play when there's an offload, a bit of second phase, we just scramble off a kick or something. That's where Munster does his best work. Like, Munster's not even a 5'8", that you never see him shift into number 7 and try and run the show. That's not his role, and it's not the way he plays his footy. So, enormous. I mean, in this one, the conditions were never going to suit the brand of footy that the Storm are playing this year, and that is so expansively in using the footy. That being said, there'd been wet weather coming into the game. There was wet weather all the way throughout the game. It's not an excuse to not be able to put points on the board and not adapt to the conditions, because we knew what it was going to be like.
And sorry to interrupt you, but as well, they gave themselves field position. Like, this was truly a game where the spine needed... The spine was delivered the field position, so the forwards laid the foundation and said, we're going to give you, in the first half, like 65% possession or something like that, and we're going to attack the goal. And that's when it's the spine's job to provide points. And I think that, like, people go, oh, well, I'm not saying you're saying this, but people go, oh, well, it's bad conditions. But it's like, well, Dragons still scored 14 points, like, and look at their spine. So, you know, that's where I think that Bellamy probably will be looking at it going, this probably, because unfortunately, I thought Wishart had a pretty poor game. And I just felt Munster needed to step up a little bit more and just create those opportunities. Sorry.
No, all good, mate. Yeah, I'm very keen to see. Look, I probably lean into that, you know, that opinion a little bit of the weather did have a massive say in this game. I'm keen to see them this week out at Brookie Oval against Manly, another big game, that old rivalry. I can't wait to see how, you know, Munster in particular performs there without Jerome Hughes. Hopefully we get some dry conditions and some better conditions to sort of use the footy. You know, and if in that game we see the Storm's attack stunt a little bit, then you go, okay, wow, they missed Jerome Hughes more than I could even imagine.
The only reason why I'm probably a bit more critical, because they had 32 tackles in the Dragons 20 and didn't score points. And so, like, that's where I go, listen, if the Storm had no tackles on the Dragons 20 and they were struggling to get out of our own end because they're so used to spreading the ball out of their own end and land on halves, that's when I could be like, okay, fair enough. But their forwards did lay the platform. They gave them the field position. 32 tackles and no tries. Like, unfortunately, that does fall on your spine's responsibility.
It does. There were also a lot of extremely close opportunities because of how freaking gutsy and how good the scrambler defensive line was from the Dragons. So, like, there was an Eli Katoa one. It might have actually been off a kick, to be fair, that was pulled back. There was Sean Bloor.
We'll talk about the late video one. There was one where Eli Katoa fell over the line and got held up.
Yeah.
So there were a couple of hold up ones.
Gutho with another incredible effort to hold Sean Bloor up when he sort of got his head through. So there were chances. But, yeah, no, I see what you're saying, mate. Keen to see how they bounce back in attack this week.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's talk about the big play then, the video ref play. Did you think that was a tough call on Eli Katoa, the try at the end there?
I did, yeah.
I did as well.
Yeah.
I did as well. I actually thought there was another video ref call that I was a bit surprised at. I can't remember what it was again, but I did think it was a tough call, and I understand why Storm fans are a bit upset, but that's not what lost you the game, in my opinion. Yeah. You know, that's not what lost you the game. You might go, oh, well, it would have been 14-12 or something like that, or 14 all or whatever, but it's like there were, 79 other minutes where you had all this field position and you didn't score, and I'm sure there are Dragons fans listening right now and go, well, we actually had this call, and this call that didn't go our way as well. So, I thought it was a try. I didn't understand why it wasn't a try. But, Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
No, I'm with you, boys. Thought it was a bit of a tough one.
Yep. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I would agree. It's tough at the moment as well, like, especially with this clamp down at the moment. Like, don't you reckon it's weird that coaches and stuff can't say how they actually feel about some of these decisions?
I think they're just getting
full-blown gag now. Like, you can't say anything.
I think they're just getting so worried about junior refs, the environment,
which they should be. There's none of them around.
Like, they're really struggling to find junior refs. So I'm in a perfect world, they should be able to say something, but I'm like, I think the NRL are looking at it going, listen, we can either let the coaches say something and create an environment where it's looking like, who would want to be a ref? But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But, okay, in regards to performances, I thought Howarth, once again, geez, he gets through a bunch of work. I thought he was actually quite strong every time he ran the ball. Defensively, pretty solid as well, to my recall. In regards to, like, key performances, as I said, I thought, look, it was a bit unfair on Wishart just to throw him in at 7. Unfair might be a strong word, and Bellamy did talk about this after the game. He's like, mate, we just threw him into 7. He hasn't played that in ages. So that is true. But I cut Wishart definitely a bit of slack, but I did think he didn't have his best game, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think for Wishy, didn't have his greatest game, but I think he did sort of play to his strengths. He just ran the ball,
yeah.
He maybe did it a little bit too much. And I think part of it is just, I think Wishy had 20 runs of the football or something like that, something wild, 19 runs of the football. If Wishy does 19 runs of the football against most sides, he probably has a huge impact on it. I just think you got to give a bit of credit to the Dragons' defense in this game and conditions, all that sort of stuff. But I did think Wishy played to his strengths. It just wasn't his greatest game. Yeah,
and just a couple. I think he had 2 or 3 errors. Sorry, and just that tackle on Little. You just got to find a way to make that. And as I said, I want to cut him a lot of slack. Getting thrown in at 7 because I don't think he's a 7. I think at most he's a 6. I think he's an out-and-out 6 if I was going to put him anywher.
He played on the bloody wing 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So I want to cut him a bit of slack.
And agreed, he's one nice moment. He really straightened up and he got Eli Katoa on. I can't remember if it was Flano or Elias or whoever it was. But for that Pappenhausen try, that lead-up work was all time, which was really, really nice. And just loving week in, week out, just seeing that Katoa and Pappenhausen combination flourish because they're so elite together.
I thought these conditions just made for Trent Leroux as well. Had a really good game. Got through a lot of work. What's our read on Stefano at the moment? I
like him. I think he looks fitter than he's ever looked. Unless, okay, he didn't on the weekend. He should have got through more work in attack.
Yep.
But overall, I think he's been quite solid. I haven't set the world alight. I think he's been solid. On the weekend was probably his quietest game.
Was there a HIA, an injury or anything in there? Like he played, his first stint was 20 minutes. His second stint was 14 minutes.
Not sure.
In those conditions, I just would have thought Stefano with Nass out as well. I would have thought Stefano.
I probably think they need a bit more out of him, to be honest. I mean, all their front rowers, none of them ran for over 100 metres, really. So that's probably one area where they weren't that good. To be honest, Stefano 67, Josh King 89, McDonald 53, Kamikamitha 87. So they probably lacked a little bit there.
To be fair, he played the least minutes out of any of the front rowers, I think. Oh no, sorry, apologies. Kamikamitha only played 31 minutes.
9 runs.
But yeah, no, I agree with you boys. You definitely need more at him. But I think overall in the other game, I think he's been pretty good.
Yeah, and I personally don't overly care what he looks like now. It's what he looks like in 20 weeks, realistically, for the Melbourne Storm. But yeah, I think a lot of people expected him just to arrive there, put purple on, and turn into one of the elite front row
that doesn't really happen. No,
it doesn't. Yeah, I agree with you. But that a lot of people were running with that narrative at the start of the season.
It's like Blore took time, Katoa took time. Yep. I think they'll build him up nicely. But yeah, I agree. In attack, he probably should have had a bit more in regards to meters. But yeah, to be honest, I just think they missed Hughes so much in attack. I feel like they're so used to give the ball to Hughes, he'll sort something out, that maybe they just didn't click. Yep. Do they stick with, let's say Hughes is out for a long period this year. Do they need to bring in an out-and-out 70?
I don't think you're giving the conditions enough credit, mate. It was bloody tough out there. And like you said as well, the Dragons, they were clunky as well. They didn't really create much. It was a shit show out there.
But I look at it and I go, well, Dragons scored 14 points. They scored 8 points.
Yeah, one of them was a dive over from Little. The other one was a nicely constructed try, but one try based on ball movement.
Yeah, I still don't think that a Melbourne Storm, premiership favourites, I would back them in to score more points than 8 points, in my opinion. I think that they could have been quite better on their goal line.
I also don't think they have much choice.
Yeah, with Pezz's first game, but he just got injured, didn't he?
He's
coming
injured,
back.
so
have you heard what it is, though, the poor fella?
I thought I heard
ACL again, first game back.
I could be wrong doing research there, but personally, I've always said it, Wishy would be my first choice 7 before him anyway.
Yep. So if Hughes is out for a bit, you just stick with Wishy and build, get him.
I tend to agree with Tim. I think it's more conditions-based, this game. And I just think the Dragons showed up and needed that win more.
Fair enough. We know they'll be... What I will say is we know the Melbourne Storm will be back. I don't think there's anything to worry about with the Melbourne Storm. They'll be back in a big way. Absolutely back in a big way. And I've still got them as a premiership threat. I think that once they click towards the back end of the year, as long as they all stay fit, I think that they're going to be a problem to deal with by the back end of the year.
Yeah, they're still my team to win the comp.
I think they've become clearer favourites with Penrith's poor start of the season.
Yeah, well, despite losing that game, actually firmed up 288 to win the comp.
Yeah. So Penrith's form has probably helped them out there a bit.
Yeah, they've dropped off to
As we said, like Stefano can only get better. Nast coming to this side. Nick Meaney, Jerome Hughes. A lot of talent there.
Yeah, I'm just as high on the Storm as I was. I was pretty disappointed with their performance on the weekend, if I'm being honest. But that's only because I have such a high rating of them. They'll be back next week, that's for sure. They'll be back. Alrighty. Use Good Day. Use code DMP for 10% off at begoodhealth.com.au. So head to begoodhealth.com.au, grab your Good Day, use code DMP for 10% off, and also you can use get a subscription, you get 20% off. Time for the Cowboys versus the Raiders. Cowboys get the job done 30-20. And you know what I like about this for the Cowboys is that they really built off last week, and I hope the Dolphins can do as well, because against the Broncos, as I said last week, I felt like the Cowboys played really, really well. And I know I said something pretty extreme, but I said, I feel like if they play like this every game for the rest of the year, that they can push to make the 8. And I know that sounds crazy, but I genuinely believe that. I felt like that's how well they played last week. And, I felt on the weekend they were outstanding again. I thought Clifford was another incredible game from him. And, geez, doesn't he have a big boot? Holy crap. Yeah. How important is that for him? Just much, much better. They look like the Cowboys that we know they can be. They look much more confident. Their line speed was better. Really, really good win for the Cowboys.
You mentioned that boot. That kick for touch was incredible, wasn't it?
Right.
From his own 30 or 40. And
one thing I will say is one thing that we do overlook with Clifford is the fact that he has a really big kicking boot and Dearden just doesn't. And so even if Clifford just gets through his tackles and basically kicks long, he's going to offer a lot more than some sevens in the competition right now.
I'm stoked that he waited for this game to begin his campaign to become a future immortal. Of all games to do it, and he waits for the Raiders. He was exceptional. I don't think the Cowboys win this game without him. There was the couple of tries he scored. It was just a bloke with a point to prove going, no, I'm a regular, I'm a starting number 7 in the NRL and don't think differently. The one where he sort of crabbed across field and found a bit of soft defensive line there and pushed his way through there, jumping over the top of Kayo Can't Miss. They're tries that you don't sit there and go, it's been an improved Cowboys side and he had a better platform to play off. Those 2 tries were just pure determination to score those. Could have scored those in any given week this year if he was available.
Yep, absolutely. And it's the thing with Clifford, because we've seen this before, a couple of years ago at the Knights, was incredible the first 2 weeks. It's just about week in, week out. It doesn't necessarily have to be like he was on the weekend. It's about how do we get this version of Clifford or close to it each week. I think that's his biggest challenge going forward. Because if they can, all of a sudden, Reece Robson, Dearden, Drinkwater, that spine, it's a good spine. It's a bloody good spine.
He's good enough in attack where, and we sort of mentioned around Tom Duffy and that defend well. He's got that massive boot on him, which is just invaluable to them. And then he's got a strong enough running game that things will happen around him in attack. However, we keep saying, with Scott Drinkwater in the team, it's not about being a superstar, creative playmaker at number 7 in this Cowboys side, because you've got Drinky will do that. Tom Dearden's going to create plenty. Reece Robson will create a bit. So if he can, as I said, it doesn't have to be a superstar in attack each week like that, but he can make the jersey his own and he's got the attributes to do it. It's just, of course, can he week in, week out. Back it up.
And I think it's a real key point is mate, he doesn't have to be bloody Alfie Langer or Nathan Cleary or anything. That's Scott Drinkwater, Dearden, and Reece Robson's job. That's what they get paid the big bucks to do. Just sit back, use your big boot, and make your tackles and everything else, and make sure you just square up defences to give Dearden some space. And that's all you need to do. It's actually one of the more simple 7 roles in the competition when you look at that spine. And on the weekend, he did more than that on the weekend, but that's all he needs to do.
I thought Johnny Bateman was unreal. It's sort of taken the Cowboys a while to find their feet. I'm not sure if they have just yet. It looks like they have, but I thought he was really good. Jeez, he looked weird in a headgear, boys.
Yeah, that was strange.
Shit out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Johnny was good. Another guy, and I'm sure you guys are all going to bring him up, but geez, Purdue looks friggin' good. I know he had a bit of a tough start to the season, but mate, he just moves smoothly. He looks way stronger than his body weight gives credit for. He is somewhere where I go, if centre's not his main position, because he's a half, isn't he?
A half fullback can play centre.
man.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he's. And Cowboys fans would have a better idea than me. But from what I've seen, I'm not convinced centre is his best spot.
Yeah, wow.
He's so quick.
So quick.
He gave Matty Timoko a bath on 2, 3, 4 occasions in this. He was all over him.
Yeah. And like that's when Timoko is like, we know how good he is. He's not just any slouch. So yeah. And they said that by data he was the second fastest in the NRL or something like that, Purdue or something crazy like that. But geez, he can move. So, mate, imagine once he fills his frame out, because he's quite, it seems like quite a tall, rangy guy.
There's plenty to fill out there.
So it's just like, if that's what he's doing now, so I'm just trying to think, he's 19 years old. 19 years old and he's moving like that as an outside
even
back.
like in this tough start to the season for the Cowboys, he's had like highlight reel moments just about every game where you've gone, where he's busted the defensive line open with a bit of brilliance or speed, whatever it might be. Like, he's had moments every single game.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, just reading through his stat sheet, got to tackle breaks, 0. I don't know. And I thought back to it, that's because they couldn't get a handle.
Yeah, because he was so quick. He's 186 centimetres tall, so he's a tall, relatively tall for an outside back. Mate, he is interesting to watch. I cannot. If this is what he's doing now at 19, mate, wait till he fills out a little bit. Wait till his team gets in good form, because this was the best they've played so far.
Yep.
Wait till they get a bit of a roll on. And, I mean, him and Drinkwater working together, fucking stop the fight. Hammy, what do you think, mate?
So quick, and just really quick off the mark. He looks like a real handful. Going to be a hell of a player to watch over the next couple of years. I also thought Drinky was really good in this one as well. He had a couple of line break assists, a line break himself, a try assist. Good to see just Drinky in full flight. He had first few games of the year probably a little bit quiet, a couple too many errors, still a couple, but just good to see him kind of getting back to his best again.
Yeah.
I thought that Nanai, when he got on the field,
I was literally just about to say the exact same thing.
Of course you would. No, but I thought when he got on the field, he really broke this game open on a few occasions, turning him under and whatnot.
He looked hungry.
He looked hungry. He looks keen, yes. Yeah.
Is having him off the bench the best way to use him? Maybe just get out there and rip and tear for a little bit rather than, obviously the defence is sometimes an area that lets him down a little bit. When the game's some tired bodies and stuff out there, he's just an absolute handful.
Right now, it's 100% the best way to use him. Like, until he proves that defensively, not just defensively, and getting the carries into him as an 80-minute back row, which it's inevitable. It'll happen at some point, and he's still quite young, obviously. But for the time being, you're not going to get the best out of him. There's going to be defensive issues as an 80-minute man. Bring him on off the bench against trying defences like that. The big run he had before the Tommy Dearden try, that was just, they couldn't touch him. He looked unreal, didn't he?
I think you just knew he was playing your Raiders, mate.
Yeah. Hates you.
He hates me.
Hates Timmy. Look, I think I agree with you. Like, right now, off the bench with where he's at, but he's too good of a player to be coming off. Like, he's 22 years old. Him at his best, he's one of the best back rows in the competition. I just think he'll play too good. But I do think right now, mate, you just say to him, like, don't worry about defence. Like, obviously, when you get on, worry about defence. But, like, don't stress out about game plans and 80 minutes of, like, you've got to make 20 tackles on the edge and got to be focusing the whole time. Literally, go on for 30, 40 minutes or whatever and just rip and tear. Just don't think about anything. Just rip and tear.
I said a few weeks ago when he was dropped, and I stand by it, that I think that dropping, great decision from Todd Payton, and I was thinking it'll be the making of him, because he's been this superstar through the lower grades. He literally came onto the NRL scene and was a superstar that quickly. He played Origin, had some big Origin moments. Honestly, he's so talented that it looked like it came easy to him. And apologies if it didn't. And then he got complacent with his defence and going, I can have a handful of carries a game and that'll be fine.
You know what I reckon? Like, individually, not for his career or whatever, but just like individually, I reckon him killing at Origin probably was the worst thing for him. Because you shouldn't do that at that age. Like, no one does that at that age. And I think that might have just hurt him a little. It's almost like when a team comes out and scores a try in the first minute. It just like sets you off in the wrong kind of mindset.
Like, at 22 years old, give it a few years, he'll sort his defence out. It'll get there in time and he'll start getting more carries into him. And he could very quickly become the best back rower in the game. There's a long way to go, but it's probably going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he
does it in Origin.
Yeah.
Like, he does it on the biggest stage.
Crazy.
The question is it a year away? Is it 3 years away? Is it 5 years away? I've no idea.
And look, we've seen, like, Hamola, he was similar-ish to Nanai, where he would have like a month of good footy and then be quiet and he wouldn't take many carries. Now, granted, we're talking like 3 or 4 years ago. So the only reason I use that is, like, it does happen very, like, guys as talented as Hamola and Nanai, Sometimes they just need a few years to develop into the player they are. We have to remember this guy went into Origin and killed it at 20 years old. And so, you can't begrudge a 20-year-old that maybe went in, killed it, and then thought, okay, I can just kind of rest on that for a little bit. And what I like the fact that he hasn't kicked rocks. He's not sooking when he comes on the field and just doesn't try he clearly, it matters to him. He cares. He's coming on. He's ripping. So it's good to see that as well. In regards to outside backs, Taulagi got through a bunch of work. Back to his kind of barnstorming best. Never really gets the appreciation he deserves, Taulagi. He's always picked in the Queensland side. Makes the Australian side usually. I think he missed the last one, but usually makes the Australian side. But when he's at his best, he is truly a handful.
I put up a post about him during the off-season at some point about a stat or something, and man, I was surprised the amount of comments that was sort of, he'll be nothing without Val Holmes. I just thought,
mate, what are you watching?
The bloke is a monster.
He is a monster. Problem coming out of his own end. And that's his biggest asset. His ball running out of his own end. Don't get me wrong, he's got the highlight reel of crazy tries, but mate, his ball running is incredible. Incredible. Good to see Drinky just back doing his thing. He really is a barometer for that side. Like when he's up and about, they usually do, get up and about too, which is... I'll
tell you what too, with Drinky, we'll get to the moment soon, but I've been very critical of his defence over the years, and when he had Savage coming at him, it was a 2-on-1. We'll talk about Savage's decision in that moment, but Drinky still had to make the tackle.
Yep.
Which in previous year, he just flat out hasn't done.
He would have just gone for the dummy.
Yeah. In fact, I actually think it's what put Savage in two minds.
Yeah, because he's so
he knows with Drinky, okay, normally he doesn't make these tackles. What do? He'll probably go for the intercept. I almost reckon it put him in two minds, and Drinky made a good decision there.
Yeah, and Savage is no slut. Like, he's a big boy, Savage. Not small. Yep. Not small. It's a great point, and you could argue that could have swung momentum to winning the bloody match.
I think it won the game for the Cow. I think it lost the game for the Raiders, personally.
They score that. If he goes inside, they're, with the conversion, would have gone up 2. And probably a game. Not necessarily a game, but there wasn't long to go.
I think it would have turned the momentum in this one.
Oh, tough. And look, I just want to give their forwards a rap. I know they don't set the world alight with their stats and, or whatever, but at the end of the day, they went up against a red-hot Raiders pack that's been dominating teams. I know they didn't win last week. Did Raiders win last week?
No,
Manly. But they went up against a good forward pack, and that's one area with the Cowboys where we've been quite critical. And as I said, do I look at these stats and go, Taumalolo's back, he ran for 300 metres? Like, no, I don't. But at the same time, Bateman 43 tackles, Reece Robson 48, Jordan McLean 25, Taumalolo 22, only one miss. Like, they did their job.
It's pretty unique for a team to win when both your front rowers play 35 minutes and Kayo O'Donnell played 35 as well. So 3 of your starting forwards played sub 35 minutes. You don't see that very often.
I think, do you reckon Payton has the big boys on to take that initial brunt and then brings the smaller guys off the bench to kind of get through the middle there? Because, you got Nanai ran for over 100 metres, Griffin Neem 10 metres, and Johnny Bateman 125.
I'll tell you the other thing with the Cowboys too in this game, and full credit to them, like Cohen Hess got sim in at the 58th minute. That was a critical time in this game that the Cowboys 3 weeks ago crumble. I think.
Yep. And that's why I took so much out of their performance last week. And I know some people are like, mate, they fucking lost. Why were you so positive on the Cowboys? But they just looked way better. Like they just got unlucky that they came up against the Broncos, who probably has the second best goal line defence behind maybe Bulldogs so far this year. Just this year I'm talking about, not obviously overall. Obviously the Panthers are the best and Storm. I thought there was a lot to like, and there's a lot to like here. And now, got a bit of momentum. I know they didn't win against the Broncos, but they played well. They get the win here. All of a sudden you can start stacking up a bit of momentum in form, and before you know it, you've got Taumalolo back, not at his best, but, just a bit of confidence in the forward pack. You got Drinkwater playing the plays we know he can play. So really, really important win for the Cowboys.
Isn't it a wild competition where you see the Raiders 2 weeks ago knock over the Broncos without Tarpanay?
Yeah.
They then give it to the Cowboys, and then Tarpanay walks back in, and wild.
It's great, isn't it?
It's unreal.
That's why we love it. Anyone can beat anyone on their day. Like the winless Dragons just beat the Storm. It's the best in the rugby league.
It's so good. So good. So really good win. And I've got to credit Payton. He made some really tough calls. He dropped Nanai to reserve grade. He brought him back onto the bench, and we've seen a response from Nanai. Duffy was dropped to reserve grade. Now, that was a bit of a mixture of two things. I think, looking back on it, Clifford was always probably going to start, but he had a niggling injury. And so it's a mixture of, I think if Duffy played well, he would have kept his spot. But I think at the same time, if they were both injury-free, Clifford probably gets that spot. Again, I'm just assuming here. But he did. He brought Clifford back in. He could have kept Duffy for a few more weeks. He didn't, and they got a result. You've got to give Payton credit for that.
Yeah, 100%. I thought it was very harsh on Duffy, but they had to start to win games of football, and Clifford was the best on the field for me.
Yeah, and also I look at it and I go, if they were to continue to lose, do you really want to damage Duffy like that? And so part of me feels like it was a bit of a protection mechanism for Duffy, because there's no way Payton watched those games in the first few round and said this is the 18, 19-year-old rookie's fault. There's no way he would have thought that.
Yeah, fair shot.
I think a mixture of Clifford was always going to probably be the starter, and also the last thing I need is this bloke's confidence to be absolutely shot. So, yeah, you got to give Payton credit there. Now onto the Raiders. I'll just throw it straight to you, Timmy, mate. What do you think?
Yeah, pretty disappointing. It's just disappointing because we had our opportunities to win it. But, again, looking at it on face value, I would have expected probably a better bounce back following the disappointing game against Manly, although, as I did say, I think it probably wasn't as bad as it looked. But we're going up to Townsville against a winless Cowboys who there's enough talent in the roster that they were playing for everything. So we were never going to go up there and walk through them by any means. It's if Savage passed that ball to Owen Paddy, we could have a very different result. So made some mistakes. I think defensively on our edges, we were torn apart a little bit. That was probably most concerning to me, how easy they went through us out wide. Matty Timoko, he had some really uncharacteristic misses that we don't see from him often. He'll be better for the run with that, he'll sort that out. But disappointing, mate, but also not taking anything away from the Cowboys who were better on the night.
Speaking of Paddy, that 40-20, he's done that a couple of times now. Ooh, that is a weapon. And he's doing it, number 9 coming on the field with 20 minutes to go or whatever, and the fact that he's impacting a game enough for you to almost remember him. Usually number 9s take years to kind of build impact into a game. He's already doing it now. Mate, he is good. Roo, you can speak more about him, but that 40-20, loved it.
Yeah, he's special. But the thing that I like, mate, and I compare him to Riley Smith at the moment, deals, who I really like. I think he's got a huge future. But you can tell, I think Riley's coming on the field going, fuck, I need to have an impact here. And sometimes he's overplaying his hand a little bit. Paddy's just already got that cool, calm and collected head that, he's coming up with the big plays, but he's also never overplaying his hand, in my opinion. It's funny, I actually said to Tim when he came on the field, I said, fuck, this could be sort of the opening of Owen Paddy if he can come on and have an impact. And then Savage threw the dummy and I went, fuck, that was it.
That was it.
But he's going to kick so many of them throughout his career. I don't know what the who has the most 40-20s in a career or whatever, but I think Paddy's going to give it a real nudge this year in his career.
I will say, and I know you weren't saying this, but I will say in Riley Smith's defence, you're coming onto a field that, the Raiders are at least, going okay in that forward pack, whereas, Riley Smith, what I like about him on the weekend is, when he came on, at least he had some energy and he was, saying, let's score some points. Whereas, that's what the Eels are missing right now is just a bit of bloody energy. Yeah,
I've got some opinions.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Know that.
Yeah, I thought that Horsburgh had a couple of errors that were uncharacteristic. Even Hudson Young had some errors that, a bit uncharacteristic. Look, the good thing is that it's not good that they leaked 30 points, but they were still in the match even though they weren't anywhere near their best, the Raiders. They weren't anywhere near their best. Now, in regards to individual performance, what's some positives for the Raiders, mate?
Well, I'll go to Old Paddy was a great positive. Hudson Young's desperation for that try saver on Scott Drinkwater was incredible, and Hutto just does not stop trying that bloke. He impresses me more and more each week with some of his effort areas.
Yeah.
Our back three under the high ball are becoming very costly, mate. They're making a lot of errors, and we're starting to miss Jordan Rapana, who is very reliable under that high ball, the GOAT. Need to sort that out because...
Especially KO Weeks, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they're
He's
just
going to get targeted now.
KO, who I was I was a bit sceptical about him coming in as a big-ish signing last year. And I thought, all right, a full preseason at fullback, not having to worry about 5'8", the set up an unbelievable try in preseason. All right, we're on to something with KO Weeks. this season, he's 4 games so far, no tries, no try assists, and he has 1 line break in 4 games. And then you add on top of it is just the problems under the high ball, which the back 3 have had issues. We're just probably not getting enough. Like Xavier Savage getting a lot of these off games out of himself a little bit, but they're still cropping up like there where he had a magical moment for a try, ironically under a high ball. But yeah, just a lot of errors in our back 3, mate. And unfortunately, Kayo Weeks isn't creating enough at fullback for us at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, he started so well. He's got the speed. And I'm with you. I think we all were, because we were always talking about how surprised we were at how good he did kind of a duck to water when it comes to fullback. But I think this is, you know, this is why we always talk about specialist positions, and I think that we're getting a bit disillusioned by the fact that there's a lot of utilities in the game now, and so we just expect like, oh yeah, he played a bit of utility or he played a bit of centre. Oh, he should be able to play fullback. And I think we're forgetting like fullback and wing, like these are specialist positions that have caught high ball after high ball after high ball after high ball. And it's similar too when we go, oh, he's a fullback. Yeah, you can put him in the front line. Mate, if he grew up playing in the front line, he has made like 10,000 tackles. If he played fullback his whole career, he honestly might have made 200. Yeah. I don't know, whatever the number is. Bugger all. Not enough to make it a second nature thing. And we looked at like KP is a perfect example. He has all the skill and the talent to be in the front line, but he doesn't have the reps in the front line. So all the little decisions that you would make subconsciously in defence, he's just not going to make. And I look at Kayo Weeks, and unfortunately, I think teams are going, because like we watch a lot of rugby league, but the people that put together game plans for these teams, like the Raiders or whatever, they watch hours. So let's say I'm about to play the Raiders. They watch hours and hours and hours of tape just on the Raiders, and they'd go, here's Kayo Weeks, hasn't played fullback growing up that much, hasn't played much fullback in first grade. Let's test him under the high ball and see what he does. And unfortunately, last week he got massively tested. Now the secret's out. He is a bit shifty under the high ball. It is going to be a nightmare. Every week he's going to be getting bombs. And so he either needs to fix it quickly or, unfortunately, it's going to force him out of that position.
But you know what? I've spoken about Chevy Stewart for a long time. I like him. He's got the same problem under the high ball. So I think people calling for that change, I don't think that's going to fix your problem at the moment. Chevy's doing well in reserve grade. They're 0-3 at the moment, to be fair. But I would be giving, and I'm pretty confident Ricky will give Kayo. Yeah,
so he's been quoted saying, no, we back him in. He's not the only one. Yep. And they should. They absolutely should, because he's done a lot of great things. And, you know, as long as he's at training, just working as hard as he can, as the worry is that teams are going to absolutely pepper him now. Like, just pepper the shit out of him.
What about Strange?
At fullback?
No, not at fullback. I'm just at 5'8".
It's been a bit quiet, if I'm being honest.
He's been pretty quiet to start the season. I've sort of always thought 5'8's his best position. You've sort of always floated up the centre idea, and you came even curlier at me the other night.
Yeah, I knew you'd push me into this.
I actually like it. The more I thought about it, the more I like it.
Over a Saturday afternoon bev, I floated that, and I wouldn't be doing it now, but down the track, Ethan Strange maybe is a 13. Just because I look at him and I go, awesome ball runner, but like, and it happened last year as well, just the left edge, they don't really see any ball. Like, he just dummies, steps, runs himself, which is fine. He's a ball running 5'8". That's all good and play to your strengths. But I do look at like Kayo Weeks isn't creating a lot as a ball playing fullback out the back. The left edge aren't seeing a lot. Like Tamale, who's electric runner, tackle buster, scored a great try on the weekend.
He's been great, Tamale.
I was going from dummy half himself and just going through 3 blokes. Like, it was an awesome try. I just look at, and I like Ethan Strange at centre, but I go, he looks pretty solid. Like, he's built well. He's only going to get bigger. Play him as a 13 where he can be an awesome link man because he's got a good pass on him. He's in and around the ruck. He'd cause so much damage with his running game. To emphasise, not saying do this now, but wouldn't shock me seeing that happen down the track, especially when you add in, look, we'll see what happens with like Jamal Fogarty's and like Chevy Stewart coming through and Ethan Sanders, but there's a lot of good young talent coming through our halves. And
Did you see what Ricky Stewart said about that?
No.
He goes, we want Starling and Fogarty to stay at the club, But if they can't handle young players putting on pressure, they should take the deals off to them.
Get that into him.
It's just like, what? As if they have gone to him and said, we don't like it. Just like, Jesus.
But yeah, like with all these players coming through and a lot of super talented spine players coming through, I don't know, I could see Ethan Strange playing 13 and being really bloody good at it.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it. The worry I have with Strange is like, I actually think he's been quite quiet since the first month of footy that he had. He's been solid. But I just think as a young player, he doesn't get involved enough. I just want him to see him with the ball in hand a little bit more. Now, granted, maybe that's because he's just he's just not getting it because Fogarty's going in different directions or he's trying to stick to a game plan. But I feel like his running game's just wasted. Like, he's a strong ball runner.
Got an awesome running game.
And like, I don't watch a Raiders game. Like, I don't watch a Raiders game and come away from it going, geez, Strange was a handful, when he should be, because that's how good his ball running is. But I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying, because at the moment, like even on the weekend, 11 runs, 99 metres, which is okay. 19 tackles, 3 misses. When was the last time he had a multiple try assist game or something like that? And I think that you're probably going to need a 6 that can create that. Now, granted, maybe he just needs another preseason under the belt.
And I look at it, and yeah, again, I'm not saying he can't make us a 5'8" long term, and I'm looking like Ethan Sanders there. If we do retain Jamal Fogarty, we've got Ethan Sanders, and I'm sitting there going, I just think that left edge of being starved of some quality ball at times. Ethan Sanders, from what I've seen of him, he plays direct, he plays straight, he plays deep, and he creates space out the back, and that could work more.
I wonder, like, putting muscle mass on Strange, whether he would suit that 13 role. Then again, though, how do you fit that all in with Puppy, with Talpanair, with Big Red,
and that lock one? It's
down the line.
I'm not going to pull the trigger on that this year.
Yeah, okay.
Like, if you want to do it, let's test him out. Let's give him a whole preseason to put on some bulk, see how he goes defensively, etc. But yeah, it was just one I flagged, which I thought
more just like floating as an idea rather than being committed to it or anything like that.
Yeah.
And like,
I mean, the other one is, again, don't need to do it at the moment with our centres, but he's playing at centre, and then depending on how Sanders goes, lower grades if he comes up.
Yeah. And look, I want to be real clear. I don't think Strange has been bad by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think any of us are saying that. It's more, I think he's just got so much more in him.
Where are you going to get the best out of a player?
Yeah, and he's a first grader for sure. It's just like where can you get, because his ball running he's a problem with the ball hand.
Yeah, especially in a team that, you don't play the most structured footy in the world. Like, I imagine he would have a license to run whenever he wants, and we're just not seeing it as much at the moment.
Alrighty, on to the next game. Hit the reset button, restart the time. We've gone over every single time, but that's okay. Who cares? The boys got nowhere to be. They don't have lives to get to. Alrighty. Before we get into it, though, Bloke Undies, that's right. Head to bloke.shop, grab your Bloke Undies, hot premium undies, guys. Trust me, you will not be disappointed with these. Head to www.bloke.shop. Got a bunch of different colours. You'll really, you will not be disappointed with how comfortable they are. Okay, most exciting game of the round for me, Sharks versus Bulldogs. I've got so many notes here, just about like, there's so many different talking points. The first talking point I've got is like, and it's a question, are we witnessing the birth of the next great coach? Are we witnessing the first few years of it? Because like when you look at it, currently it's Bellamy and Bennett, they're like GOAT coaches. They started there, obviously Bellamy early 2000s, Bennett a long time before that. Ivan Cleary as well, you'd probably put in the GOAT conversation now as well. But just to be aware, like, are we witnessing Ciraldo? I'm not saying that he's anywhere near it yet, but are we in the first few years of him potentially being one of the greats? That's a question I've got. I think the scary thing about the Dogs is like they're adding to their... Like what happened last year, if you go and listen to the press conference after the game with the Dogs, he literally said last year in our preseason, all we worked on was defence essentially. The good thing about this preseason is we didn't need to work on that much because we've got the system sorted. We can work on the attack. So much so that Ciraldo said the first few games were just about possession and defence. He said we had a specific game plan created to take it to the Sharks and win this game. When I hear stuff like that, like a genuine coach coming out and saying we created a game plan specifically for this week to beat a top tier side in a big game, that's a scary prospect that like of how good his coaching is, of how reactive his squad is. But on top of all of it, this is just a question, but it's a question that I think it has merit. But if your name's not the Penrith Panthers or the Melbourne Storm, are the Bulldogs the next closest team to a premiership? And I know it's a crazy question. I get it. But in both of their biggest games, which is this game against the Sharks and against Manly, they've played outstanding footy. They've proven that they're a big game team, and they don't even have this full squad they want yet. On top of all that, are they a premiership threat this year? That's how good they played. They were missing key players. I could not be more impressed with the Bulldogs. Absolutely incredible performance. Root?
Yeah, I love looking at them. We spoke about DCE last Tuesday about where he could potentially arrive, and I sort of said, look, I think if the Bulldogs get DCE, I think they're closer to winning a comp than what the Roosters are if they get DCE, and I stand by that. I don't think they're... I've always said I think they need to find a 7 or a 1 to bring into this side, but Sexton and Tracy, they do a job every week. I just think you need a superstar in one of those spots to win a comp, realistically. But, mate, the Penrith Panthers, they've won 4 comps in a row off the back of...
Your system.
Yeah, defense.
Oh, which is Serrato's
System.
system. Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
right.
system.
And that's what they're showing. Like, they're the only undefeated team in the comp, and that was their best attacking game on the weekend without Kickow, without Burton, without Kiraz. I think they're the real deal.
Mate, it's incredible. And like, think about how many big matches where there's been hype built into it. So against the Broncos last year when there was all this hype because they'd won the games in a row, they came out and belted the Broncos. Every big match the Bulldogs have had, they have aimed up and played big match footy. Like this was the biggest match. You could argue, aside from Penrith Storm, that was a little bit lackluster because they were missing a key player or whatever. You could argue this was the biggest match of the season so far, and they saved their best performance for that.
Mate, they play the Newcastle Knights this Sunday. I was doing some content last night, and I was getting a picture of Reid Marnie, and the first picture that came up of Reid Marnie was in the game against Newcastle. It was only 2 years ago, it wasn't that long ago, with KP sort of putting his arm around him because they just got beaten 66-0.
Far out.
And looked like they were in absolute all sorts as a club. The
crazy.
club on its knees. And I'm not convinced that was the low point for Canterbury that year, to be honest with you.
Jeez. That's
and
crazy.
now they're going into this game, and I'm not sure if I can see them losing it.
It's crazy. What do you reckon, Timmy, about the Doggies?
Yeah, well, firstly, there's just this belief in them. Like, there just doesn't look like there's a player out there who don't believe that, look like they're going into a game thinking they can't win it. Like, every single one of them, they seem so confident in everything that they've got going. And they just don't look like a club to me that want to make an excuse for anything. Like, this game against the Sharkies, who we've all got as title contenders this year, at Shark Park, without Burton, without Kiraz, without Kickow, without Sam Hughes, like, they're missing 3 of their best players, if not best players, probably give or take Stephen Crichton.
Well, it'd be like the Sharks missing Hines, Mulatalo, and Nikota.
Yeah. And if the Sharks got done, you'd be like, well, they're missing their 3 best players that you get in that. The Dogs were in that boat against a near enough full-strength Sharks outfit, and they won 20-6 away from home. Like, they just... And if they did get done... You can guarantee Serrato wouldn't have been sitting there in the presser going, we're missing key faces. We have a few dollars. Like, they don't let that club who will lean on any shit excuses.
Oh, look, I know it's an early call. But I think there is a chance we are witnessing the first few years of one of the next great coaches. I really do. And I know it's so early. He hasn't even come close to a premiership yet. But just, I don't think people realise how far this team has come in such a short amount of time. And also, like, even still on paper right now, they're not that flashy of a side. Like, if you were to compare their salary cap, like of their forward pack, to some of the better, like the sides that are premiership favourites or whatever, like on paper they're not that strong, and yet all of them are playing like premiership contenders. And that's what's exciting about it, is like we genuinely might be witnessing the early years of a young coach that goes on to be one of the great coaches. And I know people say that's way too early. I'm just saying it is a possibility that is happening. And I've never said that before. And the reason I say that is like, this guy is responsible for the defensive system that Penrith currently use, to my understanding. So he's already got runs on the board in regards to his systems that are set up.
I think as well, if that possibility turns out to be accurate, which I think it's every chance to, laugh at his tweets, but Phil Gould just once again elevates himself to one of the best minds rugby league has seen. Mate,
and you got to give a lot of credit to the Laundry Group that were the initial big dogs behind this all, the meetings and the dinners and all that kind of stuff. They're the one that got these powerhouses together. You got to give Serraldo credit. He was told by Gus Gould, don't come this year because the club's not ready for you to take over. And Serraldo said, no, I'm coming because I'm going to get to work right away. And now they're all of a sudden in a position where they're 4 on a trot. It's the first time since 2016 since they've been on the top of the table. It's the first time since 1993 that they've won 4 games on the first 4 games of the season. And what's crazy is they haven't even played their best footy yet. Like their first 3 rounds, like they were leaking, like they'd get out to a big lead and then just take the foot off the pedal and just let them score a few tries. Like it is just amazing. And like even little things like the identification, Atkinson comes on the field. Guess who starts getting the ball nearly every set on the attacking goal? It's Critter versus Atkinson. Like those things, they didn't have that last year. They didn't have that attacking prowess. All of a sudden, they've added that to their game. It is. We are. I think there is a chance we're witnessing the next big team. Like, and I know that next big team with one of the next great coaches. There's definitely a chance.
Let's play a quick game. I'm going to read out their draw. You tell me when they play someone that you think should be favourites to beat them.
Okay.
So Newcastle,
Ponga.
South Sydney, Brisbane.
Broncos.
Where's Broncos game at?
It's at Suncorp, to be fair.
That'll be tight. That'll be like a 50-50 call.
Broncos will be favourites.
But like I can understand why you would think the Bulldogs could beat the Broncos. I think for me it'd be a 50-50 call.
Well, they spanked him there last year.
Yep.
We beat you in trials.
Titans, Raiders, Roosters, Dolphins, Parramatta, South Sydney. They don't play Penrith until round 17.
So like, what are they paying to win the minor premiership? I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, guys, but I'm just saying,
I'll
might be
get it up.
juicy.
I know they're $12 to win the comp.
And the other thing with them too, like Origin rolls around, like we're talking about Jacob Preston as a smoky. Who else are they going to lose?
Good point.
Maybe Critter, maybe.
$8 minor premiership.
Wow.
Critter's probably the only player they lose.
Yeah, look, they might drop a game here or there, but you're right. Like in all those matches, outside of maybe the Broncos, they'll probably be favourites.
I'll tell you what, and without looking too far down the line with them, the back end of the season is going to be very interesting for them, and I'm sure this will be something that Serrato will be well aware of. So I think we all agree they got the back end of last year and they sort of ran out of gas a little bit. Their last 3 weeks of the regular season, they go Melbourne, Penrith, Cronulla. So they're essentially going to have to play 7 or 8 weeks of finals footy to win a comp.
That's rough.
It's rough, but it's also, I think that this group would look at that and go, fuck yeah.
They'll be ready.
Yeah, they'll be ready to go.
I mean, if they can get through those 3 matches, like 2 from 3 or even 1 from 3, but play well, they'll be so hardened for finals footy. Like they'll be probably the most hardened side for finals footy in regards to standard. But just like even in my notes here, I wrote after 25 minutes, the time in possession was 10 minutes versus 7 minutes, and a completion rate of 92% completion compared to 76%. And I wrote, this is how the Bulldogs beat teams. It's not in the first half. They do beat them in the first half, but they don't get the points there. The points come in the back end of the game because of this. The Bulldogs just go, we're going to keep the ball in play as long as possible, and we know that we're fitter than you. And maybe that's not true, but they're actually proving it to be true. But they've got so much belief that we just want the ball in play as long as possible because we believe we've done more hard work than you. And it's just like, that's what Penrith Panthers do at their best. We'll keep the ball in play. We'll keep dropping people under. We'll keep going through the middle because we believe we're better than you. Fitter than you. And that's what happened. Towards the end, that's where all the points started to leak. They started to find some holes in the Sharkies' defensive line. And I think one really interesting thing that Craig Fitzgibbon said, he said they controlled the tempo of the game. And I thought that's a really interesting take. And it's true. Like when you control the tempo, you can control momentum of the game. And how do you control the momentum of the game? With your line speed in defence. And that's what the Bulldogs do. They control the tempo and momentum of the game with their line speed because they're dictating to you where you land in contact because they're always landing on you first before you're even ready to get a run up or ahead of steam. So, man, it just breaks teams. It breaks teams. Another great quote from Serraldo after the game. Whether we won or lost, at least we drew a line in the sand of where we are at. I love hearing that shit because what he's saying is like the implication there is everyone thinks we're a one-year wonder. And he's saying we're going to go up against a premiership heavyweight. Whether we win or lose, we're letting everyone know that we are one of the best sides in the competition. I love hearing that shit. He was
really good on the weekend, and he's one that I've thought for a long time as a ball player. I think he's underappreciated, and there's a lot of ball players in the NRL getting thrown huge money at him. Jeez, I think a lot of teams could do much worse than have Bailey Hayward in their halves.
Mate.
I think that since he's come in, everyone's seen him play that lock sort of bit of hooker, and I think his best position is in the halves. And I don't think Canterbury, I think they're too smart to let him go. And if I'm Hayward, I probably don't leave this system at the moment. But geez, I reckon he could walk into a lot of NRL sides in the halves.
Well, Bailey Hayward, 232 kick metres from just 5 kicks. And then 21 kicks, Toby Sexton, 717 metres. You're looking at nearly 1,000 kicking metres compared to the other end, which I think was about 600. I just get up quickly.
Well, and he broke the
broke it
record last week, and then backed up with 717 metres.
And so on the other side, you've got 347 kick metres from Trindle and 238 from Hines. So look, I heading into this year, I believed that they would back it up. I felt like I'd seen enough from the Dogs. I didn't think that they would be a side that would fall off like the other sides that we'd seen, but I didn't think that they'd be a premiership threat. And I'm not 100% there yet, but I think they might be a premiership threat. I think that question is on the table now, whereas it wasn't for me at least before there was a ball kick this year.
I think we're basing it off, and I think most people would, whether or not they're a premiership threat, and if anyone thinking that they're not, is the lack of superstars on the roster. And people might say, when they're on deck, a Kikau or a Burton or a Stephen Crichton, but we're talking up against Nathan Cleary and Cam Munster and Jerome Hughes, superstars of our game.
Yep.
The Doggies, they don't really have it, but if you took names out of it and you went purely on performance across the first 4 rounds, well, you say, of course they're premiership threats, but I'm with you. I'm still going to need to see more to say I think they can beat a Storm or a Penrith full strength come finals time, but in terms of what they've produced, it's hard to argue.
Yeah. And so I'm not there yet. I'm not saying that I'm going to lock them into a premiership threat. But I tell you what, even when they went out to Penrith last year, it's a friggin' tight game. They nearly came back in the end. Hammy,
I love as well. I think they have a badge of honour in knowing we don't have the superstars, but we're going to drag you into the gutter.
Yep.
Let's see how you go. And the weekend, mate, they were so far in the Sharkies' heads, it was not even funny. You had a few times there, Nico lashed out at one point, AFB lashed out at the back end. Reid Marnie with the guy on the ground. Should he have done it? Probably not. But it's rugby league. And I love that Reid Marnie, he didn't tiptoe around it after. He said, it's footy.
Yeah. Look,
that's how we're going to play. If you want to beat us, you're going to have to come at us harder.
And they're leaning into Dogs of War.
Yeah.
They're saying we're going to push the line. We're going to go across that line. And Ciro was a little bit frustrated with the crossing of the line with Satili and Reid. But it's everything else, though, before that was great. It's just don't get across that line. Hammy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, a couple of those moments I was like, okay, maybe.
Rate it in a little bit.
Yeah, rate a bit of that in. But yes, no, it does say we're here to play some footy.
You don't get the name of Dogs of War unless you cross the line occasionally and you show people we're willing to go.
Yeah. No, you mentioned, obviously Serrato was at the Panthers and was a big part of setting up their system. But system is the big thing here. So obviously all those players that were out, some of their best players, but it feels like they're building a bit of a next man up mentality here. Those guys miss out. 3 of their best. Hayward slips in. He's been around the squad a lot, come off the bench in a few different roles. He was ready to go. Curran, obviously can play through the middle or on the edge there. Came in, when Kikau was out as well. And then, Wilson doing a great job while Kiraz has been out as well. They've got some really good depth. They've built a great, well-rounded squad. They got criticised early for bringing in a lot of utility players, but it's potentially working to their favour now because they've just got guys that can slip in and keep playing they know the system, they know what they're trying to build. It's been building for a couple of years now. I reckon they're a top 4 threat for sure. I reckon it wasn't just a 1-year thing from what they've shown so far. The one concern will just be going too hard too early like they did last year. That back end of the year, though, if they can taper it off a little bit in the middle at some point, they're going to set themselves up really well with 3 very tough games leading into finals. But I reckon they got a squad here that can be right there come the pointy end for sure.
How good's Harry Hayes too?
Oh, mate, just some of that work you in defence. And what's crazy, so Serraldo said that the guy Jack Todd that made the debut, the guy that we liked in the trials. Yes. He was actually at the top of the list for all of their young forwards last year. That was leading the charge to make his debut, and he actually broke both arms throughout the season, couldn't make his debut. And so, if you got a guy like that was at the top of the list of guys with Hayes and all that coming through, it is just. Look, I'm going to take all credit for it. I kept saying, "Stay patient, baby." I said, "Stay patient." I said, "Stay patient." People that stayed patient, you're getting the rewards now. But yeah, Harry Hayes, some of that defence was outstanding, and I think with Reid Marnie, I love the fact I love that he's gone all in on the situation in regards to like, look, I'm going to push the line. I do think though that just from a purely trying to win matches perspective, you just got to find a way to not go over that line and cost your team penalties and stuff like that. But I get where he's coming from. You know, in his interview, he's kind of just like, mate, we're playing footy. Like sometimes that line, we're going over it because it's a contact sport.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, you go back to that Sharky stand that won the comp. Like I felt the same about Mick Ennis as well.
It's just look. I'm sure Doggies fans love him, and I'm sure people that hate him, that play against him hate him when he does stuff like that. And as I said, in a perfect world, he would do everything leading up to that little brain explosion. He would do, and he just wouldn't do that one thing. But sometimes when you come to a game with the same attitude that the Dogs are, which is us against the world, and we're taking no prisoners, you're going to have little slip-ups. I think by the end of the year, they'll have that out of their game. Because Serraldo's just too disciplined of a coach too. But initially, especially at the start of the year when you're trying to find that line, sometimes you have stuff up. So just is what it is in my opinion.
And like you have a look at like some that like you look at Craig Bellamy's teams that are always, just so down the line. They were so professional. So, but then he had Will Chambers that he'd go be a dickhead. So you can get under their skin, get a reaction out.
And also especially, the early the mid 2000s and 2010s, like they were still pushing the line just sneakily, the Storm side. So like, don't kid yourself thinking that this Storm side wasn't pushing the line whenever they could. Any of the best sides push the line as far as they can get it. It's part of being a competitive sport. Now, granted, it doesn't mean that we want Reid Marnie, head highing anyone at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying he shouldn't have done that. I'm just saying that mistakes are going to happen when you're pushing the line. Got to give Bronson Sherry a massive shout out. Last year he just built into like a really solid centre that got through his work, made his tackles. Now he's building on top of that, and what a journey for him. I'm sure he got a lot of messages from Cronulla Sharks fans saying some really negative things. And obviously I don't condone, overboard crazy stuff. But if I'm being honest, you make a mistake like that, you're going to get a bit of backlash. So in some of the stuff he probably was said to him on social media was probably deserved. Again, not the personal crazy stuff, but if Sharkies fans were pissed off at him, they kind of deserve to be pissed off at him with what happened. And he's took it on the chin. He didn't talk. He didn't sook. What I love so much about Sherry's journey is he didn't sook about it. Yeah. He didn't come out after everything had happened. And you actually can go back and look at, he was banned from playing local touch in that, I'm pretty sure.
He wasn't allowed to play tag. That's why he ended up at Helen doing Pilates because he wasn't allowed to touch footy.
Anything, not even touch footy. And so you could look at reasons for him to go to sook and be like, I couldn't even play touch football local league. And he hasn't. He's kept his head down. He's worked hard. And now he's adding back to his attack that we all know he had when he was a youngster. It's one of the great stories of redemption. I think we all don't agree with the initial, failing of a drug test. But I like second chances, especially if you've served his time. He's served his time. And now he's here back at the Sharks ground. And instead of talking about the redemption or talking about, how he feels about the situation, he just showed him on the field. And that's what you want. Actions, not words.
Wasn't it a great try? Just turned under. There was really not much on. That was just determination to get there. And I agree with you, mate. You do the crime, you do the time. He got exactly what he deserved, but he's done the time and he's come back and he's doing great things.
He's one of the most underrated centres in the game. And even, you wouldn't be lying, but you sit there and talk about how, his attack looks like it's evolved even again this year. Mate, it was outstanding last season as well. And he's just... defensively, he's absolutely sound.
Yep.
He's lightning quick. He's bloody strong and powerful. He runs a great line. He, for whatever reason, since his return, where, you would have thought there would have been more fanfare and hysterics around his return, but credit to him. It was kept so, and the club, for that matter as well, it was kept quite under wraps, I felt, last year. And... mate, I think he's one of the most consistent centres in the game.
Mate, he's been, as I said, he's been outstanding. And what I respect the most about it, there's been no sooking, no whinging, no victim mentality. He's just got his head down, worked hard, and he's back to where he deserves to be. Because as I said, you do your time, he's done his time. Now it's time to give him a fair opportunity, and he's taken it with both hands. Yeah. And so good on him. And a really, really bloody good game. We could go through heaps of it. Montoya was great. We already spoke about Haywood. We've already spoken about Jacob Preston. Just a bloody good performance. A bloody good performance for the Doggies. Alrighty. onto the Sharkies. Look, I know I'm gonna be in the minority here, guys, but I can't sit here and lie just because it seems like the easy. Like I'm not just gonna lie. There's an opinion out there that as soon as the Sharkies lose, you just immediately hammer Hines. And if Hines had played poorly, I would say he played poorly. But I'm not just going to say that opinion because everyone seems to think that's the easy direction. I don't think Hines played that poorly. I don't think that you can just automatically just blame him. And as I said, I know I'm in the minority. I know everyone else seems to just immediately. But when I watched that game, I didn't see it. And if he does, like for example, at the back end of last year when he was super quiet, we said he was super quiet. But me personally, I didn't see Hines play a poor game. I saw a team that didn't play that well. I just want to try something with you guys. I want to read out 4 stats, and you tell me who played a bad game. And this is all half stats. So here's 1 stats: 1 try, 28 metres, and a line break assist, 22 tackles and 2 misses. So that's 1 half stats. Here's another half stats: no try assists, 53 metres, no line break assists, 22 tackles, 2 misses. So there's 2 halves stats. Now here's 2 other half stats. Oh, sorry. And that last stat line was they also had 3 errors. Here's another half stats: 0 try assists, 43 metres, no line break assists, 13 tackle, 0 misses, 2 errors. Here's another stats. This is the last stat line: 1 try assist, 42 metres, 2 line break assists, 24 tackles, 1 miss, no errors. Out of those 4 guys, which one was the best and worst?
Last one was
The last one was the best.
That's Nicho Hines.
Yeah.
And I know stats don't mean everything. I really don't. I really do know. Stats don't mean everything. But I don't know how you can sit here and go, yeah, we're going to start talking about Hines moving positions. When, yes, the Sharkies should have won. Yes, the Bulldogs were under strength. The Bulldogs are clearly a top 4 side. And also, there were other players in the Sharky side that didn't play great, in my opinion. And as I said, I know I'm in the minority, and I know it's the easy thing, but what I watched the other night, that's just my opinion.
I think it's become a really lazy argument, the bashing Nicho Hines. I think it becomes an automatic for people after a Sharks loss. I've said before, I don't think he's a halfback, and I stand by it. I don't think he is. But, mate, like we came away from Vegas. They lost to Penrith. I didn't think they were impressive. He made mistakes in that game, but we had calls for him to play lock. We had calls for him to play off the bench. Like, the fuck are we talking about?
It's
ridiculous. He is an elite player in our game. He is an elite ball player. I don't think he's a halfback. I think Trindle's a better halfback in the side. I think that's how they need to play moving forward. Trindle wasn't great in this game either. Let's not ignore that.
Well, if anything, I actually think Trindle didn't play great this game.
I think Hines was better than Trindle. I think that's pretty evident. Like I don't understand what. I think he's just become an easy target that people know will get clicks. They know it'll get views, and I think that's the reality of it.
I don't get it. I just really don't get it. Look, if you want to move him to 6, yeah, I'd consider it. I'd, like swap the numbers. Okay, sweet. But I don't get this immediate obsession of like, not only do we, like if you want to come out and say Hines should have played better, yep, sweet. But automatically going he should move to fullback or bench or whatever. I don't get it. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I'm with you boys. You know, I've always been a big Nicho follower and what he's done, and I think he's so unfairly maligned. And yeah, sort of he has. It's just the level at which people bash him when he has a slightly underperforming performance. Like we sit there in a game where the Doggies were far too good for the Sharks in this instance, and Nicho came out. He actually created. He set up a try.
And in the end, he was trying to kick for tries. He nearly he got a repeat set with Britton Nicola. Then Jesse Ramian dropped the ball over the line. Like he was trying to create things.
Nicho Hines, we were looking at creators and playmakers doing something. Nicho Hines has 8 line break assists this season. In second place is Tom Trbojevic on 6. Then it goes down to players on 5. Ponga, Gutherson, Kennedy, they're all fullbacks. You go down to Sandon Smith. He's the next half on 4. The next half in the game behind Nicho is Sandon Smith, who's half as many line assists as him. As you said, mate, stats aren't everything. There's more to it. We know that. But this is a bloke who, as you said, it's not just saying he played poorly. It's, he's got to change position or go to the bench, go to lock, whatever it is. Like, has Nicho been that bad?
Like, yeah, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, he's the one half that we just automatically go, he should change positions. Like, and as I said, if you want to talk 6 or 7, look, fine, okay. But like fullback, bench, lock. Like, I don't get it.
And then he's second for try assists as well, equal second or equal third, I should say. Reynolds and Munster, they're both on 5. I reckon 4 of them minimum for Munster have come off kicks.
And Reynolds has had a couple of kicks too.
Yeah, a lot of Nico's have been off ball playing, creating, so he's essentially second, third there as well. Yep. So it was like...
Not to mention the bloke in 4th is Braden Trindle, who's been stealing them off him in his own team. Like, I can actually make sense of the calls for fullback. I wouldn't do it, but at least that keeps Nico in a key position in the footy side. If you're moving him to bench or to lock, I can't make any sense of that whatsoever. Mate, I think what you said before about Nanai, how he came in and he played for Queensland, he played for Australia. Mate, I still think to this day the worst thing to happen to Nico was winning that Dally M, because I think it's just set this ridiculous expectation of people that he's either a freak or he's no good. And it's just not the reality of being a ball player in the NRL.
Yeah. And as I said, I know that there's going to be comments going absolutely mental right now. But I'm not going to lie and say my opinion is different to what it is. I watched the game the other night. Was Nico great? No, he wasn't great. Was he okay? Yeah, he was okay. Was he the better half out of him and Trindle for that specific game? He was. Has Trindle been better than him at times? Yes. It's just bizarre to me. It's just strange. In regards to like how they played, like they just really struggled to go with the Bulldogs for the 80 minutes in regards to like, they hung in there at times quite well, but I personally felt watching that game, most of the game, the Bulldogs were controlling the momentum of the game. And that comes down to usually your forward pack winning that battle, whether it's line speed, whether it's defensive contact. And I felt like if you could be critical of Nico and Trindle, my critical part would be sometimes when they did get down to Bulldogs' end, they seemed to just almost kick it to Mulatalo to kind of like hope something kind of happened.
They lacked creativity.
Yeah, that's where I am critical, and I say I feel like there's probably game plans that Fitzy has given them that they should have stuck to, and that's what they didn't do. And that's where I am, as I said, that's where I am critical. When they got in good ball, they should have been more creative than they were, in my opinion.
Well, and that's it, mate. We're not sitting here saying Nico killed it, because he absolutely didn't. And that was the knock in this game. It was that, all right, plan A doesn't work, which it wasn't. The Sharkies, they didn't have a plan B in attack. All right, how do we change our shape up? What differently can we throw at this Doggies defence? And the Doggies defence just frustrated the hell out of them, and they said they didn't know what to do, so they kept going to an early kick, and it was like just looking for someone in behind the line, a cheap try.
Well, Mulatalo had 6 errors, and it looks crazy, but a lot of them were just trying to catch kicks.
Just looking for a cheap try, because they had no answer of like, how do we break this line? Which, you know, the Sharks' attack is generally so good and so lethal. Credit to the Doggies, because the Sharks didn't have an answer.
Yeah. In regards to some other guys, look, I'm going to be honest. If you wondered how much they miss Iro, when he went off, holy, they miss him. Like they genuinely dropped off a cliff when he went off the field. Talakai obviously went off as well. Now I'm not going to say them losing players is an excuse, because look at the Bulldogs, but I will say Iro clearly is so important to him how good he's playing. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and I think as well, losing Talakai, mate, as you pointed out, I think that was a real domino effect on that. They just obviously didn't prepare for in any way, shape or form. But yeah, Iro, we were sort of saying on Saturday, I think in the next year or so, he's going to be in that conversation for best centre in the game.
Mate, he's playing friggin' good.
Defensively, he's good, runs the ball hard. Like he's just got all the skill sets you need. And I think it once again is a really good, like I sort of said for years, like just pick him in first grade. And like sometimes it can just take guys longer to get to grade, but just when they've got it, they've got it. And he's just one of those guys.
Mate, I'm with you. He is just been super consistent, ever giving opportunity. I felt sorry for Atkinson, because the game was in the balance. They were in the game, and then the Bulldogs just identified we've got a centre. We've got a halfback playing centre. We've got one of the best centres in the game in Critter. They just targeted him, unfortunately.
Which we say it all the time, and it sounds so easy. But how often do clubs screw
not do that? Yeah.
Canterbury get a split second and go, "Yep, okay, this is what we're doing.
Yeah,
we'll get at him."
And they just got at him, and he just couldn't do anything about it.
Of the relief to the Sharkies' right edge, because they got a bath in that first half. Like Jesh Raymond actually had a poor read or a miss on one of the tries there as well as Jacob Preston, I think. But Sammy Stone Street unfortunately came with a few poor reads, and they were all at sea a little bit, the Sharkies' right edge. So got to work on that.
Yeah, look, I think that a lot of other teams that have played poorly to start the year, we've cut them some slack and said, it's the start of the year, they can build into it. And I think the Sharks deserve that same slack. Now, is there a worry? Okay, there's another big game where they haven't stepped up. Yeah, for sure. But they got a whole season. It's only round 4. They've been pretty bloody good up until this point. And to be honest, for 60 minutes of this game, they're pretty good. Like, yes, the Dogs had control, but they actually hung in there. They did hang in there. They just eventually ran away with it, because I'm just looking at when the points were scored. So the tries all came. Yeah, in the second half, so you got 45 minutes, and then the last one was a 62nd minute. So, like, up until pretty much a 62nd minute, they were relatively in the game. So, you know, disappointing for sure, definitely, but it's a long year. They've got time to build into it.
I think it'll be a really good game for Craig Fitzgibbon to sit down with some guys and sort of go, hey, this mob got inside your head.
Yeah.
Like, they beat you between the ears in this game, and I don't think the Sharkies handled it overly well.
Yeah, and I don't think you don't want to lean too much into, like, look what they're doing, let's do that. But they came out and they completed it like 90%. Boys, that's a big game play right there. So, yeah, disappointing night for the Sharkies, but hopefully they can bounce back. Alrighty, on to the next game, Manly versus the Para Eels. I'm going to be honest, and I know this is disappointing for Manly and Para Eels fans, but I actually don't have that much to say about this game. It was a bit of a... Look, I give Eels credit. Like, they hung in there and, you know, they fought. But it was a bit of a... I felt like Manly, if I'm being honest, didn't really get out of second gear. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the Eels at all. They did show a lot of fight. But there's really not that much to take away from this game, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you. And I don't mean, if you're a Parramatta fan that gets offended by that, I think it's just the reality. Manly were nowhere near their best. We've seen them absolutely torch teams over there at Brookvale Oval. I felt like, to me, Manly just sort of went through the motions in this game. Did what they needed to do. Obviously, Turbo went down as well, which is a distraction. I think you got to remember as well with Manly, like, a positive week, negative week. I don't know how you want to look at it, but a weird week, if nothing else. A lot going on.
Mate, I am so... And look, there were reports or people said that he got... Some fans booed his name when it came up on the screen. But when he ran out, he was cheered. Yeah. And I'm so happy that the Manly fans did that. And, mate, wasn't it just like clockwork? As soon as he... Like, what I'm not understanding with people going, oh, why did he do this and why did he do that? What else is he supposed to not announce that he's not going to be at the Manly Seagulls? And you have to remember, he told them in December he will not be there. Before he went on the NRL 100% footy, he called Peter Jendal and Seabold. So they were aware of it. They were absolutely aware of it. And so, like, eventually he was going to have to announce that he was going to be at the club. And so I don't understand, like, people saying he shouldn't have announced it. It's like, well, what was he supposed to do? Like, not announce it? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, but just like clockwork, when he announced it, immediately, you know, or he asked for a release in 2024, and, oh, no, we did offer him a contract when, you know, in a press conference before, he said the only formal offer that he got was on Tuesday morning. Like, what has him asking for a release got to do with anything? Like, a year, other than you trying to make him look bad. If anything, it makes him look better. If he asked for a release and played like he did last year, shows how committed he was to, you know, the team. And so, like clockwork, all the news started coming out trying to make him look bad. I think the fans can see through it. It makes no sense. Like, on one hand, you're saying that you wanted to keep him, and on the other hand, you're saying, oh, no, we've got to keep all these young guys coming through. It's like, which one? Well, which one is it, guys? Like, come on, let's be real here. No contract was offered to him around November when you were negotiating. I believe Manly wanted to go in a different direction. Just say it.
Just say it, yeah. You're better off to be a club that made a bad decision than to do what you've done.
Some weird... And unfortunately, they haven't won the battle. The fans didn't boo him. The fans understand what's happening. And it's one of the first real situations, in my opinion, where a player has finally won the battle. And this is how desensitized we've become to expecting players to just shut up and not announce anything. Like, as I said, people saying that he shouldn't have come out and announced anything. He was watching all these things get leaked. That this is why players, when they like, people go, oh, why didn't the player come out and say that this didn't happen or this didn't happen? This is exactly why, because he came out and said what's happening, and he got smashed in the media for a week from people trying to leak stories. Like, this is why they don't.
Yeah, and you mentioned that there wasn't much to take out of this game. The 4-minute press conference was 10 times more entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just watching Anthony Seabold sitting there going, Christ, I'd rather be anywhere else.
I felt sorry for Seabold there.
That's the definition of rocking a hard place.
Yeah, I felt like, what can he do, man? Yeah. Like what could he do?
Especially when DCE delivered it the way he did.
Quite strong too, which I like.
Nailed it the entire way through.
Nailed it.
Too late to get DCE messed off on the Tim Zoo undercard this week.
What do you think, Hammy? What do you think about the game and the whole situation?
Yeah, I'm with Rue. I think the press conference post game that's where you got your price of admission out of it. I mean, yeah, they had a distracting week leading up. I wonder whether there'll be a bit of a wobble. And we spoke about last week. They lose games they're supposed to win. Was this going to be potentially one of those? Wasn't pretty, but they got it done. They got the job done. All the noise and all the DCE stuff probably, takes the spotlight a little bit off the fact that Tom Trbojevic is injured again, MCL.
4 to 6 weeks.
Did it potentially 20 minutes into the game and then for some reason tried to run it out and play the rest of the half. That just felt so strange to me. And I felt
you know what it is though, bro? That is Tom Trbojevic so devastated about the situation he finds himself in. I've been there before where you get injured and you don't even want to admit it to yourself. You just want to go, no. I'm not injured. I'm just going to run it out. It's going to be okay.
Yep.
And that's just desperation on Tom Trbojevic. He is so desperate.
If it was also now he knows this is his last season with DCE.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if that was even, I don't know if it happened during the game, whatever.
Yeah, make the call as
during
physio.
the warm-up. We saw with the Tigers, Dewey, minutes before the game was like, nah, not playing. Pulled out. He's had a similar run with injuries to Turbo as well. But if there's one game they're going to rest him for, maybe, against the Eels at home, just put Lehigh back there, give him another week. That's not going to help their cause going forward the next couple of weeks.
He didn't look right from the get-go.
I know. He was strapped up from the start.
Yeah, missed out on last week because they were cautious with him because he had left the field early the game prior, didn't finish it because of tightness. They went, all right, let's not risk him this following week. But he said it was a game against Parramatta. They had Lehigh Opawade, future star that they can throw at fullback. They should be winning that game comfortably regardless. And you go, all right, there was caution around, I think, hamstring or groin tightness, whatever it was last week or the week before. So he sat out. And then he's done his MCL, different injury. I get it. But to my eyes, and then you add in this shitload of strapping he had around him as well, he just didn't look right from the get-go.
Well, he ran onto the field with strapping on one of his knees. And then he got the other one strapped as well. And that concerns me. With a bloke as many injuries as him, and granted, I know that we're talking about physios. They have so much more knowledge on the situation than us. But I was just surprised, why is his knee strapped? If he's got a knee injury that's a bit niggly, just don't play him. If he has any niggles, just don't play him. As I said, the physios know way more than we do. They're educated in this situation, so they must know something that we don't. But when I saw him run out with his knee strapped, it was bizarre to me.
It's just so devastated for him, really. One of the best blokes in the NRL, and I can't help but feel like when his career ends, we've been robbed potentially of the greatest fullback of all time. And I don't have any hesitance because I think he's that good. And if Tommy Turbo was able to stay fit through his entire career, and look, there's still hopefully plenty of years left in him, but the amount of injuries he's had, we've just been robbed of one of the absolute greats.
Yeah, seriously, we've been robbed of. He could have gone down as the greatest player. If he is fully fit for his whole career, he genuinely has the ability to be the greatest player of all time.
100%. Yeah, not just fullback, player.
And I know that sounds hyperbolic, guys. Have you been watching Tom Trbojevic fully fit like I have been watching? Have you seen what he does in Origin? He is truly greatness. And if not the greatest player of all time, one of the greatest at the very least. That's how good he is fully fit. Now, granted, I get it. It's a big ass, fully fit his whole career. I get it. I'm devastated for him. I really am.
It's also from that argument, people go, he doesn't even want to comp, and I get that. But the thing I love about Turbo is that, and there's a lot of players that we see that they achieve great things in rugby league, but the vast majority of their big games come against the teams that are at the bottom of the ladder. Mate, Turbo shows up regardless of who he's playing. It doesn't, even this Penrith side over the years, he's had plenty of good games against them. And
look at Origin.
At Origin as well, playing out of position, they essentially invented a position for him in Origin, and he dominated.
Probably should have won Player of the Series for Australia. This recent one from centre. That's the one thing I do love about Turbo, that I know he doesn't have the comps, but he always shows up against the best sides. Yeah, especially recently. You could have looked maybe early in his career against some of the top tier sides, but that's anyone. They struggle against top tier sides.
And most of the time, he's also coming back from injury as well.
Yeah.
He's very that's the scariest thing about him. Very rarely is he match fit.
Fully fit.
The one time you saw him match fit, he won a Dally M in a landslide.
That's the thing,
Yeah.
right?
That's the
Like,
yeah.
he's never fully fit.
Yeah.
I would love to know how many, if you ask Tom Trbojevic, mate, how many games in your career have you been fully fit?
Yeah.
You'd probably be able to 0. And as you said, it's there in 2021, won it in a landslide. One of the greatest individual seasons we've ever seen when Tom Trbojevic was fit. Like,
He almost broke the game so much so that they were like, okay, this 6 again rule's too hectic. We need to bring it
Yes,
back a bit
yeah.
because they scored like 22 tries for Ruben Garrick, 23 tries for Saab, 23 tries. Like, it was crazy. And so just devastated for him, man. I don't know where Manly go from here. They just can't keep doing it, unfortunately. And I don't know where he goes from here. Does he? I don't know.
well, the question that just gets asked, it just becomes the price packet, right?
Yeah.
Like, you sit there and go, and there would be lesser teams in the NRL that would take a gamble on him at his big price tag, but Tom Trbojevic for starters, just like in any other jersey, would just feel so wrong. But I don't know. So hard for Manly because they don't want to see him go.
No.
Heart and soul of that club.
And they've stuck by him too, you know.
Absolutely,
like,
they have. Yeah. So I think that there's going to be Manly going to get to a point very shortly where they go, mate, we can't re-sign you on 900 million or whatever, and he'll have to make a decision. Do I take a pay cut to stay here, or there's going to be a club out there because he can win you a premiership if he stays fit that'll take a gamble on him with that $1 million price tag or whatever it might be.
You'd honestly almost, this is how good he is, you'd honestly almost go, you're not starting to play footy for us until round 18. I know that sounds insane, but like, if you could just somehow get to the top 8 by round, not round 18, maybe round 15. If you could just hang to the top 8 round 15 and then just say, Tommy, we need 15 big games from you. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but he genuinely could win you a
Do
premiership.
we genuinely think Manly get to the point where they go, we're not going to re-sign you for not? I'm not sure.
I think this current administration would.
I think they
Really?
will. Yeah.
No, I don't think
What
they will.
where they don't want to give him the money he's worth?
Yeah.
Let's say a flat 1 million. Like, at his best, it's more. But let's say a flat 1 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you reckon that this administration that's basically said no to a red hot DCE, said we're not going, like, basically didn't offer him a contract, wouldn't be willing to say, Tommy.
The DCE thing has to be an age thing. It has to be. It can't be based on the football he's playing. It has to be that they've looked and gone, okay, let's start to set ourselves up for the future. A guy that can be a halfback.
They didn't even offer him 1 year. Like, just,
Yeah, I know. More to my point.
yeah.
But it's like with Turbo, as brutal as it be, they've got Lehigh sitting there. They've got Kohler that can play fullback there. Garrett that can play. You think they'll just keep going, regardless of these injuries? We'll give you $1 million. We'll give you $1 million. At some point,
Wouldn't be the worst decision they've made this week. No, in all
See, I
seriousness,
reckon
we
it's-
just said he could be the greatest player to ever play the game. Surely, I don't think they'll want to see him leave the doors. They're lucky enough that he loves Manly. He will stay there. I think they will.
See, I reckon it's a safer bet to re-sign DCE on another year or two than Tommy, unfortunately, right now, because he can't
Don't
get through a
disagree with
season.
you, but
here's the gun to head
maybe.
what I think happens. And I hope it doesn't, but history says it probably will. He comes back from this MCL injury, and there's another injury at the back end of this year. If he stays fit, look out, Manly can win the comp for starters. But let's say it doesn't. There's going to be a point where they'll go, all right, we'll give you $750. And there's definitely going to be a club that'll go, we'll give you $1 million or 1.1 or whatever. Like 100% there will be. And then
See, I think Turbo will take the pay cut.
so do I.
Yeah, yep.
Because of they've been loyal to him,
Yeah.
he loves the club. That's what I think will happen.
Yeah,
That's fair. Yeah.
I think he'll take a pay cut, but I don't think that. I'd be surprised if they offer him like 1.2 million again or something like that. I just don't think they can afford to. And I think also, like, you know, Tommy would reasonably be like, you know, history would suggest that, like, I can't get through a full season at the moment.
So
which
I generally
sucks.
think, give or take, Cleary, I think he's the best player in the NRL. But with the amount of games he misses, he's not worth 1.2 million, like, because he's off the field so often.
I'll tell you what, I think we all agree, though. We just want what's best for Turbo. We are all such big fans of him. Such big fans of him. In regards to the performance, look, it was scrappy. They didn't really get out of second gear. What I did like it, they didn't have Paseka, and they still managed to win the middle to a degree. And also, I did appreciate Manly's patience. They were super, super patient. They got through their sets. They didn't panic, and they won the game convincingly towards the end. So that's a positive for Manly. Just quickly to Eels before we move on. As I said, like, I know it sounds harsh to Eels by going, oh, there wasn't much to this game, but I will say they looked much better than they looked in the first 2 rounds. They're showing a bit of fight. They're just in the deepest depths of a rebuild right now, and I think it's taken the entire club by surprise, as to how far of a rebuild they're in right now. But they did show a lot of fight. I give them credit for that for sure.
The big question, Kempy, with the Eels fans, do they need to stay patient?
Great point.
Unfortunately, see, that's the thing. A lot of people try to conflate that I've said stay patient about a lot of clubs. I've only ever said it about the Bulldogs because I could see what was being built there. Unfortunately, I just haven't seen enough for to give the Para Eels a stay patient tag.
No patience yet.
No patience just yet.
Continue to flip tables and blow up.
Continue to be angry. Continue to just lose your shit. So, yeah, really, honestly, the only team that I've said to stay patient is the Bulldogs because I could see what was being built there.
Dylan Walker arrives at the club this week. I assume he'll be in jersey 14. Do we agree?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Yeah.
I don't think Parramatta can afford to run with him at 14, Riley Smith on the bench as well, and with Hands, Lussick, whoever you want to have at 9. I think you just got to rip the Band-Aid and let Riley
just give Smith the go.
Fuck, like, how much worse could it get?
Yeah, seriously. Like, just give him a go. Like, it's...
If he's gassed and he can't go the 80, put Dill Walker there.
And you play Dill off the bench. You basically bring Dill on, playing at about the 20, 25 minute mark. You play him through the rest of the game. Hopgood shifts and plays in the middle. His role's not going to change that much. If anything, there'll be a little bit less ball playing as the link man because Dill takes over it. Hopgood becomes a better player. Yeah.
As soon as Riley gets on the field, you can hear on the mics, he's the only one talking.
Yeah.
He's the main communicator. He was playing Jersey Flegg last year at halfback. He's now the hooker that's the communication guy on this team.
And the hype guy, like getting some energy out there. And I will say as well, like, we've spoken about other players losing confidence or whatever. The difference here is like, no one's expecting the Eels to win many games this year. So he doesn't have to worry about his confidence being ruined whereas like at the Cowboys, the difference is people are expecting them to make the 8. So there is like expectation. Whereas I think look, if you're in the depths of the rebuild, you may as well get a year ahead and put Riley Smith in there and just give him an opportunity. I will say, Dylan Brown, I know he's the easy guy to immediately say you're not good enough. And he hasn't actually played as well as we know he should. And so towards the end of the game, he started to run the ball. With Dylan Brown, he's just got to... So there was a start. I got in my notes. In the first 5 minutes, there was like a late offload that was like push back or something like that. And like those broken plays where a half is like skipping around and almost just waiting for another player to take a run. And so it came to Dill Brown and he's got this perfect opportunity just to get his first run out of the way and he just passes it. And with Brown, I'm just like, there's your perfect opportunity to get your first run in the game. And granted, he took a run not long after. But I think with Dill, I'd just be saying to him, mate, give me 20 runs. Like, who cares? Like, we're not like winning games, being honest. Just give me 20 runs. So I'm not saying he's the only reason they're losing at all. There are so many other reasons. But with him, he just needs to run the ball more.
There was a couple of moments in this game where I was very disappointed in him. There was one play, it was in the first half, they went down the left edge, the halfback got it, he got tackled on the tram line on the left-hand side. And Lussick was standing there at dummy half waiting for a call from Dill, and he didn't react. He didn't do anything. He stood down the short side. Lussick ended up running to the open side and putting in a horrible kick himself. But that was a moment where I just thought, fuck, Dill, get to the open side, take control of this football side.
Yeah.
It was also like in this game, they lost this 26-12. It was 12-0 at half-time. Joe O scored in the 15th minute. It was 12-6.
They did well. They really did.
Dill didn't run the football until 10 minutes to go. I don't want to be overcritical because I think people are being overcritical of him. But, mate, there's a lot of instances in this game where I don't care if you're the main guy, Moon or guy. I don't give a fuck. If you're a ball player that's got Dill's ability, you've got to be more involved than that.
Mate, I'm with you because I don't want to be lumped in with people that are going way too overboard on Dylan Brown. Because I do think that people aren't even analysing the game. They're just immediately going, Dylan Brown bad, Dylan Brown bad. But I am with you. He needs to run the ball. Like, at the very least, get the ball in your hand. Give me... I'll go less. Give me 18 runs. 18 runs. That's all. And then we can work from there. And he's not doing himself any favours. Like, the game was lost, and then all of a sudden he decides to pick up the tempo, and he starts tearing them apart. And I'm just going, what? And look, I get it. Like, I don't feel sorry for Dylan Brown. He just signed a $13 million deal. But I do understand there's pressure. I do understand he's a young man trying to navigate something that none of us have ever experienced, and we never will experience it. But I just think, don't worry about the fans or anyone else. Just do it for your teammates. Just get through a bunch of work. And then if people are still upset and frustrated at you, you can at least say, listen, man, I'm doing my job at least. Timmy, what are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I think Dill Brown is in for a very long year because I thought he was I thought he was pretty ordinary in this game, but I think he was nowhere near as bad as what people made out the first 3 games. Like, let's take into consideration the fact that they were near enough running freaking Reggie's.
It's essentially a New South Wales Cup
like
stance,
pack
with
times.
some first graders.
And we say it all the time, like, you can be the best half in the game. If your pack's not moving forward and you're getting dominated through the middle, you're not going to do anything. Dill Brown, like, he's got 5 try assists this year under the Fox Sports scoring, not the NRL.com one, very different. And I think he's been okay. Blow his best, yes, but, mate, the second he put pen to that deal for the night, people have just, as you said, Kempy, I reckon people not even watching games, not watching games properly, they're just going, shit, you know, drop him, don't. It's like, please. Not great on the weekend, but he has not been that bad this year, and people calling him out because the deal he's just signed with the Knights.
I think the 5 try assists is a bit of a cop-out, though, to be honest with you. Fucking, like, set up a try with a kick on the last play of the game on the weekend. He did the same thing against Melbourne. Like, I think he's picked up 3 of those try assists in the last 10 minutes of games, and he hasn't been involved for the majority of those games. And, like, put it this way. If you put Bailey Hayward into that team yesterday, do you think he doesn't run the football until 10 minutes to go?
Well, the thing is this: I don't really mind. Like, stats are irrelevant to me when you're in this situation with Dill Brown, where your team's struggling, you're struggling for form. I just want to see you get involved. Like, if you show me 18 tough runs and you're trying to make your tackles, you know, form comes and goes, and sometimes you get heaps of try assists, sometimes you don't. But for example, Tom Dearden, he is almost like the reverse situation where he's actually started the year quite poorly. But can we honestly all sit here and say he hasn't had a crack? He just is not playing well. And I just think with Dill, he just needs to put his head down and rip in. I do think there are far too many people that are just like automatically Dill's the worst player in the world. You know, I don't want to be lumped in with those people. However, I do think it is fair to be critical of him. Even if he hadn't signed the 10-year deal, I don't think he's been good enough so far this year. And I'm a huge, everyone knows how big of a fan of Dill I am. Like, absolutely huge fan. But to his standard, he unfortunately hasn't been there this
with
year.
Mitch not there at the moment, that team is just looking for someone to lead them. And I don't need Dill to be Alan Langer to be Joey. Run the football. Guys will get off the back of you. That's your biggest strength. Just run the football. I would go as far as I'm Jason Riles. I would say to him, I need 18 runs of the football.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't care if it's a nightmare. I don't care if you're wrong at the wrong times. Run the football.
That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, as a coach, I would literally just be saying, mate, just run it. That's it.
As soon as the other guys see a different energy out of Dill, I'm not saying they're going to make the top 8, but it will start to turn because he's got that ability. Like, it's not pure luck that he's managed to line a $1.3 million.
Mate, he's a gun.
He can play. He's a gun footballer.
He's a gun. He's got it in him, absolutely.
I think he's just in his own head a little bit at the moment. I think the way to get out of his head is just run the football. Just do what you do best.
Yeah.
They just like so clearly lacking a leader in this club, and like
they need Gutho so bad.
They like what Gutho will be doing there, and like how desperately they need Mitch Moses back. I will say, like, just circling back to Riley Smith a little bit, but I just loved with a minute to go where, you know, the game was done and like there was a turnover and there was a scrum. And like all the Eels pack are just meandering along like that, and Riley's sitting there yelling at him, going, pack the scrum, let's have a crack at him and play some footy here.
Yep.
He got them together, got the scrum packed. They dead set would have nearly packed the scrum if he didn't yell at them. Yeah. And then soft as anything try, but they scored off the next set and got some points on the board. It's like, take something out of it, like show something.
That little bit of energy that can just turn the tide.
So positives, I think Iongi has worked his butt off. Like, he's a perfect example. If he's still rough around the edges, he's not perfect, but at least he's ripping in and having a crack.
Iongi, he's so good. Like, again, he's doing this, and he had round 1, he had 24 runs, something. Round 3, he had 24 runs, just getting his numbers up for the weekend. But, like, it is very hard to do anything behind this Eels pack at the moment and what they're doing, the lack of go forward. He's got something about him.
Yeah, and look, I know it's easy for us to, or for fans to just immediately blame the playing group, and the playing group absolutely need to take responsibility for this. But I've got to say, I just feel like they've been let down by their administration. Like, the fact that they've been this gutted as a roster, where they've gone from a grand final in 2022 to now essentially wooden spoon favourites or a close to, I just think it's been really poor management from administration. Like, they just haven't handled this whole situation. Like, they haven't given their key players the roster to do anything with. And I think that they deserve to hold some responsibility too. Just like the players, like I want to be really clear. I'm not saying don't hold the players responsible. I think they should be held responsible, but I think the administration deserves some accountability as well, because like they have been left in a hole in regards to the roster that they're dealing with right now.
And when you have a look at that spine from that grand final, like the two guys missing from it, Gutho, Reid Marnie. You couldn't find more energy than those two blokes. Like they're exactly what they're sort of lacking at the moment.
Well, look, Iongi is a bloody good player, but you moved Gutho on a year early when he didn't want to go. You moved Reid. You didn't re-sign Reid. Anyway, we've been through it a million times. So, look, yeah, they showed a lot of fight. They did, the Eels. I thought they definitely looked better than they have in past. Okay, now on to the last game of the round, the Tigers v. the New Zealand Warriors. What an exciting game. Back and forth, usually a Sunday night game like this, you'd think it's going to be a bit of a bludgeon, but I loved it. I thought it was super exciting. And what I loved about this from both sides, it was almost like if you closed your eyes and didn't know the Tigers were playing the Warriors, like both of these sides aren't known for like momentum swings and then fighting that momentum back and hanging in contests and something doesn't go your way, but then you hang in the next set. And this is what was so good about this for both teams is they were showing uncharacteristic like ability to withstand a bit of pressure and hang in games with their defence. I think both teams, the Tigers didn't get the win, but they can both walk away with their heads held high. The New Zealand Warriors, what is so good is I don't think they're playing anywhere near as good as they can. Like I think that they are nowhere near what we know they can play, and yet somehow, some way, they hung in this battle and they got the win. And I feel like the New Zealand Warriors of 4 or 5 years ago, there's no way they win this match. But this current New Zealand Warriors side, they're showing fight, they're showing grit. When things click for them, when they really click, they're going to be a problem. They are going to be a problem. A great win for the Warriors. I feel sorry for the Tigers that, that penalty, yes, in a perfect world, he just gets up and plays the ball. But it was contact to the head. It was a penalty. Even though I hate it, trust me, guys, I do. It is a shit way to lose. But I think both teams can be really happy with how they played. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. Chan should have been sin binned. Kick him out of the comp. Disgusting. No, it was a good game. A lot of tickers shown by the Tigers. I did think, coming into it, we already knew Skelton was out coming into the game. He's been so big for us. I thought Fatape was great for the record, but Adam Dewey injured in the warm up. Samuel Afanu, one of our best players, injures himself on an exercise bike on the side of the field. That feels like the sort of thing we would have done last year or the year before. Just a couple of these things adding up against us. But with all that, taken into consideration, I thought they ripped in and showed a fair bit of ticker. Obviously losing a couple of players on the fly. Got a little bit unlucky with the penalty at the end. Had our chances. Obviously Buller went through as well, and there was an obstruction, which was there. But, we had our moments probably to win the game, the Tigers. But... again, years gone by, a few things like that go against the Tigers. It's all of a sudden a 20, 30-point blowout. It hasn't been that this year. The two games that they've lost at Campbelltown have both been by 2 points.
Yep.
They're ripping in. There's definitely an attitude adjustment. They did really well to keep themselves in it. Yeah, had their chances to win it. But, again, I think, it's a loss, but it's not like a complete car crash of a situation. That there's something to build off there.
And I think that like a lot of Tigers players will look at that and go, the game was there to be won, and we were missing some key players in key positions. Dewey's important. He's a senior player.
Yep.
Fainu, he's important. I think that I really like what they're building. And I've got to give Benji credit. As I said, I felt like the biggest question heading into this year was, is Benji a head coach? And I'm not fully ready to go, 100% NRL coach. However, I'm much closer to that because I feel like he's really building, is he as X's and O's as, a Serraldo? Probably not because he hasn't had that experience. But is he galvanising this team really well? Is he being a good man manager? It seems so.
Yeah,
it seems so.
They want to play for him.
Yeah. So, that's half the battle. I mean, that's what Wayne Bennett is. I've been in Wayne Bennett video sessions. It's not like he's sitting there, you're writing 2 pages of notes and you've got to do all, he's just making you happy and wanting to play for the jersey. If Benji can do that and he's been under Wayne, has a lot of respect for him, that's all you need.
The other beauty of it too, Benji doesn't have a squad that I think you want to play X's and O's with.
Yeah, they just play footy.
Just
let have a crack.
Galvin, once again, just taking him on every single time he had the ball. What about that play? And it led to absolutely nothing. But that play, Galvin had the ball, he threw it to Luai, he danced, he threw it back to Galvin, and they just went between each other. Everyone was like, just get the fuck out of the way of this. But I love the way that they do it.
And this is what I was saying last week about them, is it's all over the shop. There's not much structure to it, but you've recruited a bunch of players that, if you threw a ball in the middle of them in the backyard for touch footy, every single one would be keen, up on their toes, like, let's play some footy. Like, they're just footy players. And I know it sounds like cliche, but how can you not watch that West Tigers team and say they're just footy players? Like, they just compete.
You imagine a world where Payne Haas didn't exist, how much the world would be losing their
Oh, my
minds
God.
over Terrell May.
Look, I'm losing my mind anyway over Terrell May. This guy is like, you know when I lost my mind the most? So him and, I think it was Halasima shaped up.
Yeah.
And so usually when a bloke has your jersey like this and it's his arms straight, you're very rarely going to win that strength battle with him because he's already got his arm locked out and he's got his fist like that. Terrell May just yanked him back in and pushed him back. And I just went like, bro, you know how, like, Halasima is a beast.
Yeah.
Terrell May's strength, like, must be phenomenal. And I mean, we've seen it. Like, we've seen it in tackles and that. But, like, mate, this guy, I'm going to be honest, he's playing even better than I thought he would.
Yeah,
like,
agree.
even better.
You know, the other thing that he's doing, which, you know, I thought Luai would do this coming to the club, you know, raising the standard of some of the players around him. I think Terrell May is getting the best out of Fanua Pole playing
Mate,
alongside him
he
as
was
well.
involved in 2 of your tries.
Unbelievable. Scored that one
Mental.
with like a couple of players hanging off him. This has been his best season so far. I reckon he's just really learning off the guy alongside him, and it's bringing the best out of him. Well, it's been a great signing.
If you get a chance to watch that try that Bolle scores, just to show you the gravity that Terrell May has, Appy comes out and James Fisher-Harris is defending it, and he has just got all eyes on Terrell May going, how the fuck am I going to do it?
More like seeing red. Fisher-Harris is sitting there seeing red, just going,
Yeah.
I can't wait for this contact.
But it's Appy. Like, you know, he's got a million options. He was just all eyes on Terrell May, turns it inside to Bolle, who just, he had I think he had a bad missed tackle early, had an offload that hit the deck.
Yeah, so I think Fisher bumped him initially.
That's right.
And offloaded and they
and
scored.
offloaded.
Yeah.
But, mate, just his feet around the ruck, he's lethal.
He literally was involved. So he was the play the ball for the next try that they scored, where they went, I think they went short side. Galvin hit Seyfarth. He made a line break and then passed and they scored. That was off a quick play from Bolle. Like, you got a 1-2 punch of Bolle, Terrell May, you know, and they're not breaking the bank. You know, Bolle would probably be on like 300-400K. You've got Terrell May, 202 metres, 60 post contact. Bolle, 180 metres, 66 post contact,
He
6
also
tackle
played
breaks.
69 minutes. Like, he played
Mate.
a big stint as well.
Terrell May played 80 minutes.
Yeah.
So these are the stats for Terrell May. 21 runs, 202 metres, 60 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 3 offloads, 48 tackles, only 1 miss.
That's just ridiculous.
That's Payne Haas areas. Like, that's Payne Haas areas.
For 80 minutes, 48 tackles, 1 miss, like in wet, awful conditions.
Yep.
Like, I don't remember the singular missed tackle, but there's evidence he probably bloody slipped over or something.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
ridiculous.
Crazy. And what I like is, like, you've got guys like Terrell May and guys like Luai, like, they got a chip on his shoulder. Like, it's us against them. It's me against the world. Like, it's
The
just
best thing
good.
about it for the Tigers, and we'll obviously get to the Warriors after this, but like their marquee signing in Jerome Luai, he's been very quiet for them. Like, him and Galvin are still getting their combination sorted, and they've come on quite quickly. But as I mentioned last week, it's been a bit more of the Galvin show and attack. Jerome Luai, like, he's only going to have a bigger and bigger impact on games. He's obviously had an immediate impact in terms of, as you said, the boys being up and about, believing in themselves, and just the discipline he's brought to them. But in terms of him with his ball running ability and all of that, in terms of impact on games, he's been quiet so far.
Yeah.
He's only going to get significantly better.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're getting Terrell May and Payne Haas next week, head to head.
And you just know that they're both sitting there looking at and they're probably mates off the field, but you know they're sitting there going, okay.
Is Terrell May, like, does Laurie Daly have to pick him?
Mate, I think he has to, doesn't he? Off
Yeah,
the bench
I
at the
think
very
so.
least. Surely,
Well, you go him, Haas.
I mean, do you
Barnett?
start with him and Haas? And then you bring Barnett off for 30, 40 minutes of power, just going
I
skids?
think you'll have to pick him. And like, just in the Origin quarter, like, we see so many years, like, how quick, like, so many injuries in games and head knocks early on. You just go, people have to play bigger roles. Obviously, Origin's a different cauldron, but
Him and Haas. Oh my
imagine having May to turn to if there's a couple of early head knocks.
Or him
You
and
go-
Haas.
Yeah, and then just go, boys, we need you to play 65 to 80 over there. Yeah, sweet.
I tell you, like, him and Haas at their best, like, fuck. Jeez, we're going to need Tino to fucking have a absolute blinder.
Yeah, I think a lot of your Queenslanders are
Carrigan.
looking very good, and I'm a little bit nervous, but Jeez, when I think about those two middle forwards in Origin,
I think about the offloads you could be throwing. Like Haas had bloody 1,000 offloads the other week. Like, yeah, it's going to be interesting. In regards to performances, I will just stick on the Tigers and then we'll get to the Warriors. I thought Fatape was great.
He was good.
Mate, I just love the fight they're showing. I mean, they're just, even like a guy like Toa, who, and again, I think Benji deserves a lot of credit for this because, mate, the amount of times in his career, Toa, because he come from the Knights, I think, to the Tigers, if I recall correctly, where you'll have this one game and you'll just be like, holy shit, is that friggin' Greg Inglis playing? Like, how good is he? And he's just never, but I feel like this year, it's easily the most consistent footy he's played since he came back in the side.
Week to week, he's been really good. Had another great game last night. He was good. Fatape was great. One moment he'd probably like back is the when Luai put the kick through at the end and he tried to kick it off the deck. It was the second tackle. Just jump on it.
I know.
You know, we were on halfway.
I feel for him because, like, the idea was there. Like, the idea was there, but you're right. Second tackle, mate, just dive on it and get to the next play.
What do they do, boys? Talon Silva, Latu Fainu. We've spoken about
Fainu was great as well.
We've spoken about time and time again, and I think one thing we probably didn't throw up in terms of how do they keep these two or how do they get them both playing regular first grade was them both being on the bench. They've done it.
Yeah.
He's a big boy, Latu. Does he just spend times to 13?
I think so. I think he played too good to not keep him. I know he had that penalty towards the end.
Well, he only really came in because we had to put Jack Bird to centre. And then he missed out. And then, the 18th man was Fainu. So when that initially happened, I went, the bench is going to be too light here. This might be where we get found out. But then he came on and killed it. Didn't miss a tackle as well.
Especially when you've got Royce Hunt there, who's like, Royce played 20 minutes in this. He's an impact forward.
Makes things interesting.
Can Benji make it happen? Because I was sitting there watching, he scored that try and you're just going, you really want him and Talon there somewhere. And
he was the first pass to another try, to the Galvin kick, I think. He was the first pass squaring up.
Because then you're like, if you do turn him into a middle forward for a bit to squeeze them all in and play some 13, you go, well, long term he's probably in the halves. Like, you don't want to put too much weight on him.
In saying that, like, could you turn him into a full-time 13 and then you ease him in this year? Alex Twal, I mean, what would he be? A few years left, he'd be about 30 now, wouldn't he, for 12?
Yeah, yep.
I feel like it's the best thing for the Tigers
but
because of all of them, but not for him.
28, 12.
Okay, so 12's got a few more years, but could you, 12 be front row, potentially?
I don't think they can run with both of them on the bench. I think they did in this game, but realistically, do you want Terrell May playing 80? Do you want Boyd playing 69? I think as well, you get less tired in the wet as well. I think that probably helped them from that.
Also, with Bird on the bench, like, you don't need all this utility value because Bird can play middle, edge, centre.
He's so fucking good though, you know. I know what you mean though.
I think it'd be a real waste to turn him into a lock forward. I think he's a ball player. Could you, if you wanted to, and I know this would be a little bit unorthodox, but I could see Benji sort of leading into it potentially. Could you play Galvin at 13 and just give him a license to do what you want?
I just think he's too good at 6. Like, I think he could be one of the best 6s in the competition.
Does he change much, though?
It becomes the same problem with Latu, right? It's like, you could, and he could do it. He's a freak, but...
Well, he friggin' made his first trial debut at back row.
Yeah, like, for the club, it'd be great, but, like, Lockie Galvin, he just looks like an out-and-out 6.
For the record, Latu, for me, is just unlucky. Just doesn't make the side. But I'm trying to think how you could maybe do it.
Because, like, Galvin's so good, I can see him partnering Cleary for the Blues in a few years' time.
I think he'll be a lock eventually. I think that time will come eventually for him.
Freddie's style.
Freddie's style
lock.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I think he's so good at 6. Anyway, it's a tough headache. All right, on to the Warriors. Just a tough win. I love this win for the Warriors. Like, what are they, 3-1 now?
Yep.
3-1, getting wins. It's not pretty. They got so much more in their ceiling, which is exciting. But as I said, like, they're showing fight. They're galvanised. They're fighting for each other. They've got all this young talent coming through. I mean, they didn't have RTS on the wing. Like, he's one of their main men. Pompey had one of his better games. That try he scored was phenomenal. Unbelievable. That try that Pompey scored, like, that's the Pompey that we know exists. You know what I mean? This big, rangy outside back with great footwork. They got Latawa. Like, there is a lot to like about the Warriors. The fact that, they're not at their best, but they're still getting wins and they're 3 from 1. Like, you couldn't really ask much more. Like, you could sit here and go, I wish that they were, their halves were fully gelled or whatever. But we have to remember, this is a new halves pairing. I thought, I just love Chanel Harris-Tavita's energy. Like, he is in every single thing. And the more games he gets at 6, I think the better he's going to be. I like the fact that Metcalf had around 15 runs. That's what I want to see. And there was a try where Egan made a break. He passed to Harris Tavita, and then Harris Tavita passed to Metcalf, I think. And I was like, that's the beauty of this spine, is like ball running super fast. As soon as there was line break, both Metcalf and Harris Tavita were immediately there. And like that is something, as two very much ball running halves, that they can offer. And we saw it in full swing. So, as I said, really, really good win from the Warriors.
I think you said they lost Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. That's one. Rocco Berry got ruled out midweek. And Dylan Walker just left the club. He's been incredibly important to them over the last few years. Not to mention, don't have to remind you again, SJ, Toy Harris, all these guys. Like the reserve grade's undefeated. They're 4 from 4. So from 8 games in first grade and reserve grade, they're 7 from 8.
Mate, it's outstanding.
It's the best out of anyone in the league.
Yeah, wow.
They look like a train wreck in New Zealand, remember? And like all these guys that have had to replace these guys in first grade have come from this cup team. They're still 4-0 down there. So
and you just said it, but like think about it. They lost Sean Johnson, they lost Tohu Harris,
AFB.
They just lost Dylan Walker, they just lost Adam Fanua-Blake. Like that's for them to be 3-1 and then as a club 7 from 8. Did you say?
Yep.
Like that's actually remarkable.
Only game they lost was on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, against a Raiders side that notoriously starts the year super, super fast.
Yep, with a new halfback, new 5'8". Like not even the halfback and 5'8", they ran out in trials.
Yeah.
Even you add like the Dylan Walker one there, who plays a big man at middle forward and just such a key member of this extended spine now with the ball playing 13 and that link man. They come out like to complete at 83% in awful conditions in this game out at Campbelltown. So, to sit there after Vegas, after that weekend and just go, all right, Penrith's going to lose their next 3, the Warriors are going to win their next 3. You'd be like paying $1 million to 1.
And do you agree that like I don't even think they're playing their best footy? Like I actually think that they're winning these games off just grit and hanging in there.
I think the big thing there, Campy, you sort of touched on earlier, but it's just these combinations that are taking time. Like I think individually Metcalf and Harris Tavita, they've both been good, had their moments, but they're still working out each other's game. They're working out like, who is the best player to lead this team, who gets the ball when, all these sorts of things. Like that is only going to get better. And to have won 3 on the trot with the new combinations, it's exciting.
And I have to be honest, and as a Warriors side, like we have to remember, like, or at least for me, the Warriors, they didn't used to be known for this. Like they, when things didn't go their way, it just wouldn't work. They were almost downhill team. They'd bash you off the park and then they'd win big. Whereas what I'm so impressed is this, and Fisher Harris, I'm sure, has a lot to do with it. It's just the grit that they're showing, the toughness, the mental toughness to go, all right, things aren't really clicking for us fully yet, but we're going to hang in a game so that when the moment comes, we will take that moment and win the game.
Coming back from Vegas, like the chat sort of was, the Warriors are going to be a train wreck this year. They're in 6th. The other 3 teams went to Vegas. Cronulla are 10. Penrith are 13. Raiders are 12.
Jeez, that's weird, Cronulla being 10, because I've actually been pretty happy with the way they started the season. That's crazy. As I said, they deserve a lot of raps, and what I just cannot wait for, because I think you're right in regards to these combinations. Like, it does feel like Harris Tavita being the leader comes more naturally to him, maybe, as in wanting the ball in his hands, kicking a lot. And so they're just going to have to find that balance of like when Metcalf injects himself. And to be honest, like, is it similar-ish to the Hines-Trindle situation where, like Harris Tavita, although he plays more as a 6 role, but he's like the main guy that does a lot of the kickings, and Metcalf is more of the tip of the spear guy that get him the ball in good ball and he can create some magic. I don't know, maybe. I know they're very different, but I'm just saying, like, if you were to take the numbers off their back, you'd probably assume Harris Tavita is the 7 at times and Metcalf is the 6. But they're 3-1 now. Imagine if they can continue to build on top of this and they're in round 20, they're sitting around 6th, and Metcalf and Harris Tavita click and get into full gear, they'll be unstoppable with Egan playing the way he played on the weekend.
And the other thing is, like, really disappointing to see Dill Walker leave the club and the whole that'll leave. But in terms of a club that with all these new faces, they're building something hopefully special in the next few years. It's going to promote the development of Valmunga, Halasima, who, like, Dill Walker's a big minute middle forward. Very different players, don't get me wrong, but we're talking about minutes in the middle. And Dill Walker, who's 50 to 60 minute middle forward there, he's gone. It opens up some minutes for these sort of blokes.
Mate, I've got a sneaking suspicion Halasima's highlight reel by the end of the year is going to be pretty good now, especially because he'll probably have those minutes, you reckon? They'll probably give it to him, you'd say?
I think so. Like, Aaron Clark just becomes vital to them as that sort of the 13, the link man, but probably Halasima.
Yeah, which is super exciting. So, and also it's just about like recruitment as well. It's going to be easier to recruit into the market. So, they deserve massive, massive raps. What a bloody good win in regards to some...
Sorry, I was just going to say before we... It's a huge 2 weeks for them. They've got a bye this week. They come out of that. They play Melbourne at Amy Park. I assume that'll be Jerome Hughes' return game. If they can come out of a bye and knock over Melbourne down there, it turns a disaster season after Vegas into,
wow, this is a top-tier side. I've got to say, what an important win before a bye. The game was in the balance. Sorry, Hammy. And that 2 points, I know it wasn't the harshest penalty. I know that, in a perfect world, get up, play the ball, but it was contact to the head. But, like, going into that bye, all of a sudden, everyone at the club, there couldn't be a single person that isn't happy with the start of the season with the Warriors. They're 3-1. I just want to give, I know, we've been pretty, repeated this quite a bit, but, mate, Aaron Clark at 13, I cannot believe he wasn't put 13 long. Like, we have been saying this. How many years do you reckon we've been saying Eric Clark 13?
Too many.
4?
Yeah, and the rest.
And he's finally been given that opportunity. He's been, outside of maybe one game, he's been outstanding.
Yeah,
outstanding.
He's been great. And I think he'll only get better. One name we haven't mentioned, boys, I thought he was tremendous in this game, Wade Egan.
Mate,
his deception is off its head. That try, was it Metcalf that ended up scoring it? Where he pushed it? Like, that's just, like, I love... If you go and have a look at Sean Johnson's Instagram story last night, that was the one clip that he put up. You can just tell that spine connecting is what they've been waiting for.
For sure. And like just to see him get out and just the wide shot of Metcalf and Harris DeVita just streaming through, you're like, that. I'm sure that's Webster's vision in his head. Like that's what he hopes.
Just the way that Wade Egan, his deception around the ruck and those no-look passes and like when it goes wrong, everyone wants to jump down his throat and but fuck, he's consistent with it.
Mate, he's bloody pretty good at it. Like, fuck, you're being pretty harsh if you don't like that kind of technique.
But I think there is, like, when the Warriors go poorly and he has a game like that, I think people come after him. Mate, he's so good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else stand out for you boys with the Warriors?
Metcalf had an improved game, from the last. And the thing we spoke about a few weeks ago was just, like, running the footy more. He had 15 runs in this game. Obviously scored the try as well, but... He certainly looked a lot better. He's like built into the season. Obviously, the first game was one he's probably rather forget after a great preseason, but each week he's looking more and more at home. I think Wade Egan's a big part of that, though. Obviously, straightens him up a little bit and has been a really important factor there. But Luke Metcalf looked, much more like how he'd been playing in the preseason than he.
I reckon that is the beauty of Metcalf. I don't think it's one he'd like to forget. I think he has forgotten it.
Yeah,
I think he's just left it there.
Yep.
Charles Klukstad, once again, 28 runs, 233 metres, 61 post contact, 3 tackle breaks. 6 tackles, like getting through his work, which is what you need from Charles. You need a lot of work rate. You look at, I really, they're not setting the world alight in regards to stats, but you do see the Barnett Fish combo pairing. It just seems to be growing each week. Like they're understanding each other a bit better. They just seem to be working as a pack. And I know that sounds like obvious they're a forward pack, but I feel like, for example, Carrigan and Haas have a really good kind of yin and yang-ish relationship, and I think you're just starting to see that with Fish and Barnett. Like, will it ever reach the heights of Leota and Fish? Maybe not, I'm not sure. But I think you are starting to see that kind of gelling of the forward pack, the front row.
I'd also love to see this side, and it doesn't have to be every set or whatever, but just I'd love to see them just 2 or 3 times a game just have a set player that just gets Leota some good ball, whether he's turning him under, turning him you mentioned what the Dragons do with Val Holmes and Moses Sully. I'd love to see that happen to him 2 or 3 times a game. I felt like every time they went down that right edge, his timing was a little bit off, and I don't feel like it was him. I feel it was the blokes inside him. I wish they would just give him 2 or 3 golden opportunities a week to show what he can do.
I thought in attack, 38 minutes, Jackson Full was phenomenal. 14 runs, 147 metres, 62 post contact, 8 tackle breaks. And so, I just wonder, is that the secret sauce for forward is, mate, just go on and go nuts?
He's been unreal in that front row rotation.
Yeah.
Like, for a bloke who spent the majority of his time on the edge, it's been great.
And so do you just go, okay, defensively, you've still got a bit to work on, but do you just say to him, mate, give me 25 to 30 minutes of your absolute best and just skill defence. We'll get the big boys back on later. Because that's where I feel like he's probably going to end up, is that impact forward off the bench.
I'm not going to wrap him because every time I do, he drops 3 balls the week after. So big forward guy, I'm just going to let him be.
Alrighty, it's time to face a bit of music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Don't forget to join the Bloke Club as well at www.bloke.club.
All right, Thursday night, Canberra Raiders, $2.48 host the Sharks. $1.54 the Lions, 5.5 points in this one. You got a tip and then you got a bet for me?
Okay, so I'm going to go head to head.
Yep.
I am going to go the Raiders for both, just head to head both.
Yeah, I'm going to go Raiders, and I'm going to go Raiders 1-12 as my tip.
Nice, they get you 350.
I'm going to go Sharks and Sharks 1-12.
$2.80.
Hammy, are we allowed to bet on overs unders?
Not for this one.
Because I would have gone unders. Give me Sharks win, but Raiders at the start.
Okay, yep. Sounds good. I'm just going to take the Raiders head-to-head as well. $2.48.
Yeah, juicy.
Yeah. Ricky will have them fired up down there. All right, then Friday, Penrith, $1.24. Host the Cowboys, $4.10 out at CommBank Stadium. Nath Cleary potentially back after...
He'll be back.
Surely he'll be
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Head to head, just off the head to head, I'm going Panthers, and then I'm going to go Panthers 1-12.
$3.05. So, yeah.
Panthers to win, Panthers 13+.
$1.90. Yep.
Panthers to win, and I'll go Panthers to cover the line.
Yeah.
Same as Timmy.
That's 11.5 points. I'll take that as well. Panthers minus 11.5. My tip would be the Panthers too. All right, so this is a big game. South Sydney, $1.72. The Roosters, $2.13. The line, 1.5 points. That's come in. They were $1.80 this morning, the Rabbitohs, but they're already coming in.
I'm going to go the Rabbitohs head to head and Rabbitohs 1-12.
Yep, that'll get you $3.
Give me Rabbitohs head-to-head, and I'll go Bunnies 1-12.
Yep.
Go Bunnies head to head and just to cover that 1.5.
Yep.
I'll go South head to head for both.
Yeah, I'm going to just take South head-to-head as well. Could be anything in that game, but I reckon they're travelling a bit better than the Chooks at the moment. Parramatta, $2.45. Hosts St George, $1.56. 4.5 is the line in that one.
Dragons head to head and Dragons 13+.
$2.85.
I'll just go Dragons head-to-head on both.
I'll go Dragons to win and Dragons to cover that line.
Yep.
Same as Timmy.
I'm doing the same there too. Dragons minus 4.5. They're too good. Gold Coast, $1.45. Haven't seen them that short in a while. Host the Dolphins, $2.79. 6.5 is the line at Seabus Super.
This is so hard. This
Oh
one.
my God, this is fucking tough. You know what? I'm going for the... Oh, so head to head, I would go Titans, but the bet, I'm going to go just Dolphins 13+. I'm going for the big one, 6.75, baby. Bounce back game, bounce back.
I'm going to go... Yeah, fuck it. I'll tip the Dolphins. Dolphins 1-12.
$3.90.
I'm going to tip the Titans and I'll go Titans to cover the 6.5.
Yep.
I'll go Titans to win, but for my bet, Dolphins plus 6.5.
Okay. Yep. I'm going Titans to win. Titans minus 6.5 is my bet as well. All right, here we go. The Adam Blair Cup. $1.15, the Brisbane Broncos. West Tigers, $5.80. 17.5 points
Oh, my God.
is the line. Now, I've got a few players on report. One of them, I think, is potentially Jerome Luai.
Yeah, otherwise getting suspended, apparently.
Is he?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Okay. Well, after
still,
he
you know
comes
what?
in, probably carves you up.
Got Fano. Okay, obviously Broncos with the head to head.
Yep.
But I'm going to go West Tigers plus 17.5.
Yeah, I'll go the same, mate.
Yeah, I am also going same.
Same.
Tigers head ahead, $5.80 for me.
That's why Matty's leading. He gets to go last.
Yeah, gets all the
Got to
info.
reverse
I'm leading because I get my tips right.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Manly, $2.55. Host the Storm, $1.52. 5.5 is the line. Sunday, Arvo or Brookie.
So I'm going to go Storm head to head, but then my bet will be... I'll go Manly 1-12.
Yeah, I'm going to go
350.
Manly 1-12 as well.
Yeah, that's $3.50.
I am going to go Melbourne 1-12. And for the
$2.90.
tip, Melbourne.
I'm going to go Melbourne tip and Melbourne minus 5.5.
I'm going to go Manly for my tip. In fact, I'm just going to take him head to head, $2.55. Last game, Dogs, $1.47 host the Knights, $2.69. 5.5 is the line in this one. That's the last game of the round.
I'm going to go the Dogs just head to head, but
Yep.
then also I'm going to go Dogs 1-12.
Leo Thompson back, or is he out still for Newcastle?
Unsure.
Right.
That a bye last
They're just
week.
off a bye, so
Was he suspended or injured? Do we remember? I can't remember.
I don't know. Lucas is out. Kaivis
Lucas
Paul's
out.
got another week to serve.
I'm gonna go. Doggies 13 plus.
260.
Ooh. I will go. Where's that? Sydney.
Down
Yep.
here. Yep.
I'll go Doggies 1 to 12.
I'll go doggies and doggies minus the line.
Yeah, I'm going to go doggies minus 5.5 as well. For me, that's it.
Alrighty, that's Face the Music brought to you by our good friends over at Sportsbet. A massive thank you to Sportsbet. As always, we will go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.